Chapter 51. The school city, which is famous in the Seven Kingdoms, is located on the banks of the Meju River. It is a large building complex. It does not have the majesty of the towering tower, nor the sacred magnificence of the starry temple, but it is the place with the richest cultural atmosphere in Old Town, and even in the entire Westeros continent. The gate of the Academy City is facing the direction of Whispering Bay. There is a tall green sphinx statue on both sides of the gate, with a lion body, eagle wings, and snake tail, but it has the faces of a man and a woman. They all closed their eyes tightly, as if they were contemplating some thousand-year-old puzzle. Samuel walked into the school city, under the leadership of Baylor Hightower. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a lively small market. There were many vendors setting up their stalls, but they were selling things like books and maps. A lot of people gathered beside them, waiting in line for assistant bachelors to help them write paperwork. Going forward, Samuel also saw a small island with a huge weirwood planted on it. The dense branches and leaves almost occupied the entire island. Countless crows perched on the tree, which looked like a picture with an oil painting with a strong religious atmosphere. Crossing a wooden bridge weathered by wind and rain, a tower covered with moss and vines appeared in front of the two. Baylor stopped here and said, "Sir Caesar, my sister Maloya is up there. The room on the left-hand side of the stairs is on the 4th floor. I still have something to do, so I won't go up with you." Okay. After watching Baylor leave, Samuel walked up the stairs alone. Come to the door of the room that Baylor said. He raised his hand and tapped the door a few times. After waiting for a while, I heard a deep female voice from inside, "Come in." Samuel pushed the door open and entered. The smell in the room is a bit weird, like the smell of raw meat that has been stored for a long time, plus disinfectant. The light was also very dark, and the only window was covered by a curtain. Samuel got used to it a little before he could see the furnishings clearly. Then he was taken aback. Anyone who enters a room full of various stuffed animals for the first time will have this reaction. Lizards, giant snakes, brown bears, cheetahs, and all kinds of weird animals that even Samuel couldn't name, all were made into lifelike specimens and displayed on the shelves. Samuel finally understood why Baylor had to find an excuse to sneak out and let himself come up alone. The guy obviously didn't want to enter this room. "Ahem, dear Miss Moroya, I know who you are." Moroya interrupted, "I just woke up this morning, and a servant told me that you would come to me." She spoke very fast, as if she was in a hurry. While speaking, she didn't stop moving her hands. She was peeling off the belly of a big palm spider with a sharp knife. Dark green juice stained her hands, looking weird and oozing. Samuel settled down and squeezed out a smile. "Since this is the case, I wonder if Miss Moroya can use the silver mine." "It's right there." Moloya interrupted, again, raised her thin chin and pointed to the small table in the front row. "The one with the white cover is there. Everything you want is in it. Look for yourself. What's there? If you don't understand, you can ask me." Samuel stepped forward to pick up the book, flipped through it casually, and after confirming that it was correct, said, "Thank you, Miss Moloya, then I will take my leave first. If there is any doubt, I will." "Okay." Moroya interrupted again, as if she couldn't wait to drive him away. "Can't you let me finish a sentence?" Samuel slandered, secretly, turned around and ran away immediately. "You can't stay in this place for long, you will lose your sanity." Going out, feeling the warmth of the sun again, Samuel breathed a sigh of relief. Crazy girl, Moroya really lived up to her reputation. While walking outside, Samuel flipped through the book given by Moroya. The book is indeed about knowledge related to silver mining and refining, but there are many difficult technical terms and esoteric symbols. Samuel did not work in this line of work in his previous life, and the chemistry knowledge he learned in high school has long been returned to the teacher, and it is extremely difficult to read now. Just when he felt a headache, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the front. Lifting his head, he saw a lot of people gathered in front of the gate of the school city, as if they were watching something. Curious, Samuel walked over. "Deprive you of your bachelor title, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Academy City." Hearing this, Samuel realized that it was the school city that was expelling the bachelors. He squeezed forward a little, and finally saw the unlucky guy who was expelled clearly. It was a tall, thin old man, a little stooped, with wrinkles around his protruding blue eyes, and a faint smile on his lips, even when he was facing deportation. Qyburn, what else do you want to say? Hearing this name, Samuel was slightly startled. Of course he remembered that there was a character with this name in the series, and that person was also a bachelor expelled from the Academy City, and later became Queen Cersei's confidant. Cobain raised his head slightly when he heard the manager's question, but his eyes were a little confused, as if he didn't know what to say. Another man, wearing a doctor's ring, couldn't bear it, and comforted, Qyburn, from now on you don't have to abide by the bachelor's oath, and you are no longer a servant of Westeros. You can restore your original surname. Surname, Cobain finally spoke, and the smile on his mouth became a little sarcastic. I have been in the Academy City for more than 40 years, and no one remembers my surname. Even I forgot myself, but you still have profound knowledge, which is enough for you to live a life without worrying about food and clothing. However, remember to stop doing those immoral experiments, otherwise the kingdom's laws will not let you go. After finishing speaking, the manager and the doctor turned and returned to the Academy City, leaving Kevin in a daze. The crowd of onlookers saw that there was no excitement to watch, and they all left one after another. Only Samuel walked up to Cobain and said, Bachelor of Science. I am no longer a bachelor. In my mind, a bachelor is not a status, but a respectful title for a learned person. Cobain's face moved slightly. He took a serious look at Samuel, and said, Young sir, thank you for your kindness. Is there anything I can do for you? Samuel's smile became brighter and brighter. I found a silver mine in my territory, and I need a bachelor to help guide the mining and refining. Would you like to help me with this? Don't the bachelors in your domain know metallurgy? My castle hasn't been built yet, so the Academy City didn't send a bachelor there. Cobain frowned. May I ask, where is your territory? Samuel smiled slightly, and said, Let me introduce myself. I am a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz, Samuel Caesar. I have established a territory in Yingzui Island in the Red Mountains, and I have more than 10,000 territories under my rule. Civil. Crimson Mountains. Cobain frowned even deeper, but his expression softened when he heard that there were more than 10,000 people, but he was still hesitating. Samuel remembered that in the original book, the scientific research madman was expelled from the Academy City because of the live experiment, and said, Bachelor Kevin, as long as you are willing to be my advisor, I can fully fund your research. Of course, it must be research that does not violate the laws of the kingdom. Fully funded. Cobain was a little moved, and then thought of the silver mine mentioned by the other party, finally nodded, Okay. Dear Sir Caesar, I am willing to be your personal consultant. Chapter 52. Walking with Cobain on the stone road beside the Mead River, Samuel was in a good mood. After all, the private consultant who was just recruited is definitely top-notch, but his moral consciousness is a little indifferent, which is why he was expelled from the city. But if it weren't for this, I'm afraid it wouldn't be Samuel's turn to pick up the leak. Look at him in the future, just don't let him fiddle with living body experiments. Bachelor Kevin, this is the book on silver mining and smelting given to me by Bachelor Moroya. You can read it. Facing the books handed by Samuel, Cobain did not pick them up, but said, quite proudly, My lord, there used to be 3 links made of white steel on my necklace. I already know how to mine and refine silver. Samuel knew that the necklace Cobain referred to was also called a bachelor's necklace, which consisted of links made of metal, and each metal represented that the bachelor's attainments in a certain field had been recognized by the Academy City. The more the same kind of metal, the deeper the knowledge in the field represented. White steel represents metallurgy. Samuel was in a good mood, put away the book. That gave him a headache, and asked with a smile, Then what metal is the most number of links on your necklace? Silver. Silver represents medicine, but immediately, Cobain sighed and said again, In fact, I should have obtained more Valyrian steel chain links, but no one in the Academy City can confirm my achievements in occult science. Valyrian steel represents the master's attainments in the occult. Samuel was moved when he heard it. Is it because the magic is gone? Magic never disappears. Qyburn shook his head, and then with a smug smile on his face again, he said, Your Excellency, do you know that everyone must stay vigil in a closed room on the Eve before taking the oath to become a bachelor. There's no light in there, just a glass candle. So unless you can light a glass candle, you're going to spend a long night in the dark. For hundreds of years, this glass candle has never been lit, except me. Samuel frowned. Have you ever lit a glass candle? Yes, although it's just a fleeting brilliance. A sneering smile appeared on the corner of Cobain's mouth. Again, however, the group Ofgri sheep never admitted this. They said that I just had a hallucination. Hearing that Qyburn referred to other bachelors as sheep in gray coats, Samuel couldn't help laughing. Still, he had no doubts about the man's boasting. After all, this is the guy who can create Bionite, so he must know magic. It's just that the magic power is at a low ebb now, and magic is no different from tricks. It wasn't until the red comet came and the magic tide became stronger that this world became strange and bizarre. Dragons can also be hatched, White Walkers have appeared again, and even the dead can be resurrected. While chatting, the two walked under the towering tower without knowing it. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side, startling Samuel. As soon as he put on his defensive posture, he heard the man yell, "Sam, I found you." It was only then that Samuel saw the other person's appearance clearly, and found that it was Horace Redwin, the eldest son of the Redwin family on Arbor Island. "Horace, you are looking for me in such a hurry, what's the matter?" Horace ran up to Samuel panting. His square face with freckles was covered with fine beads of sweat, his orange hair was all soaked, and he looked quite embarrassed. Horace just opened his mouth but closed it immediately. He took a few deep breaths, straightened his collar, as if he wanted to save his decent image. "Oh, it's like this, Sir Caesar. Didn't you just miss my father when you came to Chinting Island last time? In order to apologize, my father specially sent me to pick you up. Thank you for the kindness of the Redwin family." Samuel smiled slightly, "But I don't plan to go to Chinting Island anymore." Horace froze for a moment. "I'm really sorry, Horace, for making your trip useless. But, don't you want to talk to your father about the sale of new wine? There is also the matter of supplies." "Oh, no need. The Hightower family has agreed to help me sell new wine, and the Tyrell family will also participate." "What?" Horace was stunned as if struck by lightning. Seeing that Samuel was about to leave, he quickly stretched out his hand to hold him, and unconsciously carried a hint of pleading in his tone. "Sean. Sir Caesar, the Redwin family sincerely wants to cooperate with you. In terms of selling wine, there is really no family in Westeros that can compare with our family. Believe me, only the caravan on Chinting Island, only then do you know how to sell your wine at the highest price. How to make your wine famous in the shortest time. And we also have a caravan going to Essos, which can sell your wine to the other side of the narrow sea." Samuel then stopped and said, "Okay, since Earl Paxter is so kind, then I will go to Chinting Island again." "Great." Horace smiled happily, and then said eagerly, "When are we leaving?" "In the afternoon. My ship can leave anytime. Tomorrow, I still have some things to deal with." "Okay, let's go tomorrow morning." After receiving the confirmation letter, Horace finally relaxed. However, his attitude towards Samuel remained undiminished, and he kept bragging to Samuel about the huge caravan on Arbor Island and how the sales of wine topped Westeros. Backing back to the towering tower, Samuel first went to Baelor Hightower and told him that he had met Moroya and had obtained the method of silver mining and refining. Of course, he didn't mention that he had recruited a bachelor who had just been expelled from the academy city, so as not to cause complications. Then the two finalized some specific details of brandy consignment and material supply. In these two incidents, Samuel clearly felt the kindness of the Hightower family. The brandy supply price he quoted at the beginning was 10 silver stags per gallon, which actually has a lot of profit margins, and it was reserved for the Hightower family to bargain, but he did not expect Baelor to accept the supply directly price. In terms of the supply of food and other daily necessities, Baelor's price is also very favorable. It made Samuel, who had always been a self-proclaimed profiteer, a little embarrassed. Baelor seemed to see what Samuel was thinking, and said with a smile, "Sir Caesar, don't forget the Hightower language. For a brave knight like you, we are willing to provide some trivial help to light your way forward." Samuel was in a good mood, and sincerely said, "Hightower is such a great family. Thank you for your generosity. If there is anything you need from me in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. After signing the contract with the Hightower family, Samuel found the Tyrell family without stopping. Because the Duke of Metz was not present, Samuel only discussed some details of the brandy consignment with the Duchess and Miss Marjorie, and drew up a contract, which was brought back to the High Court for the Duke of Metz to sign. As for gathering the refugees, Samuel didn't mention it. He believed that Marjorie would get the Duke of Mace's consent after she returned. After finishing these things, the mission of Samuel's trip to the Old Town is considered to be successfully completed. Although he was a little hasty, he didn't have the intention to stay here for a long time. Having been away from Yingzui Island for half a month, he just wanted to go back early to see how the construction of his castle was progressing. So, early the next morning, after saying goodbye to Earl Layton, Samuel left Old Town on the merchant ship of the Redwin family. Chapter 53. On a sunny afternoon, Samuel came to the Arbor Island again. It's only a few days since the last time I came here, but the treatment has changed drastically. The last time they came, the Redwin family only sent a servant to greet them at the pier, and then made him wait in the reception room for an entire afternoon, and in the end they didn't even see Earl Paxter. It can be described as extremely cold. But this time, not only was Horace, the eldest son of the Redwin family, escorting them all the way, but when they arrived, an area on the pier was also cleared, and a group of members of the Redwin family came to welcome them. The leader is none other than Earl Paxter's daughter, Miss Desmara Redwin. Such treatment almost regarded Samuel as a great lord. However, in the face of such courtesies, Samuel became vigilant in his heart. It seems that what the Redwin family may want is not just a brandy sales contract. On the pier, Desmela took a few steps forward and said, with a coquettish smile, "Sir Caesar, nice to meet you. You look much more handsome now than when you were a child." This earl's daughter is tall and plump, with fair and firm skin, and her facial features are not perfect, but they are also bright and charming. The only regret is a few small freckles on her cheeks, but this does not affect her beauty. It adds a little playfulness. Samuel quickened his pace a little, and came to Desmela, just about to salute, but saw that the other party stretched out his clean right hand towards him. He was stunned for a moment, but he still leaned over to hold Desmela's slender hand, kissed lightly between his fingers, and said, "Miss Desmara, you are more beautiful than before." Desmela withdrew her little hand, turned around and made an invitation gesture, saying, "Please, young sergeant, my father has been waiting in the castle for a long time." Good. Samuel got into the luxury carriage of the Redwin family and drove to the island. Not long after, the carriage arrived outside the castle. Samuel got out of the car, and saw a young maid walking forward with a silver tray. Waiting for Samuel to eat the bread and salt on the plate, an old man dressed as a housekeeper respectfully said, "Sir Caesar, my lord is waiting for you in the drawing room." As he spoke, he led the way ahead. Entering the living room, Samuel saw a thin middle-aged man leaning against the window holding a silver goblet. His hair is thin, his skin is rough, and he looks a bit old. He is wearing a white linen shirt, with the purple grape emblem of the Redwin family printed on his chest, exuding an aura of calmness and prestige. Samuel knew that this person was Lord Paxter Redwin, Lord of Arbor Island. Haven't seen him for many years. The Earl is almost the same as the original owner's memory. "Lord Paxter, it's an honor to meet you." Samuel stepped forward to salute. "Sir Caesar." Earl Paxter smiled slightly, nodded, and then pointed to the flagon on the table. "Don't be restrained." "Okay." Samuel also relaxed. After hearing this, he poured himself a glass of wine, then took the glass to the window, and stood side by side with Earl Paxter. During this process, Earl Paxter has been sizing him up. Looking at Samuel, who was at ease under his aura, Earl Paxter said, "Sometimes I really wonder, are you still the original Samuel Tarley?" Samuel's expression froze slightly, then he smiled and said, "Now I am Samuel Caesar, Lord Earl." Earl Paxter smiled slightly, not entangled in this topic, and turned his head to look out the window. From here, you can see a courtyard full of flowers. In the courtyard, Miss Desmara, who just went to the pier to meet Samuel, is enjoying tea leisurely with several sisters. There was also a young man among them, but judging by his blonde hair, it was obvious that he was not from the Redwin family. However, due to the distance, Samuel couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Earl Paxter took a sip of his wine, and said leisurely, "Do you still remember when your father brought you to Chinting Island, wanting you to be my servant and be engaged to my daughter? How long ago was that? 7 years, or 6 years? It seems to be 6 years ago." Samuel actually couldn't remember clearly, so he reported a number casually. At the same time, he secretly guessed Earl Paxter's motive for bringing up this matter. This incident was one of the biggest embarrassments of the original owner when he was young, and Samuel didn't feel that Earl Paxter's repetition of the old incident was to humiliate himself. The dignified Chinting Island lord is not so boring. It's been so long. Earl Paxter sighed, then pointed to the group of people in the courtyard outside the window. "Do you know the man who drank tea with Desmela?" "I don't know," Samuel said honestly. "He is Davon Lannister, son of Stafford Lannister. It turned out to be a member of the Lion family." Samuel said with emotion, "No wonder he has blonde hair. Before on the pier, he did see the banner of a roaring lion, and thought it was just an ordinary merchant ship from Castle Rock, but he didn't expect that there were members of the Lannister family on it. However, he can't remember who this Steve Lannister is at all. It is estimated that in the original play, he should be just a soy sauce character. But his son, Davon Lannister, Samuel had some impression. He remembered that this person was a formidable character, who was in charge of commanding the Westland army to besiege Riverrun. And after the death of Duke Tywin, this person was actually appointed as the guardian of the West by Queen Cersei. Although many of Cersei's operations are mind-blowing, and this appointment is more to fight against Uncle Kevin, it can at least prove that Davon is indeed an outstanding figure in the Lannister family. I just don't know why he came to Chinting Island." But then Earl Paxter's words cleared up Samuel's confusion. "Sir Stafford came this time to propose marriage to my daughter Desmela on behalf of his son Davon." This time Samuel finally understood what Earl Paxter meant. However, he pretended not to understand, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, I heard that Sir Davon is an outstanding knight." Earl Paxter glanced at him expressionlessly, and said, "No. Because I'm ready to reject them." "That's a pity." Samuel looked extremely regretful. "Do you know why I rejected the Lannister family? You must have your own considerations." Samuel certainly wouldn't think that Earl Paxter rejected the Lannister family because he wanted to marry his daughter to him. Although the other party has been guiding him to think in this direction. In fact, he had already guessed the reason for Earl Paxter's refusal. On the one hand, although Davon is very good, he is only a Lannister collateral line after all, and Earl Paxter doesn't think much of him. What's more, Lady Olenna is already secretly seeking to push Marjorie to the throne of Queen through Duke Renly's idiot. If this plan is successful, even if Duke Renly stands in the way to bear the Lannister family's wrath, the relationship between the Tyrell family and the Westlands will definitely deteriorate. The Redwyn family, which is closely related to the Tyrell family, will definitely be implicated. So, of course, Earl Paxter would not agree to marry his daughter to the Western region, which is destined to be hostile to the River Bend. Thinking about this, Samuel will definitely not pretend to think that Earl Paxter rejected the Lannister family because of himself. However, he was very puzzled why the other party would lead him to think in this way. Earl Paxter doesn't really want to marry his daughter to him, does he? Or did he just want to use this as bait to hang himself? Earl Paxter saw that Samuel had been refusing to answer his faults, so he could only speak bluntly. "Okay, Sam, stop pretending. Do you want to marry my daughter?" Chapter 54. I really don't want to. Samuel responded in his heart. Although Desmela is indeed pretty, and her status is noble enough, if I can marry her now, I will definitely be a high climber. But Samuel did not believe that Earl Paxter would be so kind. Any kind of favor comes with a hidden price. Before accepting it, you should think about it calmly, whether it will empty your wallet, or even make yourself pay for it all your life. Of course, on the surface, Samuel still showed a flattered look. No one can resist the charm of Miss Desmera, but I am worried that I am not worthy of your daughter. You really can't do it now. How can my daughter marry in a barren place like Yingzui Island? However, what if I can help you restore the original surname? The castle of the Tully family is still worthy of my daughter. Samuel finally understood Earl Paxter's plan this time. I have to say, it's really a good idea. But Earl, I have changed my surname to Caesar, and the right to inherit Hornhill has nothing to do with me. Why doesn't it matter? As long as you still have the blood of the Tarley family in your bones, you will always have the claim to Hornhill. You don't have to worry about Randall Tarley's attitude. As long as you marry my daughter, all other problems will be solved. I can help you out. Even though he knew it was a trap, Samwell's heart was still pounding. It is indeed too tempting. It seems that as long as he nods, beauty, wealth, territory, will be at your fingertips. But Samwell knew it was a poisonous apple. Once he agrees, the brandy brewing method, the silver mine to be mined, and Yingzui Island, which is a barren but extremely critical territory, may all be in the hands of the Redwyn family. Even he himself will become a bargaining chip in the Redwyn family's plan to inherit the Hornhill. However, regarding the last point, Samwell really didn't think the Redwyn family had any chance. Don't look at Earl Paxter's beautiful words, as long as you marry my daughter, I can help you solve all problems. Shit. Samwell wants to restore Tarley's surname, so he has to ask Earl Randall if he agrees. It seemed that with the support of the Redwyn family, it would be easier for Samwell to change his father's mind and re-accept him as the heir to the territory, but in fact, it was the opposite. Rondo Tarley is not such an easy character to fool. In the original book, the marriage he betrothed to his second son, Dickon, was the eldest daughter of the Moodin family in Maidenspring City. At that time, the Moodin family was at a low point in strength because they were on the wrong team in the Battle of the Five Kings. Landau asked his son to marry the daughter of Earl William Moodin. The intention was obvious, and he wanted to take the opportunity to gain control of Maiden Springs. Such a powerful lord only wants to annex others. How could he allow others to extend their hands to his territory? So, if Samwell married Desmara, it would be even more impossible for Randall to agree to him becoming his heir. Otherwise, it will be difficult to say whether the control of Hornhill will be in the hands of the Tully family or the more powerful Redwyn family in the future. Sorry, Lord Earl, I swore in front of my father that I would never return to Hornhill in this life. Samwell simply used the oath to prevaricate. The expression on Earl Paxter's face didn't change when he heard that, as if he didn't care about it at all. It doesn't matter, the Lord of Chingting Island said lightly, you and Desmara's children can still go back to Hornhill. The corner of Samwell's mouth twitched. Of course he knew that the words Earl Paxter said seemed calm, but they were actually full of blood. Under what circumstances can his and Desmara's children have the right to inherit Hornhill? Of course, the younger brother Dickon's line is all dead. He couldn't help but sigh. These great nobles in Westeros, don't they all have black hearts? My lord, can I think about it? Samwell looked at Davon, who was chatting and laughing with Miss Desmara in the courtyard, and suddenly an idea popped up in his heart. Walking among these black-bellied and ruthless nobles, Samwell felt that he should not be too little white sheep. Some small tricks that did not touch the bottom line should be used, otherwise he would be eaten by these people sooner or later. Dry wipe. Yes, but I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. Earl Paxter drank his glass, otherwise, I'm afraid I will agree to the Lannister family. I believe you, Ghost. Samwell looked out the window at Davon, who was used by Earl Paxter as his competitor, deliberately put on an anxious expression, and said, okay, I will definitely give you an answer as soon as possible. Afterwards, Earl Paxter ended the meeting and left in a hurry. The butler who was waiting outside the door took Samwell to the arranged room. After tidying up briefly, Samwell went out and walked to the courtyard he saw before. Since Earl Paxter wanted to marry his daughter to him so much, Samwell felt that he had to fulfill Desmela's potential fiancé obligation. For acting, you have to play a full set. Sam, as soon as he entered the yard, he saw Desmela waving her arms enthusiastically. Have you finished talking with your father? Yes, Miss Desmara, Samwell said, politely. I hope my arrival didn't disturb everyone. Of course not. Come and sit down. When Davon Lannister first met Samwell, his face sank slightly. The instinct of a male creature makes him feel a crisis. Especially when he heard Desmara call her affectionately. His vigilance towards Samwell turned into hostility. However, he still maintained his demeanor, got up and asked, Miss Desmara, who is this? Sir Davon, let me introduce you. This is Samwell Caesar, the eldest son of the Earl of Hornhill Randall, a pioneer knight conferred by the Duke of Metz. Sam, this is Sir Davon of the Lannister family. Of course, Samwell heard the difference between Desmara and Davon when she called him, which made him feel that the Earl's daughter in front of him was quite green tea, because he was afraid that he would not be able to get along with Davon Bar. But that's okay, without the green tea lady fanning the flames, he alone may not be sure to provoke the little lion opposite. Pioneering knight, Davon smiled. Although he tried his best to hide it, the hostility in his eyes was still evident. Where is Sir Caesar's pioneering territory? Yingzui Island, a barren land deep in the Crimson Mountains, certainly cannot compare to the majestic and rich Castle Rock City. Samwell sat down at the small table and said humbly, Eagle Zui Islet is not bad. Desmela poured a cup of scented tea for Samwell herself. I heard that a silver mine was found there, isn't it, Sam? Davon looked at Desmara, who was about to lean into Samwell's arms, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. Silver mine, it's not bad. But, compared with the gold mine in Castle Rock City, it's still a lot worse. It's really incomparable. Samwell drank the scented tea with a smile. I heard that the asterisk of the Lannister family is made of gold. Boom. Davon slammed the table and got up suddenly, his beard and hair all spread out like a raging lion. Samwell Caesar, do you dare to compete with me in the martial arts arena? Chapter 55 Inches. Are you going to fight Samwell Caesar tomorrow? Steve looked at his son in astonishment. Yes, father, Davon said angrily, that kid has spoken rudely to our Lannister family. Of course I have to teach him a lesson. I think you are trying to win Miss Desmela's favor. Stave exposed his son's purpose. Da Feng also simply said, that's right. Steve sighed, shook his head and said, I was about to tell you about this. We have been here, on Qingting Island for so many days, but Earl Paxter has been refusing to give a positive answer. I can already see that he just doesn't want to marry his daughter to you. Why? Dafeng's eyes widened, and his voice suddenly raised, am I not good enough for his daughter? Or does he have something better? Having said this, he suddenly stopped, and the next moment, the young Lannister suddenly jumped up from his seat, with a loud voice that made the doors and windows rattle. It's the pioneer knight from the River Bend, right? He wants to marry his daughter to that pioneer knight, right? Steve nodded helplessly. I guess it should be like this. Why? Dafeng was so angry that he ran around the room, as if he wanted to draw his sword and cut someone down immediately. I can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. No, I will never accept it. Tomorrow we must defeat him in the tournament field. Let Earl Paxter and Miss Desmara see who is the real knight. So what if you win? Steve scolded angrily, do you think Miss Desmela is the laurel wreath? Whoever wins it will belong to him. Dafeng froze immediately, but he was still furious, standing there gasping for breath. Steve sighed helplessly, and comforted him, okay, the key to this matter is not yours. It's Earl Paxter who should have made a plan. I specifically inquired about Samwell Caesar and found it was a weird experience indeed. As the eldest son of the Tully family, he actually gave up his inheritance rights and went to that ghostly place in the Crimson Mountains to open up territory. And it actually made him succeed. It is said that a territory has been preliminarily established and tens of thousands of savages have been surrendered. I guess, the Tyrell family should have some arrangements for him. No wonder Earl Paxter wanted to marry his daughter to him. Da Feng Tieching said in a muffled voice, then we just give up. Well, tomorrow we will bid farewell to Earl Paxter, and the contest between you and Samwell should be cancelled as soon as possible, so don't waste your efforts. No matter what, I want to fight him. Looking at the stubborn Davon, Stafford frowned tightly. He never thought that his usually calm and quick-witted son would lose his composure because of a woman. Is this really right, or are young people so easily dazzled by so-called love? Steve was about to persuade again, but suddenly heard a knock on the door. Which one? Samwell Caesar, come to visit Sir Stafford. Hearing this voice, Dafeng turned his head suddenly, his red eyes were wide open, and his fists were clenched loudly. Staff stood up quickly, and shouted at his son, sit down. Control your temper. After speaking, he walked over and opened the door. Sir Caesar, it's so late, what's the matter? Samwell smiled slightly. I want to talk to you about something, is it convenient? Steve took A deep look at the young knight in front of him, then moved away. Please come in. Samuel walked into the room, and immediately saw Davon, whose eyes were staring like brass bells. He smiled slightly, sat down opposite Davon, and said, "Good evening, Sir Davon." Davon didn't speak, just stared at Samuel with his eyes, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. "Sir Caesar, just speak up if you have anything to say." Steiff closed the door, walked up to his son, and blocked his gaze, as if he was afraid that he would lose control of his emotions and become violent and hurt others. "That's right, I know the purpose of the two of you coming to Qingting Island this time, but to tell you the truth, Earl Paxter has decided to marry Miss Desmara to me." As soon as this remark came out, Daifeng almost jumped up again, but luckily his father held him down. Steve looked at Samuel with an unkind expression, and said coldly, "So you're here to show off to us?" Samuel shook his head. "No, you misunderstood. I just don't want you to waste your efforts. So, tomorrow's contest, or cancel it." "What, are you afraid?" Daifeng couldn't help shouting when he heard this. "It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that it doesn't make sense. Regardless of whether I win or lose, Miss Desmara will marry me. Then I'll beat you to the ground too." Samuel sighed, and said helplessly, "Why bother? Sir Davon, is it really sensible to offend me, and more importantly, Earl Paxter, in order to gain one's breath? Well, I will give out 10 golden dragons, you cancel tomorrow's contest." Hearing this, both the Steves and his sons burst out laughing. After laughing, Daifeng sarcastically said, "10 golden dragons? Are you treating us like beggars?" Steve also said, "We, the Lannister family, have always used golden dragons to buy others. This is the first time we have seen someone try to buy us." Samuel shrugged. "Everything has a price, Sir Stafford, then tell me a price." Steve shook his head and said, "Some things cannot be measured by gold dragons, such as honor. Sir Caesar, if I gave you 100 gold dragons and asked you to deliberately lose in the competition tomorrow, would you be willing?" Before Samuel could speak, Davon called out, "Father, I can defeat him with my strength without your money." Staff raised his hand to stop his son, because he saw a hint of emotion in Samuel's eyes. "It's not impossible." The next moment, I heard Samuel say, "Anyway, no matter whether I win or lose, I can marry Miss Desmela, so what if I let you go?" Davon sneered, "You have no honor. You don't deserve to be a knight." Samuel shrugged helplessly. "You don't understand, my land is in urgent need of money, and sometimes I can only compromise. So, Sir Stafford, are you sure you want to give 100 gold dragons?" Staff seemed to realize something, and immediately said, "I'll give you 1,000 golden dragons." "Father." Daifeng thought his father was crazy, but before he could continue to speak, he heard Stafer say again, 1,000 golden dragons, I want you to voluntarily give up marrying Miss Desmara." "Impossible." Samuel shook his head and said, "Do you think a little money can make me give up Miss Desmara?" 2,000 gold dragons. Steve continued, "To increase the price, didn't you just say that everything has a price? How about this money buying you to give up the marriage?" "Impossible." Samuel shook his head again, "I am committed to Miss Desmara." Although he was rejected again, Steve caught the hesitation in Samuel's clear eyes. So, with a confident smile on his face, he continued to increase the price, 3,000 golden dragons. Regarding how to use money to achieve their goals, the Lannister family should be the best in Westeros. How is this possible? Please don't insult my feelings for Miss Desmara. 4,000 golden dragons. Samuel's hesitation was already written on his face. 5,000 golden dragons. Steve slowly approached Samuel. "This price already allows you to hire an army to develop 10,000 golden dragons." After a fierce ideological struggle, Samuel finally spoke, "Give me 10,000 golden dragons, and I will immediately give up marrying Miss Desmara." "Impossible." Steve shook his head immediately, but a smug smile appeared on his face. "Even if Desmela is made of gold, it's not worth 10,000 golden dragons." "Then let's take a step back. 8,000 golden dragons. 5,000 golden dragons. Then I take another step back. 7,000 golden dragons. 5,000 golden dragons." Samuel saw that Steve was resolute and knew that he couldn't extract more benefits, so he pretended to struggle, nodded and said, "Make a deal." Da Feng stared at all this in a daze, as if he hadn't come to his senses yet. He didn't understand how a good martial arts competition suddenly turned into a deal. Besides, it seems that he can marry Miss Desmara again. Although he was heartbroken that he was about to pay the 5,000 golden dragon to Samuel, Devon couldn't help but smile on his long face. Chapter 56. The next morning was sunny and sunny. A lot of spectators gathered in the competition arena on Qingting Island. In the arena, Horace Redwin, the eldest son of the Earl, asked with a suppressed voice, "Sam, my father has already prepared a proxy knight for you. Why do you have to play by yourself?" Samuel said while struggling to put on the armor with the help of his attendants. "I am fighting for the honor of Miss Desmara. Of course I have to fight in person." "Nonsense, everyone else has produced 5,000 golden dragons, so of course I have to cooperate well to finish the scene. This is called dedication." The corner of Horace's mouth twitched, and he persuaded again earnestly, "Chivalry shouldn't be used at this time. That guy Davon is an outstanding figure among the young generation of the Lannister family. I dare not fight him." "Don't think that you dare to challenge him because you have gained a little strength in the past few years. You will lose miserably. If you don't try, how will you know you will lose?" Samuel looked confident. "It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourself." Horace looked at the purple grape emblem on the other party's armor, and said angrily, "But I don't want the Redwin family to embarrass themselves with you." "That's right." The exquisite plate armor on Samuel's body was borrowed from the Redwin family. Although he himself has a pair of chain mail, but it is too shabby, the Redwin family is too embarrassed to let him wear it on this occasion. It is too shameful. "No." Samuel slapped the armor on his body vigorously. "I will definitely win this victory for Miss Desmara today, otherwise, I am not qualified to marry her." Horace quickly covered his mouth, roaring inwardly, "You really have no right to marry my sister." "But who told the father to insist that the younger sister marry you?" "The heir of Qingting Island, who has already called himself the big uncle in advance, can't wait to knock this uneasy brother-in-law unconscious with a stick, and then let the proxy knight who has been prepared for a long time come to teach that Davon Lanny's special." But Samuel didn't listen to persuasion at all. After dressing up, he walked towards his war horse with arrogance. Horace had no choice but to walk back to the sidelines with a sigh. Clang! With the beating of gongs and drums, today's two protagonists officially enter the arena on horseback. The cheers on the viewing platform suddenly became enthusiastic. After the two completed a circle around the field, they stood still in their respective positions. The attendants ran in immediately and handed their lances to their respective knights. Although the wooden lance was used in the competition, it was not light in weight, and considering the handle of the gun was nearly 20 feet long, it was not an easy task to level it on horseback. Fortunately, Samuel's current strength has been greatly improved, otherwise this step may not be completed, and it would be a shame. Clang! Another gong sounded. The two closed their helmet visors almost at the same time, then clamped their horses, and started to accelerate. Tap tap. As the distance between the two of them approached, the speed became faster and faster. The cheers of the audience also stopped abruptly, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the result of this collision. Boom! The wooden gun tip exploded, and Samuel was knocked off the horse amidst the flying sawdust. The audience let out an exclamation, and then more enthusiastic cheers burst out. Davon lifted his mask, waved to the crowd, and enjoyed his own victory. Although this was arranged in advance, Samuel's lance didn't touch him just now. "Sam, are you all right?" Seeing Miss Desmara rushing into the arena and running to Samuel, the smile on Davon's face froze immediately. "Why, obviously I am the winner." Davon roared inwardly, but the next moment, he secretly rejoiced that this guy would withdraw voluntarily. Miss Desmara is still her own after all. So, he was complacent again. On the other side, Samuel only felt the burning pain in his chest and his buttocks, which were about to fall into two pieces. However, thinking that this fall was worth 5,000 gold dragons, the pain on his body instantly eased a lot. Even, he felt that he could fall twice more, as long as someone is willing to pay. "I'm fine, Miss Desmara." Samuel struggled to stand up. "Sorry to disappoint you. It's okay, force is never the only indicator to measure a knight." Desmela comforted with a sweet smile. Horace walked over with a gloomy face. I told you earlier, let the proxy knight appear. Samuel suddenly became righteous. I can accept failure. But I cannot accept cowardice. Horace was speechless for a moment, while Desmera's eyes were full of little stars. Samuel suddenly felt that this earl's daughter had pretty good acting skills, and when others saw it, they would definitely think they were a pair of childhood sweethearts. However, how could he forget that 6 years ago, when he was brought by his father to Arbor Island to propose marriage to Earl Paxter, the proud young girl despised him. After seeing each other for several years, she suddenly fell in love with him. Third-rate romance novels dare not write like this. Backing to the sidelines, taking off the armor, the bachelor from Arbor Island came to check on Samuel again. After confirming that he was not injured, Samuel went to see Earl Paxter. Sorry, my lord, I have let you down. It doesn't matter. Young people always have to experience failures before they can see themselves clearly. Earl Paxter said indifferently, as long as you want, you can still marry my daughter. I'm sorry, my lord, I'm no longer qualified to marry Miss Desmera. Samuel looked ashamed, as if he had completely lost confidence in the future. Earl Paxter frowned, but still said patiently, who should my daughter marry has never been determined by ridiculous jousting. As for who is eligible to marry her, that's up to me. Samuel still shook his head. Lord Earl, Sir Davon and I have made an agreement before the competition. The loser must withdraw from the competition. Perhaps this agreement seems ridiculous to you, but to me, it is an oath that cannot be broken. After finishing speaking, he saluted Earl Paxter again, and then walked out in a daze. Stop. Earl Paxter really stopped him. Samuel stopped in his tracks and said weakly, my lord, what else do you want to order? Earl Paxter saw Samuel's half-dead appearance, and forcibly swallowed his curse words, took a deep breath, and said, I want your method of brewing wine, please make a price. Samuel shook his head slowly but firmly. Sorry, the wine making method doesn't cost much. However, if Chinting Island is willing to sell brandy on its behalf, I will be happy to supply it for you. The price is absolutely fair. Earl Paxter stared at Samuel for a while, and finally said helplessly, good. On the pier, Samuel and his party are about to leave by boat. Naturally, no one from the Redwin family came to see him off. Miss Desmera, who was affectionate before, disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instead, it was the Lannister family's Steve and his son. Sir Caesar, don't worry, Lannister will pay his debts. We will not ruin the reputation of the family for thousands of years just for the sake of 5,000 golden dragons. The letter I just wrote has been taken by the Raven to Castle Rock City, and soon, a ship full of gold will sail out of Lannisport and head for your territory. Of course I believe in the reputation of the Lannister family, Samuel said with a smile. However, I must explain in advance that the previous agreement only stated that I will withdraw from the competition, but if I withdraw, Earl Paxter still refuses, it is none of my business to marry Miss Desmera. To Sir Davon, HMPH, you don't need to worry about that. Davon said through gritted teeth, if you still can't marry Miss Desmera, I'll swim back to Castle Rock from here. May the gods keep you from drowning in the sea of sunset. The kind-hearted Sir Caesar prayed devoutly for Davon for a second, then turned around and boarded the ship. Chapter 57. Today's Yingzui Island has completely changed. Since the first batch of food and living supplies from Yangwu City arrived here 1.5 months ago, the biggest crisis in the territory has been completely resolved. Moreover, after having enough food, the housekeeper, Gavin, followed Samuel's order before leaving, and immediately recruited wildlings to build the territory, include food and housing, and work points. Under such a temptation, more and more savages flocked to Yingzui Island, and the prison camp, now renamed the labor camp, also increased from 1,000 people at the beginning to nearly 4,000 people. Territory construction suddenly entered the fast lane. The defense facilities at the mouth of the valley have been completely completed. The 3-story wooden fence and 4 echoing towers have turned this place into a small fortress that is impenetrable. The wooden houses appear in the valley in an orderly manner, and the castle of the Lord is also working hard. Thanks to the efforts of the savage laborers, the foundation has been laid. In addition, Gavin also summoned more than 300 female wild men to participate in the Brewing of brandy. The collection, cleaning, fermentation, distillation, storage, and other processes of mountain grapes are all on the right track because of sufficient labor. The savages also opened up a large field near the mouth of the valley, and began to plant mountain grapes, laying the foundation for future large-scale brewing. Although it is almost dusk at this time, Yingzui Island is still full of excitement. On a mound near the beach, a handsome middle-aged man was observing everything in the territory with great interest. He has dark hair, with a little gray mixed in it, a pair of gray-green eyes that seem to be able to see through people's hearts, and a handful of carefully groomed goatee on his chin, which further highlights his elegant temperament. Dark gray silk cape fastened with a mockingbird-shaped button. Those who are proficient in heraldry will know that this is the personal coat of arms of Littlefinger, Petter Baelish, the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom. My lord, do you really want to wait here for that Sir Caesar to return? A young man in armor came behind Petter and asked. Yes, but he is just a pioneer knight who hasn't even built a castle. You are condescending to come here from King's Landing yourself. Why, wait for him to come back. I will stay to deal with the silver coin casting. That's good. Do you think Samuel Caesar is not worth my waiting a few more days? Is not it, Bylan? Don't underestimate anyone, especially young people. The territory of our Baelish family is just a small peninsula full of rocks, and there are no silver mines. Petter's voice was deep and hoarse, has a unique magical power that can make people unconsciously convinced. How can he compare with you? Bylan scratched his head and said, although from what I know, this Sir Caesar is really good at fighting, but he obviously can't manage the territory. Don't look at the current bustling, there will be big problems soon. Oh, what's the big deal? First of all, he is too merciful to those savages, not only accepting them as citizens, taking care of their food and drink, but also giving them so-called work points. I calculated carefully, and wait until the castle is successfully completed, if he can support it. The day it's finished, he has to face a massive debt that will definitely put him out of business. I haven't even counted the more than 200 craftsmen. It is said that he hired them from Highland City at 10 times the price. It's really, I don't even think that silver mine can save him. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of savages in the territory, but there are only a few hundred people in Huon. You must be aware of the danger hidden in this imbalance. Sooner or later, it will lead to turmoil. Also, he is still planting mountain grapes, as if preparing to make wine. Did he really think that wine made from such sour grapes could sell for a good price? Petter listened quietly, then smiled slightly and said, did you know? People are actually very similar to sheep. They like to gather together, eat the same grass, walk the same road, and all have the same white hair. However, occasionally some sheep are different. They are black. Because of their hair of different colors, they are often isolated by the flock, despised and rejected by the white sheep. But often it is these black sheep that will lead the flock to a new path. Bylan seemed a little unconvinced, and said, my lord, do you think Samuel Caesar is such a black sheep? But what about the mistakes he made? Petter shook his head, and said leisurely, following the rules is naturally nothing wrong, but deviant is doomed to be accompanied by mistakes and failures. Bylan was stunned. Petter said again, what's more, how do you know that? His methods of governing the territory are wrong. In the eyes of the white sheep, whatever the black sheep does is wrong, until it leads the sheep to find a new fertile land, grassland. Bylan nodded thoughtfully, but there was still some hesitation between his brows. He always felt that the black sheep in Lord Baelish's words seemed to have other hidden meanings, but he didn't dare to ask. Besides, praising someone as a black sheep always feels a bit awkward. At this moment, there was a burst of loud cheers from the pier. Following the reputation, Bylan saw a sea ship slowly approaching the territory. Our black sheep is back. Petter looked at the sea boat in the setting sun, with an expectant smile on his face. After that, he turned around and walked down the mound, heading towards the pier. Bylan quickly followed. On the pier, Samuel couldn't wait for the boat to come to a complete stop before jumping onto the trestle bridge. Impatiently, after an absence of 2 months, he wandered around the west coast of the river bend, and finally returned to his territory. Looking at the already unfamiliar place in front of him, Samuel couldn't hide his surprise. Has there been such a big change? Master, you are finally back. Haha, Gavin, thank you for your hard work." Samuel stepped forward and gave his butler a warm hug. This made Gavin, who was already extremely excited, couldn't help but shed tears. Subsequently, Samuel waved to the citizens gathered on the pier, thanking them for their warm welcome. "My lord, welcome back." The crowd also cheered enthusiastically. At this moment, Gavin finally remembered something, and hurriedly whispered in Samuel's ear, "Master, Lord Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance, has been waiting for you for 5 days." Peter Baelish. Samuel was taken aback. Of course he knows this thunderous name. A top player in the Game of Thrones, an ambitious man, a strategist who believes that chaos is the ladder. He actually came to his own territory, although it is indeed the responsibility of the Minister of Finance to supervise the minting of currency. It is only a silver mine, and Peter does not need to come all the way from King's Landing himself, right? Unless he came to Yingzui Island not just for the silver mine. Samuel became vigilant subconsciously. At this time, Peter was also escorted by the guards out of the crowd, and came to Samuel, showing an impeccable smile. "I finally see you, Sir Caesar." Samuel also calmed down, showing a harmless smile. "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Baelish." Chapter 58. Night falls. Piles of bonfires lit up on the beach by the sea, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and along with it, there were bursts of laughter. In order to welcome the return of the Lord, Yingzui Island held a grand bonfire dinner. Of course, there is not so much etiquette to talk about when the sky is sitting on the ground. Everyone is very casual, eating meat, drinking wine, and listening to the guards who followed the Lord to tell what they have seen along the way. Samuel and Peter Baelish walked side by side on the beach, chatting. "This place is very similar to my territory. It's all by the sea and full of rocks." A flash of memory flashed across Peter's face. However, the Shivering Sea is not as gentle as the Summer Sea. "I've never seen the Shivering Sea, and I really want to. I'm afraid you will regret it after seeing it." Peter laughed loudly. "In the depths of the Trembling Sea, it is said that there are countless ice giants living. Any ship, ice giant. I remember seeing an ice dragon from a book. Maybe all of them." Peter shrugged, and suddenly changed the subject. "Sam, do you know why I came to Eagle Isle myself?" Coming. Samuel's heart tightened, knowing that the real drama was coming. Peter Baelish, the biggest conspirator in Game of Thrones, would definitely not come to such a remote place as the Crimson Mountains just to see a silver mine. He must have a conspiracy. However, Samuel was not too nervous. After all, he knows the true face and conduct of this charming-looking Minister of Finance of the kingdom. This person wants to disrupt the Westeros continent, so that a small nobleman like him with a humble background can have a chance to climb up. Moreover, Peter, as a high-end player in the game of power, is best at hiding his purpose. For this reason, he will even do things that seem to be of no benefit to him, so that no one will cast suspicious eyes on him. He can calmly hide in a dark corner, use lies and tricks to manipulate the protagonists in the center of the stage to fight. To be honest, Lord Baelish, I am also surprised that you will come in person," Samuel said, honestly. Peter stopped and looked sideways at Samuel. "I actually want to see you in person, Sir Caesar." "See me?" "Yes, I can see the shadow of myself when I was young." Peter's eyes did not hide his appreciation. "Although your background is better than mine, you are not loved by your father. Hornhill, everything has nothing to do with you. So, you are the same as when I was young. You have almost nothing, and you are despised by everyone. But like me, you are unwilling to succumb to fate. I obtained from Duke John the position of tax collector in Seagull Town, and within 3 years I increased the town's tax revenue tenfold. As for you, you got a development order from the Duke of Metz, opened up a territory deep in the Crimson Mountains, and won the loyalty of tens of thousands of savages. So, even though you haven't even built a castle yet, I believe that one day, you will surprise the whole of Westeros." I have to say that Peter's words are extremely provocative. Coupled with his ups and downs, it can make anyone's blood boil after hearing it. Not to mention, this person is still a big man in a high position. Facing such admiration, no young man can hold back. It's a pity that this mockingbird met Samuel. No matter how beautiful he sang, but in Samuel's ears, there were whispers of the devil. What are the consequences of listening to Peter? Baelish, just look at what happened to Eddard Stark, Duke of the North. You really think too highly of me, Lord Baelish. Samwell put on an expression of being very excited, but still trying to maintain a humble expression. My eyes have never misread anyone. Petter said, with a smile. Also, I have always been willing to help the young heroes of the kingdom as much as I can, so as to accelerate their growth. You are such a generous elder. Samwell flattered him, and at the same time, he was curious about what the other party's so-called help would be. Petter took a step closer, put his hand on Samwell's shoulder, lowered his voice, and said, I know that it is difficult to develop in a barren land like the Crimson Mountains. Now that you have so many people to support, you must be in urgent need of money. Hearing this, Samwell suddenly became suspicious. Could the Iron Throne still pay to subsidize the pioneering lord? Is there such a good thing? But what Petter said next explained his doubts, and also shocked him. This silver mine is actually dispensable to the kingdom, but it is very important to you. That's why I came here in person, and I will leave a trustworthy person in Yingzui Islet to cooperate with you. Supervise the casting of the silver stag. Speaking of this, how could Samwell fail to understand the hidden meaning in Petter's words? This guy actually hinted that he could make fake accounts. As long as a part of the silver deer is kept privately, the taxes and fees he needs to pay to the royal family will be greatly reduced accordingly. Petter saw Samwell's astonished expression, and knew that the other party understood what he meant, so he smiled again and said, I know that this matter may not be so glorious, but believe me, this will not harm the interests of the kingdom, but it will enhance it. Our king is not a thrifty family man, so instead of letting the money if it was squandered by him after it was handed over, it would be better to leave it for you to expand the territory of the kingdom. Really is a high-sounding reason. Samwell lowered his head, as if caught in a fierce ideological struggle. But in fact, he was thinking about Petter Baelish's real purpose. The other party is definitely not really thinking about the country. This guy can't wait for the country to be in chaos. Petter probably saw the real reason why Madame Olenna sent him to Yingzui Island to develop, so he decided to add fire. The better the development of Yingzui Island, the greater the probability that Huan will attack Dorne. As long as the two sides fight, it will give a schemer like Petter a chance to take advantage of the fire. This should be his real purpose. Although he saw through Petter's real motive, Samwell found that he had no reason to refuse. Isn't it beneficial for him to retain a part of the silver deer? Although Petter's move has evil intentions, the benefits are indeed real. As for whether this move will hasten the war between Reach and Dorne, he feels that there is no need to worry at all. After all, he knows that it won't be long before the situation in King's Landing will deteriorate first, and King Robert will also die. At that time, Westeros will be a situation where all the heroes compete for the throne. Who will pay attention to a pioneer in the corner of the Crimson Mountains? Take it, of course, just to be on the safe side. Samwell knew that he couldn't take it all by himself. Otherwise, what if Littlefinger takes this matter as a trick to manipulate him in the future? So, after a difficult struggle, Samwell said, Lord Baelish, what you said is reasonable. In addition, I am willing to give you a part of the silver deer. After all, a big man like you who is dedicated to serving the country will definitely need money. Petter took a deep look at Samwell, showing a satisfied smile, as if his purpose of doing this was to get this benefit. Chapter 59. On the wharf outside Yangwu City, there are several merchant ships docked for loading and unloading goods. On the mast of one of them hung a lavender banner with crossed swords and a shooting star. This is the coat of arms of the Dane family, the Lords of Starfall City. Boss, there is a master looking for you. Captain Gilmore walked out of the cabin reeking of alcohol, and shouted impatiently, which master? Don't know. He didn't say you can't see for yourself. Damn idiot, but he doesn't have any family crest. What do I think? Gilmore frowned, cursed a few words in a low voice, but still got off the boat unsteadily. Then, he saw the master in the crew's mouth, a thin middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and elegant temperament, with a small beard on his chin. Although this person does not have any family coat of arms, the vicious Gilmore dares to bet all his wealth that he must be a nobleman. Gilmore stepped forward with a smile on his face. My lord, what are your orders? Petter Baelish casually threw a silver deer and asked without waiting for Gilmore to thank you, "Your ship is bound for Starfall City." "Yes, sir." "Are you going to Starfall City, too?" "No, I'm going to Yingzui Island." "Yingzui Island?" Gilmore touched his bald head suspiciously. "Sorry, sir, I don't think I've heard of this place before. It's just south of the estuary of the turbulent river, across a bay from Starfall City. You will pass by on the way to Starfall City from here, but it will be a little bit off course. If possible, I would like to take your boat too. Cost is not an issue." It seems to be a bit of an impression. Gilmore seemed to remember something. "However, Master, I remember that there is a barren mountainous area." "There is nothing. Are you sure you want to go there? Your information is outdated." Petter showed a characteristic smile. "There is now a territory there." "Territory?" "Yes, the Duke of Metz canonized the Pioneer Knight, and Sir Samuel Caesar has established a territory there." Hearing that the territory was established by the people of Huon, Gilmore's face changed slightly. Dornay and the Riverbend have a 1,000-year feud. Although Gilmore often stops at the port of the Riverbend people for business reasons, as a Dornish man, his hostility towards the Riverbend people in his bones can never be erased. There is nothing but rocks in that place. The people of Huon are crazy. Are they going to develop there? No one said anything, but there is a silver mine there. Silver mine? Gilmore's eyes could not restrain the golden light. Yes, I heard that the territory has already begun to take shape, with tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people. Gilmore's expression gradually became serious. That's really not small. When did this start? Why didn't I hear anything about it? It seems to be more than 4 months ago. There are tens of thousands of people in just 4 months. Although Gilmore doesn't know how to develop, he also knows how amazing this speed is. Yes, that is a young and promising pioneer knight, and I am going to visit him. Can you take your ship? Giller restrained his mind, nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, sir. I just want to go there and see." "Okay, when is your ship leaving?" "Leave on time at noon, sir." "Okay, then I'll go to the city first and come back later." "Yes, sir." Gilmore looked at Petter's figure in the distance, suddenly slapped his head, and said to himself, "I forgot to ask that master's name." "Forget it, I'll ask him when he comes back. I don't know which family's master it is." After finishing speaking, Gilmore wobbled back to the boat. The time came to noon. Guillermo lay on the side of the boat, looking in the direction of Yangwu City. But he never saw the nobleman in the morning appearing again. He thought that the other party was just delayed, so he decided to wait a little longer. However, Gilmore didn't know that the noble lord he was waiting for had actually boarded a merchant ship bound for Bravos long ago and had already set sail. As the sun gradually set, Gilmore's patience was finally completely exhausted. He slammed the wine bottle in his hand onto the deck and shouted loudly, "No more. Let's go." After setting sail, Gilmore could not help thinking while steering the rudder, why don't you drop by Yingzui Island? Among the Crimson Mountains, a tall and majestic castle stands. Abruptly, the head of the city with a lavender flag fluttering, with a crossed sword and a shooting star printed on it. If you want to talk about the oldest family in Westeros, there may be some disputes, but if you want to talk about the oldest family in Dornay, it must be the Dane family in Starfall City. According to legend, in the Dawn era 10,000 years ago, the first Dane followed the fallen stars, came here, and built his own castle at the mouth of the turbulent river. His descendants ruled the mountainous area west of Dornay in the name of King of the Rapid River, until the Martell family, which united the Royner, conquered the whole of Dornay. Samuel Caesar, Esser Uric Sand, acting lord of Starfall City, frowned tightly. Which territory in the River Bend is Caesar a family? Why have I never heard of it? Gilmore stood cautiously in the hall and replied, "My lord, I have inquired. This Sir Caesar is actually the eldest son of the Tarley family of Hornhill. He was later conferred a pioneering knight by the Duke of Metz before he went to Yingzui Island to develop Hornhill, the Tully family." Uric frowned even tighter. Since he is the eldest son of the Tully family, why did he give up his right of inheritance and come out to develop this? Seeing Gilmore hesitating, Uric knew that the other party was also unclear. "Okay, you go down." "Yes, sir." After Gilmore left, Uric leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Although the territory of the Dane family includes the mountainous areas, Along the turbulent river, to be more precise, they only have enough influence on the east side of the river. The people live on their own. Not to mention that it is not along the turbulent river at all, but is already in Yingzui Island, which is further south of the river's estuary. However, the people of Huan actually built a city in the Crimson Mountains, and it was still near the mouth of the turbulent river, which made Uruk nervous. After all, it is not too far from Starfall City. Samuel was also the name of a great turbulent river king in the history of the Dane family. This king, nicknamed Spark, once captured a large area of territory in the south of the river Bend, even including Old Town. Now, there is a Samuel in the river Bend, what will he do? Uruk pondered for a while, then stretched out his hand to summon the attendant. And ordered, "Send a few trustworthy merchant ship owners, let them also go to Yingzui Island, inquire about the situation there, and report back to me." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 60 Yingzui Island. Todd Buddha Flower walked into the Lord's cabin and saluted Samuel. "Lord Caesar, what do you need from me?" "Yes." Samuel raised his head from a pile of documents, and said, "I want you to go to Highgarden, collect the refugees as much as possible, and bring them back to Yingzui Island." "Refugees?" Todd frowned and reminded, "My lord, even if they are refugees, they are still the leaders of the Tyrell family. You can't." Before he finished speaking, Todd saw Samuel throwing a parchment over. He quickly reached out to catch it, opened it, and suddenly found that the Duke of Mace had allowed Samuel to go to Highgarden to collect the refugees and bring them back to Yingzui Island. Todd was stunned for a while, apparently not expecting Samuel to be able to persuade the Duke of Metz to agree to sign such an order. This is literally, Todd didn't know what adjective to use, but he recognized the signature of the Duke of Mace, and he also believed that unless Samuel didn't want to stay in the river Bend any longer, he would never dare to forge such a thing. So, he decisively shut his mouth. "You take 50 people to High Court and tell those refugees that I will take care of their food and housing here. As long as they are willing to work, they will have work points. Well, you know the work point system, and you can explain it to them when the time comes. Every refugee who successfully arrives at Yingzui Island can immediately get a bounty of 10 copper coins. Remember, as long as you are willing to come, no matter men, women or children, I want them all, and the more the better." "Yes, my lord." Todd actually wanted to ask, "If too many people come, can you really afford it?" But when the words came to his lips, he still didn't say them. Because now he finds that he can't understand the young pioneer knight in front of him more and more. The way the other party fights, earns money, and manages the territory all seems so unreasonable, but the fact is that he repeatedly it worked. This new territory is also flourishing at an alarming rate. Todd felt that he was not qualified to persuade such a lord at all. In his eyes, Samuel may not be the wisest lord, but he is definitely the most amazing one. Walking out of the lord's hut, Todd was thinking about who to take to Highgarden, when he suddenly heard a noise coming from the direction of the pier. Another merchant ship. Todd frowned subconsciously. Although it is no secret that there have been ships supplying food and supplies to and from Yingzui Island, there is a new pier here, but recently, there have been too many merchant ships coming. However, considering the geographical location of Yingzui Island, it seems that this place does have the potential to become a good port. Todd didn't think much, turned around and walked out. Not long after he left, Samuel also walked out of the Lord's cabin. He looked at the bustling pier, but his eyes gradually narrowed. Different from the nervous Todd, Samuel has realized that these merchant ships have come very strangely. Too much. Even if the news that Yingzui Island has a new territory has spread, it shouldn't suddenly attract so many merchant ships to dock. Moreover, he also noticed that these merchant ships basically came from Dornay. This made Samuel realize that his territory might have attracted the attention of the Dornay lords. Although he had expected this day to come, he never expected that it would come so soon. No, Samuel immediately realized that these Dornay merchant ships seemed to have gradually increased shortly after Littlefinger, Petter Baelish left. Reminiscent of this person's fear of chaos in the world, it is very likely that this is the news he sent to the Dornish people. Thinking of this, Samuel strode towards the pier. Along the way, people saluted and greeted him one after another. Samuel nodded in response, and soon saw a merchant captain named Tang En on the pier. "Dear Lord, Thank you for allowing us to dock here. You're welcome. This is a free port, and any friendly people are welcome. Samuel saw the flag on the mast and asked, "Are you from Starfall City?" "Yes, my lord. Did your Starfall City receive any big shots in the past month?" "An important person." Tang Yen looked confused. "What kind of important person are you referring to?" "A great man from King's Landing." "King's Landing?" Tang Yen thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "My lord, I have never heard of any master from King's Landing coming to Starfall City recently." Samuel nodded, not too surprised. After all, with the cautiousness of Little Finger, it is really unlikely that he will go to Starfall City in person. In that case, the traces of his deliberate provocation will be too obvious. "Where did you know that Yingzui Island has built a pier?" "It has been spread all over the pier of Starfall City, as well as Jaoyan City and Bremen City. Everyone is discussing that they may be able to supply supplies from you in the future." But what? However, your pier here is still a bit crude. The pier is not long enough, there are not enough berths, there is no warehouse, food and fresh water are also. Sorry, my lord, I didn't mean to offend. It's okay. Samuel waved his hand with a smile. Your suggestions are very good, but my territory has just started construction and it will take some time to perfect. By the way, who is your master in Starfall City now? In management. He remembered that the current bloodlines of the Dane family in Starfall City are extremely withered. Especially the main lineage, who are sick, dying, and jumping into the sea. It seems that there is only one underage child who inherits the position of the head of the family. It's Lord Uruk Shad. Uruk Shad. Shad is the common surname of Dorn's illegitimate son. This Uruk is probably the illegitimate son of the Dane family, and he is temporarily managing Starfall City on his behalf. However, Samuel did not find this name from his memory, so he included the other party in the soy sauce contestant, and then asked, "I remember the Earl of Starfall City. Edric Dane, right, where is he now?" "Master Edric went to Black Harbor City, and I heard that he became the servant of Earl Beric Dondarrion." Hearing Beric Dondarrion's name, Samuel finally remembered a lot. Isn't this guy the Lightning King, with 7 lives? The lucky one who shoulders the mission of the true god? Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a poor worm. Even if you want to die, you can't die until you complete your mission. I remember that this Lightning King married Edric Dane's aunt, so he brought the young and helpless Earl of Starfall City to Black Harbor City to teach. Samuel pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "You help me bring a letter back to Starfall City, telling Sir Uruk that I am going to visit." Tang Yen was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Yes, my lord." Chapter 61 Inches Mom, what a big change here. Natalie held her mother Nora's arm, looked around with her vivid purple eyes, and finally let out a sigh of emotion. It's really big. The mother and daughter walked on the flat stone road of Yingzui Islet, looking at the busy savages passing by, as well as the neat wooden houses, towers, and castles rising from the ground. They seemed to be coming here in a trance. Arrived in a busy city. It's hard to imagine that just a few months ago, this place was just a barren and uninhabited valley. Natalie wanted to see the castle, which had already laid the foundation and built the outer wall about 3 feet high, but was dragged by her mother to the orphanage. The yard is not big, it is simply surrounded by a fence, and there are more than a dozen wooden houses built inside. Hundreds of children gathered in the square surrounded by the houses. The older ones are 11 or 12 years old, and the younger ones are only 3 or 4 years old. They were all wearing shabby animal skin clothes, shaking their heads and singing, "Heavenly Father has a resolute and strong face, adjudicating fallacies and upholding justice, judging the length of good fortune and longevity, loving children with kindness. The Virgin brings the blessing of life, guarding and caring for every woman, her smile ends the fight, and she tenderly caresses the little children. The warrior stands before the enemy." Nara knew that this was the song of the 7 gods. She was not surprised by this. After all, the Lord is a knight of the 7 gods, and he will definitely spread the belief of the 7 gods in the territory, which is understandable. Moreover, the other party did not use strong means to force all the citizens to convert to the 7 gods, which is already very kind. There are many elderly people around this group of children. Some of them sing along, some bask in the sun with their eyes squinted, and some do some simple handicrafts. However, These people are full of smiles on their faces. It seems that I am very satisfied with my life here. After the Song of the Seven Gods was sung, the children skillfully changed to another song. Nora hadn't heard this song before, but after listening to it for a while, she realized that it was actually a song praising the young lord, and the lyrics were quite explicit, thanking the Lord for giving us food. Thanking the Lord for giving us shelter, we are forever grateful. Mother, that Lord is not ashamed. He actually asked someone to write a song for himself. Natalie whispered in her mother's ear. Nara also wanted to laugh, but she still defended the other party. However, he is really not bragging. These old people and children have been well taken care of. Natalie's small mouth under the veil pouted, but she didn't refute. After watching for a while, the mother and daughter left the orphanage and headed for the Lord's cabin. Lord Caesar. Haha, Mrs. Nora, I've been looking forward to you for a long time. Samuel warmly stood up and welcomed you. He glanced at the little girl next to Nora, who was almost printed out of a mold, and said clearly, "This must be your daughter, right?" "Yes, this is my daughter. Natalie." Natalie bowed her knees and bowed to Samuel, and then she retracted behind her mother, only curiously looking at the young River Bend nobleman in front of her with her vivid purple eyes. Samuel smiled gently at the little girl, and then asked Nora, "Madam Nora, have you found the ghost grass I want?" Nora nodded, and handed over an animal skin bag. "We found a total of 54 plants this time." Samuel took it quickly, opened it and saw that it was indeed the ghost grass that he ate before that could increase spiritual attributes, nodded in satisfaction, and then took the corresponding silver deer to Nora without counting it in detail. Nora took the silver deer, thanked her again, and then asked, "Master Caesar, there is something I want to discuss with you. You say, I want the elderly and children of the Yuya tribe to stay in your orphanage. I don't know what price we need to pay for this." Samuel smiled and said, "The orphanage is prepared for my subjects, so as long as you become my subjects." Nora pondered for a moment, then shook her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, my lord, it's not that we don't want to submit, but that the wandering crows have always only served the old gods. So, however, we can pay money, or ghost grass, animal skins, and dried meat." Samuel interrupted. "Surrendering to me does not prevent you from continuing to serve the old gods. You should be clear that I have never forced my subjects to convert to the seven gods. You can even continue your old way of life, as long as you continue to serve the old gods on a regular basis. Just pay my taxes." Nara's eyes were still struggling. Seeing this, Samuel said again, "If you really don't want to surrender, there is another way. Any solution?" Samuel pointed to the little girl who was shrinking behind her mother. "Let your daughter stay in Yingzui Island, so that I can safely accept the old people and children of the Yuya tribe into the orphanage. Don't worry, I will treat her like my own sister." When Natalie heard this, her eyes widened immediately, her hands tightly clutching her mother's sleeves, like a frightened deer. Nara hesitated for a moment, and said, "My lord, I need to think about it before I give you an answer." "Yes." Samuel nodded. "I will leave for Starfall City in 3 days, just give me an answer before then." When talking about Starfall City, Samuel stared closely at Nora's eyes, and then he really noticed a well-hidden fluctuation. It seems that this Nora may really be a Sharadane, and her so-called amnesia is probably just a lie. But then there was a question. Since Ashara didn't lose her memory, why didn't she return to Starfall City? Are mountains more comfortable than castles? Okay, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Nora turned around and left the hut with her daughter as if nothing had happened. Out the door, Natalie hugged her mother's arm and shouted, "Mother, I don't want to stay here. I want to follow you all the time." "Stupid child, how could you have been following me?" Nora's eyes flickered with a lonely expression. She pointed to the castle under construction in front of her. "Didn't you always want to live in a majestic castle? Follow me. No. Then I will live in the castle with you too. Natalie, listen to me." Nora's expression became serious. "We have been taken care of by the Crow tribe for more than 10 years, and it's time to give back to them. Besides, it's better for you to stay in Yingzui Island. It's better for me to run around in the mountains. I'm going to follow you everywhere." Natalie's tone was already crying. Na stretched out her hand to wipe off the crystals from the corners of her daughter's eyes. But she didn't expect to wipe more and more. But her tone is still strong. Natalie, you are different from me. You do not belong to this mountain forest, but should soar in a wider world. I once heard the whisper of the gods under the heart tree, he should treat you there or other. Arrangements. Natalie threw herself into her mother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Nara caressed her daughter's hair, looked up to the northeast. Her eyes seemed to cross the vast bay and saw the castle flying the purple flag. Complicated emotions filled Nora's heart, making her speechless for a while. Only silently read in my heart, I can't go back, but hope. Can you go back? Chapter 62. The turbulent river emerges from the depths of the Crimson Mountains, rushes southward, travels tens of thousands of miles, and finally flows into the Sea of Summer. After the turbulent water flowed into the sea, it also changed its violent posture and became calm. On the sapphire-like sea, a ship is going upstream. Natalie stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the faintly visible castle in the distance, with curiosity and apprehension in her purple eyes. At this time, she was not wearing a veil, revealing her delicate and beautiful face, and the animal skin clothes on her body were also changed into a blue dress. Under the skirt, her slender and well-proportioned legs were shining like jade in the sunlight. Luster. Kadu stood behind Samuel, seemingly performing his duties as a servant, waiting for orders from his master at any time, but in fact, his eyes were always sneaking at the girl's thigh. The ignorant savage boy had never seen such a beautiful girl before, and he became obsessed without knowing it. Perhaps feeling Kadu's prying eyes, Natalie turned her head and glared at the young man, then snorted softly. What are you looking at, brat? Kadu turned his head in a panic, his face flushed red. After a while, he muttered, unconvinced. I'm already 14 years old, I'm not a brat. Unfortunately, Natalie ignored him at all. Holding her clean chin with both hands, she asked in a longing tone, my lord, do you think the Dane family will hold a ball to entertain you? Samuel glanced at the girl beside him and said with a smile, what? You want to go to the dance? Just curious. Even if there is a ball, it is for noble ladies. Kadu couldn't help but interjected. Seems to want to use this to dispel some of Natalie's illusions of being out of place. Natalie turned her head and glared at Kadu again, but she still froze. Yeah, she is just a savage, how can she be qualified to attend the noble ball? Samuel looked at the approaching Starfall city, thinking about his own worries, and didn't have time to comfort the self-pitying girl. His visit to the Dane family this time was also in response to Petter Baelish's provocation by Littlefinger. Of course, he also knows that this kind of provocation is an unbreakable conspiracy. With the prosperity of Yingzui Island, it will inevitably arouse the fear and vigilance of the lords of Dornay, especially the lords of Starfall City. It is even very likely that a war will break out. However, Samuel didn't want to completely eliminate the fear of the Dornish people, he just wanted to buy himself some time. The last time Yangwu City Qingting Island Old Town traveled, he bluffed a lot of money and food, and now the construction of the territory has entered the fast lane. In just 4 or 5 months, his castle will be basically completed. At that time, he can officially become a member of the Lord of the River Bend, and Yingzui Island will also be included in the territory of the River Bend. If the Dornishmen fight again at this time, it will be a declaration of war on the River Bend. The Duke of Mace must not be able to turn a blind eye. So, when he came to Starfall City this time, whether it was through wooing, deceiving, misleading, in short, he must try his best to ensure that the acting city lord will not have the idea of Yingzui Island in a short time. Samuel feels that this goal is not difficult to achieve. After all, the acting city lord of Starfall City is just a Shad, not Dane. He should not have enough prestige and motivation to instigate a foreign war. As long as these 4 or 5 months are passed safely, the Dornishmen will die down and dare not come to fight. After all, Dorne is really good at playing defensive counterattack, but if they are really separated from the protection of the Crimson Mountains and the familiar desert climate, they are really not the opponents of the people of the river. Whether it is material or military strength, the River Bend is the most existence among the 7 kingdoms. As long as this dangerous period passes, Samuel can calmly build a territory, start trading to earn money, and gradually conquer the savages in the Crimson Mountains. As for whether to cooperate with Madame Olena's plan to invade Dornay through the turbulent river in the future, that can be discussed in the long term. Samuel felt that even if he really wanted to fight Don, he should choose an appropriate time. For example, after the death of King Robert, or a little later, after the death of Ed Stark, the Duke of the North, King's Landing will be in chaos, so that no other forces will take care of him. Moreover, he can also use this to attract all the energy of the river bend to Dornay, so that the Tyrell family may not rush to stand in line at the beginning of the War of the Five Kings like in the original book. Marjorie might not have to marry that guy Renly. However, he also clearly knows that the development of things cannot all go according to his expectations. Even the most far-sighted conspirator in Game of Thrones dare not say that everyone can act according to his own script, and he certainly dare not. Moreover, he always felt that Littlefinger, Petter Baelish's plan would not be limited to this. Since this guy wants to provoke a war between Hebend and Dornay, he probably won't go to the current level. Because Petter is not like him, he can predict that there will be a turmoil in the future. From Petter's point of view, if the conflict between Starfall City and Eagle Isle cannot be provoked as soon as possible, then when Samwell's castle is completed, the Dornish people will definitely retreat, and there is no telling when this battle will be fought up. So, Samwell felt that this insidious Littlefinger might have a backhand. Just don't know what exactly, Lord Caesar. The captain poked his head out from the cockpit, interrupting Samwell's meditation. We are going to dock. The sea boat sailed into Bravos. From under the Titan statue, passed through the crowded Long Canal, and finally docked at the square dock. Littlefinger, Petter Baelish got off the pier, didn't stop at this bustling market, and went straight to the Isle of Gods. The finance minister of the Iron Throne seemed to be very familiar with the free city-state across the narrow sea, and came to a windowless temple with ease. The gates of the temple are a pair of tall carved wooden doors. The left one is made of weirwood, white as bones, and the right one is made of sandalwood, black as the abyss. A crescent moon is carved in the middle of the two doors. This is the temple dedicated to the god of thousand faces, the temple of black and white. Dong dong. Petter tapped twice on the wooden door, then took a step back. Not long after, the wooden door opened, and a young man came out. He was wearing a black and white robe, with empty eyes and an indifferent expression, as if nothing could arouse his interest. Petter didn't look at this person's face at all, because he knew that these faceless people in the House of Black and White had countless faces, and you would never want to know which face was their true appearance. The god of many faces served by the faceless man is also called the god of death. As the best assassins, the faceless ones believe that death is a merciful relief. As long as you pay the price, they will take the life of anyone in the world as a sacrifice to the god of many faces. Everyone is mortal, Petter said, leaning slightly. Everyone needs to serve. The faceless man who came out of the door replied, and then asked, why did the man come here? Petter handed over a large bag of gold coins and said, I want to sacrifice 2 people to the god of many faces. The faceless one took the bag and said calmly, God needs their names. Petter's mouth was slightly upturned, and said, Edric Dane. Alilia Dane. However, the faceless one shook his head, not enough. Not enough. Petter's face changed, and he pointed to the money bag in the opponent's hand. Do you want to count it carefully? The money is already enough to hire a mercenary group to do this job. If you don't want to do it, keep it secret. I will come to you. No. To sacrifice to the gods, you need to pay the most precious things. A copper coin from the poor is better than a golden dragon from the rich. For you, this money is only enough to sacrifice a name to the gods. Petter was a little angry. This is almost all of my net worth. Isn't it pious enough? The faceless man still shook his head, but money is not what you value most. Petter froze for a moment. He suddenly realized that the other party might have recognized his identity. But before he could speak again, the faceless man said again, then trade it with your life. What's the meaning? Only life can be exchanged for death. The faceless man said devoutly, help someone save someone, and someone will help you kill one. Who are you saving? Where is he? Jaqen Hagur, the Black Prison of the Red Keep. The Black Prison in the Red Castle is the prison of the royal family, and many serious criminals are detained in it. But Petter didn't have the slightest impression of the name the faceless man said. It doesn't look like an important person. Petter felt relieved, nodded and said, deal. But I want those two people to disappear as soon as possible, you better act fast. Okay. Within a month, God will take those two names. Chapter 63. Stars fall into the city. In a market on the east side of the pier, Samuel finished shopping around and walked into a wooden house. Inside the house, Natalie was standing by the window, motionless. Opposite her, a young man covered in various dyes was painting on a piece of canvas. Are you done? It's almost there. It's almost there. Please wait a little longer. Samuel walked behind the young painter and carefully looked at his work. Not bad, although there is no charm at all, but at least it is similar. An artist randomly found in the market can paint like this, and the requirements should not be too high. Waiting for the artist to finish finishing, Samuel threw a silver stag over. Are you ready? Let me see, let me see. Natalie rubbed her stiff waist and trotted over to look at the painting. The little girl is not as picky as Samuel. She probably saw an oil painting for the first time, and it was a portrait of herself, so she couldn't take her eyes away immediately. But before she could see enough, Samuel reached out and took the painting away. Oh I haven't finished watching it yet. If you want to see yourself in the mirror, this painting is useful to me. What are you using my painting for? Natalie seemed to react. Her eyes suddenly became a little vigilant. Children don't ask too much about adults' affairs. Samuel responded casually and walked out. Natalie snorted softly, and quickly followed. Out the door, Samuel reached out to recruit two guards, then turned to Natalie and said, they accompany you around the market. I have something to do, and I will be back soon. Where are you going? Natalie panicked all of a sudden. I want to follow you. Samuel pointed to the towering castle not far away, and said, I'm going to visit the Dane family, you wait here. Why didn't you take me there? Natalie was suddenly aggrieved. I'll take you there next time. Samuel stepped forward, waving his hands. Without looking back, next time. Sir Ulrich, thank you for your hospitality. Samuel ate the bread and salt, stepped forward and saluted. Welcome to Starfall City, Sir Caesar. Ulrich Shad said with a half smile. It seems that he doesn't want to hide his dislike for Samuel at all. Samuel didn't care about the attitude of the other party. After all, Huon and Dornay had a 1,000-year feud, and the acting Castellan of Starfall City was considered polite if he could maintain the superficial etiquette. The two of them entered the castle and sat down in the living room. The maid served coffee and dessert, and then quietly left. Sir Caesar, what is your business in Starfall City this time? Samuel took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. Actually, I have nothing to do, I just want to meet my neighbors. You must know that I have opened up a new territory in Yingzui Island. Ulrich interrupted rather rudely. Then you'd better build the castle as soon as possible. Before that, Yingzui Island can't be regarded as your territory. Soon. Samuel didn't seem to notice the provocation in Ulrich's words at all. In about 2 years, my castle will be built. 2 years. Ulrich secretly recorded the time. The speed is not bad, not too slow. Samuel immediately began to pour out bitter water. Oh, if those savages are always lazy in their work, they will definitely be faster. Moreover, the land in Yingzui Island is barren and there is no way to grow food. I can only transport it from outside. It's too expensive. Ulrich was not in the mood to listen to this person's complaints, so he interrupted. I heard that a silver mine was discovered in Yingzui Island. Yes, but it is difficult to feed so many people with this silver mine alone. Samuel said with a sad face, I have no choice but to start making wine and selling it. Sir Ulrich, do you want to buy a batch of mine? Have a drink. Ulrich also heard about this from the captains, who went to inquire about the news before, so he asked curiously, what kind of wine do you brew? It's a wine made from mountain grapes. I call it brandy. I just brought some with me this time. You can try it. As he spoke, Samuel asked his attendant Kadu to take out the brandy and pour Ulrich a glass of wine. The rich aroma of wine dissipated, which immediately attracted Ulrich's attention. He picked up the glass and drank it down. Dornay people have a strong taste, so they usually like to add some spicy spices to their drinking, but when they drink distilled spirit brandy, they are immediately fascinated. It's really good wine. Ulrich couldn't help but praise. Samuel took the opportunity to sell and said, if you think this wine has a future in Dornay, why not cooperate with us? I will be responsible for the supply and you will be responsible for the sales. Uruk rolled his eyes and asked cautiously, how much do you supply? 10 silver stags to a gallon. This is my uniform supply price to the Tyrell, Hightower, and Redwin families. You have asked these 3 families to help sell it, yes. However, in Dornay, you are still my first partner, and maybe you will be the last one. Uruk rubbed his wine glass, lost in thought. He noticed that Samuel had always been talking about cooperating with himself, not with the Dane family. This means that all the profits from brandy sales will go into his personal pocket. Although as the acting city lord of Starfall City, it is unreasonable to cooperate with a river bender, let alone a guy who is building a territory near the mouth of the turbulent river. However, Uruk was still moved. As an illegitimate child, no matter how long he has been the deputy city lord, no matter how well he has done during this period, Starfall City is not his after all. The profit from selling brandy actually went into his pocket. What's more, Uruk knew that as the real owner of Starfall City, Earl Edric Dane, was about to come of age, he would not be able to hold the position of acting city lord for long. That being the case, why not make a fortune before losing power? As for the threat of Yingzui Island, anyway, there are still 2 years before the castle is completed, so I will leave it to Earl Edric to have a headache. Thinking of this, Uruk changed his attitude of perfunctory hostility before, and the smile on his face suddenly became sincere. Good. Sir Caesar, I am willing to cooperate with you. Samuel felt relieved, knowing that the crisis in the territory was temporarily lifted. He signed a consignment contract with Uruk with a smile, discussed the details of the wine supply, and then changed the subject, saying, by the way, Sir Uruk, when I came here today, I happened to see a portrait at the Pier Market. The person in the painting has brown hair and purple eyes. He looks like a lady from the Dane family. I wonder if you know. As he spoke, Samuel asked Kadu to show Natalie's portrait. Uruk glanced at the painting, then smiled and said, this painting should be of Miss Ashara Dane when she was young. Where did you find this painting? Bought from a businessman who came to Yingzui Island. Samuel deliberately put on a look of expectation. Is that Miss Ashara married now? Uruk glanced at Samuel, seemed to see through his mind, shook his head and said, sorry, Sir Caesar, Miss Ashara unfortunately fell into the sea and died more than 10 years ago. Samuel suddenly looked disappointed. Uruk said with a smile, Sir Caesar, the last lady of the main branch of the Dane family, has also married to Black Harbor City. If you are interested, I can introduce you to a few ladies from the sideline. There's no need. Samuel laughed and changed the topic to other aspects. There is no longer any doubt in my heart about the identity of the mysterious female patriarch of the Yuya tribe. Chapter 64. The stars and the moon hang upside down on the smooth mirror-like sea, and the boats rippling with the microwave are like a baby's cradle. Gently lull everyone on board to sleep. Samuel suddenly felt a call from the sky. In the dark night sky, there seemed to be something attracting his mind. He ran up. At first it was a leisurely stroll, then faster and faster. Running higher and higher, the cool sea breeze whistling in his ears, as if whispering something in a low voice. It's just that no matter how he runs, he can't get closer to the sky. Samuel stopped suddenly, looked down, then I saw the sea surface reflecting the entire starry sky, and the small ant-like sea ship above it. I'm flying. Samuel finally realized this. He swooped down sharply, skimming across the sea. The steep ridge rushed into view suddenly, and the red rock was like sharp claws stained with blood, which made his heart beat faster and he couldn't hold it. He plunged into the forest. Countless fresh smells rushed towards his face in an instant. Squirrels hiding in tree holes, wild snakes hiding in bushes, and elk standing up vigilantly in caves. This made him suddenly have an instinctive impulse to hunt. Fortunately, Samuel restrained this urge and moved on. Woods and hills are endless, stretching far away, until the end of sight and smell. The never-before-seen wonderful experience made Samuel immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. The mountain wind suddenly became restless, and the trees gradually thinned out. A huge weirwood suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The lush branches and leaves covered the sky and the sun, which made him feel a little bit of fear. The next moment, the huge and ancient human face carved on the weirwood suddenly opened its eyes, boom. Samuel suddenly woke up from the bed as if struck by lightning. Hoo-hoo, he gasped for breath, only to realize that he was covered in cold sweat. This dream, so real. Samuel calmed down and found that he was no longer sleepy. Got up and took a sip of water. He opened the hatch and came to the deck. The night is dark, only the sound of the waves beating gently can be heard. Samuel walked casually on the deck, thinking about the dream just now in his mind. Turning a corner, he suddenly found that there was a person in front, Natalie. The girl leaned on the ship's side, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, the soft starlight sprinkled on her face, outlining a delicate outline. "Can't you sleep too?" Samuel walked over and asked. Natalie turned her head and saw that it was Samuel. She immediately turned her head away, snorted softly, and ignored him. "Yo, still angry about what happened yesterday?" Natalie snorted again, still ignoring the hateful man beside her. "Do you know why I didn't take you to the Dane family's castle?" This time Natalie didn't moan, she seemed to want to know the answer to this question too. It's just that the Tsunere girl doesn't want to take the initiative to ask. "Because you are so beautiful," Samuel said with a smile. He still knows how to coax a woman. Sure enough, Natalie froze for a moment, then quickly turned her head to look at Samuel, and then turned around immediately. "Liar. As a knight, I never lie." Samuel lied without blushing. 2 red clouds appeared on Natalie's face. She turned her head timidly, and asked in a low voice, "Why can't you enter the castle if you are too beautiful? Why did you and your mother wear veils?" In order to block the coveted eyes of those men, Natalie seemed to understand in the middle of speaking, and pouted, "Then I can put on the veil again and follow you." "That's too rude." Samuel shook his head. "And what right do you have to wear a veil in front of the men of the Dane family? Do you really think of yourself as a princess?" Natalie lowered her head aggrievedly, but she also knew that the other party was telling the truth, so she stopped arguing. But a hint of sweetness suddenly rose in my heart. He was afraid that I would be robbed by the Dane family. Could it be? No, sorry. He is a nobleman, I am just a savage. We are impossible. Not necessarily. I heard that there was once a master in Jaoyan City who fell in love with a wild woman. The little girl's heart was suddenly filled with complex emotions such as joy, shyness, and worry. Samuel hadn't realized that the few words he just casually coaxed people had caused the little girl around him to stage a wonderful love drama in his mind. "By the way, have you Crow tribe been there?" Samuel suddenly pointed to the shore and asked. "Huh." Natalie was still immersed in the story she wove, unable to react. "Haven't you been following in the footsteps of the old gods? Do you have any impression of that mountain forest? Is there a huge weirwood tree in it? There are human faces carved on it. Did you carve it?" Natalie looked at the direction Samuel was pointing at, and shook her head hesitantly after looking at it for a while. "I don't remember being there, and I don't know if there is a weirwood there. However, we are not the only ones who believe in the old gods in the Scarlet Mountains. It is probably the faces carved by savages from other tribes." Samuel was a little disappointed. "Why did you suddenly ask this question?" Natalie asked, curiously. Samuel let out a long breath and said, "I had a dream just now. In the dream, I seemed to be able to fly, and I just flew there and saw a weirwood." After Natalie heard this, the expression on her face suddenly became a little strange. Samuel noticed this and asked, "What's wrong?" "I had a similar dream when I was a child." "Then what?" "Then." Natalie suddenly stopped talking. But Samuel seemed to understand something. He suddenly remembered that the young Master Bran of the Stark family in the original book had a similar dream. In the dream, he seemed to be a direwolf. Skin changers. Consciousness enters the body of an animal, isn't this the ability of a skin changer? Samuel suddenly realized. Could it be that his consciousness just now possessed a bird? But why did I suddenly have this ability? He remembered that only the descendants of the first men would have this ability, and it seemed that they had to be believers in the old gods. Samuel suddenly thought that he had eaten a lot of ghost grass during this period, and his spiritual attribute had increased to 1.75. Could it be because of this? It seems that his previous guess was correct. The attribute of spirit is related to the mysterious side. Although he is still unable to freely manipulate the consciousness-possessed animals, as his spiritual attributes continue to grow, he should be able to become a real skin changer. In addition, Samuel also noticed that Natalie was hesitant to speak just now. This made him suspect that the little girl beside him might also be a skin changer. Thinking of this, he turned his head, just in time to meet Natalie's eyes looking at him. The four eyes met, and a panic flashed in the little girl's purple eyes. I'm sleepy, go back to sleep, good night. Before she finished speaking, Natalie seemed to run away. Chapter 65 Yingzui Island, the Lord's Cabin. Sit down. Samuel sat down at the round table first, and then invited everyone to sit around the table. However, everyone was a little hesitant. After all, they were not used to sitting at the same table with the Lord. Only Chiman sat down in the first position on the left of Samuel. With the leader, the rest of the people took their seats one after another. For this meeting, Samuel convened the village chiefs of the 14 villages under him, together with the domain steward Gavin, the craftsman leader Vito, the blacksmith leader Busso, and bachelor Kyburn, a total of 18 people. These people are the main managers in his territory. Originally, Todd Flowers was also counted as one, but this guy went to Highgarden to collect refugees and has not returned yet, so he was absent. After sitting down, Natalie, who was wearing a floral dress with slender legs, offered scented tea to everyone. After pouring the tea, although there was no place for her here, Natalie did not leave, but stood behind Samuel, looking like a well-behaved maid. Samuel didn't drive her away either, but just coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention away from the energetic and beautiful girl. Although the castle has not been built yet, and I am not yet an official lord, it will be a matter of time. Therefore, in order to better manage the territory, I decided to officially accept you as my retainers. Hearing this, everyone quickly stood up, some bent down to salute, some loudly swore allegiance, and some were so excited that they didn't know what to do, so they just giggled. Although the Lord's retainers didn't even touch the threshold of nobility, this still couldn't stop everyone from being proud of it, as if with this title, he was a superior person from now on. Samuel waved his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. There is no need to be so serious, all sit down, all sit down. This meeting, I also want to tell you about the obligations of retainers to the Lord. First and foremost, you are responsible for maintaining my authority and supporting every resolution I make. Secondly, you have the responsibility to advise me and help me manage the people and govern the territory. This kind of meeting will become a routine in the future, and it will be held once a month. At the meeting, you will report to me about your work, and I will also give instructions. Finally, when I launch a war order, you must answer the call, join my army, or provide logistical support for the army. If I am captured, you must find a way to raise a ransom to save me. After Samuel finished speaking, everyone quickly responded. Okay. Samuel pressed his hands down, stopped everyone's loyalty, and then turned to look at his butler. Gavin, I will let you introduce the current basic situation of the territory. Yes, my lord. Gavin got up and saluted Samuel, then sat down again, and said, currently, there are more than 12,300 people in the territory, including 184 soldiers and others. 100 new recruits. In addition, there are 35 dairy cows, 27 rough horses, 54 meat pigs, more than 40 yellow sheep, and more than 100 chickens and ducks. Counting the food supplies brought in from Yangwu City yesterday, the flour in the territory reached 1.3 million pounds, oats 700,000 pounds, and beans 500,000 pounds. In addition, we also stocked 50,000 pounds of jerky, and over 3,000 pounds of salt. While listening, Samuel calculated silently in his heart. Although it seems that there is a lot of food, it is not too much to share with more than 12,000 people. Not to mention the soldiers, they are full and have meat every day, and the other laborers, after all, do physical work and eat a lot. In order to speed up the construction of the castle and win people's hearts, Samuel never skimps on food, so the food consumed by the entire territory in a day is really amazing. The current reserves are enough to last for more than a month. This is the disadvantage of not being self-sufficient in food. No wonder no one has been developing such an extremely important strategic location. It's a bottomless pit. Fortunately, he has already signed food and material supply contracts with Yangwu City, Qingting Island, and Old Town, so he doesn't have to worry about food shortages for the time being. However, these contracts only have a free period of 3 months. If the subsequent supply is to continue, Samuel must spend real money to buy them. This is not a small sum. Fortunately, last time on Green Arbor Island, Samuel played the role wholeheartedly, and got a lot of golden dragons from the Lannister family, otherwise he must be panicking now. But this is only a one-off, and it is impossible to have such a good thing every day. If the territory wants to develop sustainably, it still has to rely on the two cash cows of brandy and silver mines. At this time, Gavin also began to introduce the brewing of brandy. Organized 300 female savages to pick wild mountain grapes in the nearby forest, and also opened up 900 acres of open space near the valley entrance, planted mountain grapes, and it is expected that the first batch will be harvested in half a year. Hearing this, Samuel interrupted, the planting area of mountain grapes will be doubled to 1,800 mu. And after this batch of planting is over, you will have to open up another piece of similar size to use it as a fallow crop. Don't worry about sales, our wine as long as it is brewed, there is no need to worry about selling it. And even if there is surplus, it can be kept for storage. Okay, my lord, Gavin quickly responded, and then continued, due to limited raw materials, the production of brandy cannot be increased for the time being. There are only 12 gallons per day. Hearing this number, Samuel frowned, but felt a little helpless. It is really difficult to increase the yield by picking wild mountain grapes alone. We can only expand the scale of production after the grapes planted in half a year are ripe. The steps of brandy brewing and distillation involved secrecy, so Gavin didn't go into details. Samuel turned to Bachelor Coburn again, saying, Cobain, tell me about the silver mining situation. Yes, my lord, Cobain nodded, and said in an unwavering tone, the mining and refining of silver mines are on the right track, and the daily output of silver is about 140 ounces. If there are more with the addition of more hands, the output can be further increased. Samuel roughly estimated based on the weight of the silver deer, which is equivalent to producing about 350 silver deer every day. Of course, there will be losses during the casting process, so the actual output will be lower than this. Moreover, this has to be shared with the royal family. Of course, because of the treasury minister with bad intentions, the royal family will not be paid too much tax. So, definitely a pretty decent income. With the output of this silver mine alone, more than 10,000 people in the current territory can live comfortably. Sure enough, mining is still making money. And it's just a silver mine, if it's a gold mine. No wonder the Lannister family is so rich and powerful. And they are willing to pay so much money in order to drive away the blind date competitors. Damn big dog. Jealousy changed Samuel's face beyond recognition, and he felt that his asking price last time was still low. Chapter 66. After hearing the output of silver, all the participants around the round table showed smiles on their faces. This is another purpose of Samuel's meeting, to give everyone confidence, convince them that the territory has a future. After talking about the silver mine, Vito, the chief craftsman, talked about the construction of the castle. Due to the availability of sufficient manpower, coupled with the work point system, kings from all walks of life have emerged one after another, and the construction of the castle is progressing very quickly. The foundation has been laid, and the outer city wall has been built to a height of 3 feet. According to this speed, the main project of the castle will be completed in about 4 months. At that time, Samuel will be able to apply to the Duke of Metz and officially become a Lord Baron of Eagle Mouth, Samuel Caesar. Thinking of this, Samuel couldn't help showing a smug smile. After Vito, it's the turn of the blacksmith Busso. Since there is no iron ore in the territory, Samuel actually did not ask his blacksmiths to make steel weapons. After all, it is more convenient to buy weapons directly than to buy iron ore from outside to make them. Therefore, the task he gave to those blacksmiths was mainly to cooperate with the Bachelor of Kebun to forge the silver deer. In addition, although Yingzui Island has no iron ore, there is definitely no shortage of animal skins, so Samuel did not buy the leather armor worn by the soldiers from outside, but let the blacksmiths make it. However, it's not true that none of the ironware was made by them. Samuel asked Busso to customize a warhammer for himself. Because with the continuous growth of strength attributes, Samuel felt that ordinary steel swords could no longer exert their strengths. Warhammer is the best choice. Quote, My lord, the Warhammer forged for you has been completed, you can try it later. Speaking of this, Buso was actually a little apprehensive. It's not that he doesn't have confidence in his craft, but because the Warhammer forged according to the Lord's request is too heavy. Although he had persuaded him many times, he still couldn't change the mind of the Lord, causing Buso to worry that this reckless young knight would make a fool of himself later. Very good. Samuel was very happy, praised Buso, and said that he would try the hand feeling after the meeting. Next, the 14 village chiefs also introduced the situation in their villages. In fact, none of them have anything to say. After all, most of the savages have been attracted to Yingzui Island, either as laborers, winemakers, or mines, and a small number of them can become soldiers under the Lord. The old, weak, sick and young have also entered the orphanage, so the villages outside are almost becoming uninhabited villages. It is estimated that after a while, these official positions such as village heads can be cancelled. The village chiefs present are also aware of this problem. Taking advantage of the opportunity of reporting work, they are trying to test the Lord, both in and out of words. Obviously, they do not want to lose the power in their hands, let alone lose their status as retainers. Of course, Samuel knew this well, so he took this opportunity to announce that all 14 village chiefs would be transferred back to Yingzui Islet to continue to serve as managers. The original villages no longer had village chiefs, but 14 villages unified the establishment of a traveling sheriff and a tax collector. After appeasing people's hearts, Samuel let everyone speak freely. They can make suggestions and ask questions. The crowd fell silent suddenly. They were not used to such a democratic meeting, and they were more used to listening to the Lord's orders. After a long while, Gavin broke the silence and asked, My lord, now these savages don't farm or hunt, but work for you, so how will they pay taxes in the future? Samuel smiled slightly. In fact, he had thought of this question a long time ago. It's just that he is still within the 3-month tax holiday period he promised, so he didn't bring up this issue. It doesn't matter, don't they all have work points? Just use work points to pay taxes. Pay tax with labor sharing. Gavin was stunned for a moment. That's right, didn't I promise that 1 work point can be exchanged for 1 copper plate, so work points are money. After the tax holiday is over, let them use work points to pay taxes. Okay. Gavin also understood and nodded in response. The young butler obviously failed to see the real subtlety of the system designed by his lord. Of course Samuel wouldn't say much. With Gavin taking the lead, everyone was no longer restrained, and one after another opened their mouths to make suggestions or ask questions. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. Before it ended, after the meeting, Samuel followed Buso to the blacksmith shop, ready to try his new weapon. My lord, this is it. Buso lifted the black cloth covering the weapon, hesitated for a moment and reminded, Be careful, it weighs 70 pounds. Yes, 70 pounds. Buso has never forged such a heavy weapon in his life. It was hard for him to imagine that someone could really wield such a hammer to fight. Samuel didn't care about Buso's attitude, and he also knew that his request was a bit unreasonable. No one would choose such a heavy weapon. But he is different. During this period of time, through continuous Krypton gold and Krypton silver, his strength attribute has reached an astonishing 4.02. After the attribute exceeds 4, Samuel finds that it will become extremely difficult to continue to improve. Now he wants to increase the strength attribute by 0.01, but it costs 30 golden dragons, or 200 silver stags. This made him suspect that even if he ate all the golden dragons fooled by the Lannister family last time, it might not be able to make the strength attribute break through 5. In this case, the price-performance ratio of continuing Krypton gold is too low. At this stage, it is a wiser choice to spend gold dragons on territory construction and arming the army. Moreover, he also discovered that using silver deer to increase the strength attribute is actually more cost-effective. Although the utility of 1 gold coin is equal to 6 or 7 silver stags, the common gold-silver exchange ratio in Westeros is 1:210. In addition, silver is already produced in the territory, So for a while, Krypton silver is the right way. In the future, it will be more cost-effective to switch back to Krypton gold after the utility of silver continues to decay to a certain extent. However, the strength attribute reaching 4.02 is already terrifying. Samuel doesn't know how powerful he is now, but an ordinary sword is no different from a branch in his hand. That's why he has to change weapons. The two-handed warhammer in front of him does look quite exaggerated. The huge hammer body is covered with spiral spikes, shining with an icy light, making it look chilling. Samuel stepped forward and lifted it up with only one hand. Tried the weight. Samuel nodded in satisfaction, then grabbed the handle. With both hands, swung it up violently, and smashed it towards the ground. Boom. It was like a muffled thunder, and the earth trembled. Everyone in the blacksmith shop was dumbfounded, looking at Samuel as if they were looking at a monster. It took a while for Buso to come back to his senses. His eyes had changed from suspicion to worship. My lord, you are a god. Please give it a name. Samuel smiled and carried the hammer on his shoulders, saying, call it Thunder. Chapter 67. Dorne, located at the southernmost tip of the continent of Westeros, is probably the only region among the Seven Kingdoms that is tired of this long summer. The continuous high temperature has aggravated the drought and barrenness in Dorne. Fresh water on land is as valuable as gold here, and the wells that can produce water are guarded by the lords with heavy soldiers. Located in the easternmost city of Dorne, Sunspear City, blown by the salty sea breeze and nourished by the Greenblood River, it is a rare city that is not plagued by drought. This is also the residence of the ruler of Dorne, the Martell family. Daemon Sand passed through the triple gate with heavy handles, bypassed the curved wall and reached the old palace, which was shaped like a sailing ship. I have something to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please follow me. The guard obviously knew the illegitimate son from God's Grace City, nodded at Daemon, turned around and began to lead the way. Although Dorne has surrendered to the Iron Throne, unlike the dukes of the other 6 countries, the Martell family still calls themselves Prince and Princess, in accordance with the tradition of the Roina. The Princess Daemon talked about is naturally the eldest daughter of the current Prince of Dorne, Arianne Martell. As the guards pushed open the dark brown door, Daemon smelled a strong fragrance of Mee flowers. He knew that this was Princess Arianne's favorite flavor. Stepping into the spacious palace, Daemon saw the Meowman figure sitting on the myrrh carpet at a glance. Your Royal Highness. Daemon suppressed his inner desire and restlessness, and stepped forward to salute. Arianne was looking at an old yellowed book, with a glass of red wine and a Sivas chessboard in hand. Hearing the sound, she put down the book in her hand and stretched out on the carpet, looking like a noble and elegant cat. She has olive skin, eyes, and black curly hair. She wears a thin lavender silk dress, covering her beautiful and plump body, but it can't hide anything. Her facial features are not perfect, but she has a strange magic power. Any man can no longer take his eyes away just by taking a look. Daemon, why are you here? Arianne's voice was lazy and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the listener's ears and scratch his heart. I have received important news, so I came to tell you immediately. Daemon looked at the princess in front of him obsessively. What news? Arianne asked casually, propping her chin with one hand. Edric Dane and Alilia Dane were attacked by a wild boar while they were out hunting and unfortunately died. Edric Dane, Alilia. Arianne didn't realize it at first, but soon she remembered the meaning of these 2 names. These are the last 2 heirs of the main branch of the Dane family in Starfall City. Bang dang. Arianne stood up abruptly from the carpet, and accidentally knocked down the wine glass beside her. The dark red wine soaked the expensive carpet, but she didn't care about it at all, but stared closely at Daemon's eyes, asked, You sure? Sure. Daemon nodded fiercely. It was my cousin who sent the news from Black Harbor City. He would not joke about such things. And he also said in the letter that although there is no evidence, but he still suspects that this is not a hunting accident, but a well-planned assassination. Assassination, of course. Arianne's eyes widened. Otherwise, it would be such a coincidence that the main branch of the Dane family just died out. She couldn't help wandering back and forth on the carpet, thinking. The bell tied around her ankle made a crisp sound, stirred Daemon's heart even more restless. He couldn't help lowering his voice and said, Your Highness, I suspect that this matter may have been done by Uruk Shad. Shad, are you talking about the acting city lord of Starfall City? Yes, he has the guts and ability. Ariane didn't seem to agree with this, and even if Edric and Alilia died, it wouldn't be his turn to inherit Starfall City as an illegitimate son. The Dane family, the offshoots, are not extinct. But what if Uruk can make great contributions and make everyone think that he is qualified to be named Dane? You know, he is the illegitimate son of the old Earl Davos. Once his identity is legalized, Starfall City will be his. It's gone. What great achievement! Ariane curled her lips, seemingly disdainful. Could it be that he can still enter the river Bend? Before she finished speaking, Ariane remembered something she had heard recently, and suddenly turned her head. Do you think he will attack Yingzui Island? That's right, Damon said with confidence. I can guarantee in the name of Liang, Longhalberd, and 7 gods that Uruk will definitely mobilize the soldiers and horses from Starfall City to attack Yingzui Island. Ariane looked at the flames flickering in the eyes of the illegitimate son of God's Grace City in front of him, and nodded secretly. Indeed, being the same as Shad, Demon must feel the same for Uruk's situation. If the head of the Arian family dies at this time, Damon, the illegitimate son, will definitely be willing to risk everything in order to inherit the City of Grace. Although the credit for capturing Yingzui Island is not great, it is worth Uruk's risk. Moreover, she also heard that a silver mine was dug out in Yingzui Island. From this point of view, it is indeed a treasure land of geomantic omen. If it can be successfully captured, maybe her father will really reward Uruk for his achievements and ask the king for a decree to legalize his illegitimate child status. I don't think Uruk dares to send someone to assassinate Edric and Alilia. Once word of this kind of thing gets out, he will be doomed. However, you are right about the other point. Uruk will definitely go attack Yingzui Island. That's right, Your Royal Highness, Damon asked excitedly. Should we participate in this battle? The reason why he brought this news at the first time was not only because he wanted to meet the princess who had been dreaming of him, but also because he knew very well that Princess Ariane was a person who was unwilling to be lonely. She will not miss this war. And he didn't want to continue to bear the surname of his illegitimate son for a long time. Of course, Ariane nodded as expected. Then let's ask His Royal Highness for instructions. Ask him to send an army to accompany us to Starfall City. Ariane shook her head slowly, saying, No, don't tell father yet. Let's go to Starfall City by ourselves. It's just an Eagle-Mouth Island, and the soldiers and horses of Starfall City are enough to capture it. Damon hesitated for a moment, but nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. Ariane turned and walked out of the hall. What she didn't tell Damon was that she hadn't seen her father for a long time. The ruler of Dornay always likes to stay in the water garden, and no one can easily see him except his younger brother, Prince Oberon. Yes, not even his own daughter, Princess Ariane. You must know that the Martel family follows the tradition of the Roiner people. Female heirs have the same inheritance rights as male heirs. Therefore, as the eldest daughter of the prince, Princess Ariane is the future ruler of Dornay. However, Ariane accidentally discovered a letter from his father to his younger brother Quentin, promising that he would become the ruler of Dornay. This made Ariane think that her father was going to deprive her of her inheritance. For this reason, she has cried, despaired, and resented, but as the Martel family saying, unbowed, unbent, unbroken, unbowed, unbent, unbroken, said, she still chose to be strong after all. She believes she can change her father's mind. She just needs a chance to prove herself. Prove that you have the ability to rule Dornay just like Nymeria, the warrior queen of Roiner. Chapter 68. Stars fall into the city. In the dark and empty underground cellar, only the sound of monks praying echoed. The clansmen and vassals of the Dane family gathered here to express their condolences for their young lord and his aunt. As the monk finished reciting the words, 8 knights stepped forward to put the coffins of Edric and Alilia into the grooves on the stone wall, allowing them to rest here with the ancestors of the Dane family. At this point, the funeral is over. The monk left first, as well as Earl Beric Dondarrion, who personally brought back the remains of his wife and nephew. He left the tomb full of shame without the face of continuing to face the people present. In addition, some guests who came to watch the ceremony also left one after another. Only the Dane family and some, Shad, did not move. They have solemn faces, but they seem to be expecting something. The Earl of Starfall City died without leaving any heirs. What's worse, the main line of the Dane family is dead. This brings up a serious problem: who should inherit the position of Earl of Starfall City? Although the main branch of the Dane family is extinct, the side branches are still thriving, so there is no need to worry about having no heirs. But the problem is that the succession order of the collateral line is a mess at all. No matter how many bachelors who are proficient in heraldry come, I am afraid that they will not be able to sort out the order of succession. Moreover, there are still many Shad in the main branch of the Dane family, especially Ulrich Shad. This person is the uncle of the deceased Earl Edric, and he has been the acting City Lord of Starfall City for more than 10 years. He has a very high prestige. What he lacks is a surname. At this moment, in this dark cellar, an undercurrent is brewing. Finally, one of the oldest family elders walked tremblingly to the front row, facing everyone, and said, "Since everyone is here, why don't we discuss who should inherit the position of Earl of Starfall City?" "I object." A loud voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment, a little surprised, but also took it for granted that it was Ulrich Shad who spoke. This is the most prestigious illegitimate son of Starfall City. Facing the gazes of everyone, Ulrich Shad came to the front row without haste. His quiet and serious eyes slowly scanned the audience, taking everyone's expressions into his eyes, and then said loudly, "I think the top priority is not to discuss who will inherit the title." Someone said, "Sir Ulrich, what do you think is the most urgent task?" "Of course it is to avenge Earl Edric and Miss Alilia," Ulrich said firmly. The thick and powerful voice caused echoes in the tomb. "Revenge? But they encountered an accident during a hunt. If you are referring to that wild boar, it must have been chopped up by Earl Bailey long ago." Ha ha, ha. The man's self-satisfied joke was very inappropriate, so it only got unanimous glaring from everyone. Ulrich also curled his lips sarcastically, and said, "Do you really think this was just an accident? Is not it?" "Of course not," Ulrich said firmly. "This is a shameless assassination, targeting children and women." As soon as this remark came out, everyone's expressions were different, and there were many discussions. After a while, someone asked, "Sir Ulrich, do you know who the murderer is?" "Of course I know." "Who is it?" Ulrich took a deep breath, and said word by word, "Lord of Eagle Mouth Island, Samuel Caesar." Now the discussion is even louder. "What evidence do you have?" Ulrich nodded to the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately turned around and left the tomb. Not long after, he returned again, and at the same time dragged a man who was covered in blood and couldn't even walk steadily. "Who is he?" someone asked. Ulrich kicked the man who was lying on the ground. "Boy, let me introduce myself to everyone." "Yes, yes, yes." The man who was kicked twitched a few times as if he was electrocuted, and quickly said weakly, My name is Jill, and I am Lord Caesar's subordinate." "What did Samuel Caesar send you to Starfall?" "Send me?" Jill wanted to say that he was just here to deliver wine, but when he thought of the torture he had suffered before and the threat of that terrible man, he could only tremble and say, "Master Caesar sent me to monitor the Dane family." The trend of, "Wow." Now everyone exploded. But someone asked calmly, "Even if this is the case, it doesn't prove that Samuel Caesar is the real culprit behind the assassination of Earl Edric and Miss Illyria." Ulrich immediately locked the man who asked the question from the crowd, Sir Gerald Dane from High Hidden City, known as the Dark Star. The Dane family in Jaoyan City is a branch of the Dane family in Starfall City, and it is also the most powerful branch of the collateral line. Although the succession of the collateral line is a mess, in the end it must depend on strength to speak. Therefore, the eldest son of Jaoyan City is actually the person who is most likely to inherit the Earl of Starfall City. Of course, this is under the condition that Ulrich Shad will not change his surname. And now, Dark Star Zero obviously sensed Ulrich's ambition, so he jumped out and tried to stop it. Ulrich seems to have been prepared for such a question, and answered calmly, "You should also know that just last month, that Sir Caesar visited Starfall City. Moreover, he also showed me a portrait." As he spoke, Ulrich turned his head to look at the butler Slia. Slia nodded and confirmed the matter. "That's right. I was also there at the time. Sir Caesar did take out a portrait and asked about the identity of the person in the painting. But that painting is Miss Ashara. And what does it matter? I also thought it was Miss Ashara at the time, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid he drew Miss Illyria. Steward Slia frowned, but then nodded and said, it's possible that the two ladies are somewhat alike. That's it, Ulrich said decisively. Samuel Caesar is confirming the appearance of Miss Alilia to me, and he will hand it over to the killer to carry out the task. What kind of evidence is this? Gia Luo said disdainfully, but it is enough to prove that this person has enough suspicions. Ulrich snorted coldly. Moreover, he opened up territory in Yingzui Island, which is a real threat to Starfall City. In the future, he will definitely become Dane. Enemy of the family. Sir Gerald, why do you excuse him again and again? I just don't want to slander a knight's reputation for no reason. Jero tried hard to defend, but he also found that his defense was too weak. Because in any case, Samuel Caesar is the enemy of the Dane family, and now it seems that there are certain suspicions. In the case of the assassination of two important figures of the Dane family, if he defended such a person again, it would indeed easily arouse public outrage. Of course I won't wrong an innocent knight. However, in order for Earl Edric and Miss Alilia to rest in peace, we must capture Samuel Caesar and let him stand trial. As he spoke, Ulrich pulled out his long sword and roared, who wants to be with me? As soon as the voice fell, someone strode out, I am willing. Me too. Watching the knights step forward one by one, Ulrich's face could not conceal the excitement. He knew that his own opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 69 Mother Taniguchi of Yingzui Island, Natalie threw herself into her mother's arms like a baby swallow returning home. Why did you take so long to come here? Nara stroked her daughter's long hair and said with a smile, I've only been away for a month. How long has it been? Yes, Natalie coquettishly for a while, and then realized that there were people around, and left her mother's arms a little embarrassed. How have you been doing while I'm gone? It's okay. Natalie took her mother's hand and walked into the valley. I also went to Starfall City with Lord Caesar. Did you go to Starfall City? Nora's face changed slightly. That's right. Natalie didn't notice her mother's abnormality, but complained a little wronged. However, Lord Caesar didn't take me to the Dane family's castle, but let me stroll around the market. Nara breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, an inexplicable look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The two walked into the valley talking and laughing. Nora looked around and found that the place had changed a lot. Why does it seem that there are a lot of human people? Oh, those are the refugees gathered by Lord Caesar. They just arrived last week, and there are a total of 3,000 people. Nora nodded and continued to move forward. She first went to the orphanage to visit the old people and children of the Wandering Crow tribe, and then went to meet Samuel, and traded the newly collected dozens of ghost grasses to the other side. Madam Nora. Samuel accepted the ghost grass, and then asked tentatively, how did you members of the Raven tribe find the ghost grass? Master Caesar, we have a minority of people who are favored by the old gods, so they can have a sharper perception than ordinary people. Samuel heard the other party's ambiguity, so he asked, is Natalie also considered a person favored by the old gods? Nara hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and said, yes. Samuel probably understood in his heart what the so-called favor of the old gods was all about. Seeing that Nora refused to say more, he didn't continue to ask. Thinking that what really works in silver leaf grass and golden tail shrimp is actually gold and silver, so what is really working in ghost grass? The blessing of the old gods. Samuel suddenly felt that he could try eating weirwood. Of course, this idea is very dangerous. Once it is discovered, it may attract a crazy siege from the believers of the old gods, so even if it is done, it must be done very secretly. Samuel temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. After sending Nora away, he returned to the hut alone and ate all the ghost grass he got this time. Spiritual attributes have also grown to 2.07 smoothly. After breaking through 2, Samuel clearly felt that the world in front of him seemed to have undergone a slight change. But I can't tell the specific difference. He lay down on the bed, relaxed his mind, and tried to find the feeling of being possessed by a bird in his dream that night. However, the more I tried to find it, the more I couldn't find it. The chaos of thoughts in his head always makes him unable to concentrate. Samuel simply tried to go to sleep, but it was only morning, so he couldn't sleep. While anxious, Samuel suddenly remembered the weirwood tree he saw in his dream last time, especially the old face carved on the trunk. Come to life, as if right in front of you. He concentrated all his energy on this face, and gradually calmed down. A small voice sounded in his ear, seeming to say something, but he couldn't hear anything. In a trance, Samuel's spirit seemed to turn into a meandering river, flowing along the unknown river channel to the distance. Opening his eyes again, Samuel was surprised to find that he was already soaring above the blue sky. White clouds and breeze surrounded him, and the vast blue sea passed quickly under him. Different from the vagueness last time, this time, Samuel clearly felt that everything in front of him was reality. Moreover, he finally knew that what he possessed was actually an eagle. Sharp claws and sharp beak, the whole body is brown and black, only the tail has white feathers, and the wings are 10 feet long. A pair of eagle eyes can even see the prey thousands of miles away. This is an artifact of detection. Samuel was ecstatic in his heart. Moreover, he found that this time he could manipulate the falcon to act according to his will. Samuel seems to have discovered a fun game, manipulating the falcon to fly up and down, skim over the sea, dive between cliffs, and even catch an unlucky mountain mouse. While playing around, he found that he had unknowingly come to the other side of the bay, and he could already see the outline of Starfall City. Curious, he simply flew over, wanting to see the appearance of Starfall City from a high altitude. As it flew closer and closer, the towering tower stood like a sharp sword rising from the ground, standing majestically among the cliffs. Samuel looked at this spectacular scene, his heart was agitated, and he couldn't help thinking about the day when he would be able to build such a magnificent castle. But in the next second, his face changed, because he noticed that the atmosphere in Starfall City was not right. There are very few pedestrians on the street, and even if there are, they are in a hurry, and their faces are full of tension and chill. What happened? Samuel immediately flew to the Dane family's castle, and found that it had turned into a huge military camp. Banners of different colors, neatly lined up soldiers, knights in bright armor. The Dane family is clearly preparing for a war. As for who is the target of the war, Samuel was startled. Who else but yourself? He manipulated the falcon to circle back and forth over Starfall City, continuing to observe the movements of the Dane family, while thinking about the reason why the other party suddenly came to attack him. It doesn't make sense. Before, he clearly reached a brandy supply agreement with the acting city lord, which is to send money to the other party. Could it be that the other party just pretended to agree to his conditions, and then turned around and secretly prepared to attack Yingzui Island? Is this guy a war freak, or do you want to be famous and crazy? Samuel couldn't figure out why Uruk was so determined to fight himself desperately, let alone why the vassals and soldiers in Starfall City were willing to follow an illegitimate child to go crazy. Are they really so wary of the Huan people establishing a territory in Yingzui Island? Samuel sighed, and knew that the matter had come to an end, and it was useless to think too much. All he could do now was to return to Yingzui Island quickly and prepare for war. You must know that Falling City is not far from Yingzui Island, and it can be reached in half a day by boat with a favorable wind. He roughly estimated the war preparations of the Dane family's army. He felt that it would take 3 days at the fastest, and a week at the slowest. The warship from Starfall City would probably be forced to land on the coast of Yingzui Island. Thinking of this, Samuel withdrew his consciousness and sat up. Suddenly from the bed, Chapter 70 Yingzui Island, the Lord's Cabin. Samuel held another retainer meeting. But this time, everyone clearly felt the stagnation of the atmosphere. Samuel did not follow the process to ask everyone to report the work situation, but went straight to the point. I have some bad news for you. The Dane family in Starfall City is reorganizing their armaments. It looks like they are going to fight a war. As soon as the words were finished, everyone's expressions changed instantly. But there was also a foolish man asking, "My lord, where are the Dane family going to fight?" Samuel didn't even want to answer this stupid question. Fortunately, after seeing the strange gazes cast by everyone, the man finally reacted, "The Dane family is coming to beat us." It should be. Samuel's face was heavy. Our territory is so close to Starfall City. It is inevitable that the Dane family will be hostile to us. This battle will come sooner or later. Therefore, we must be prepared for war. As soon as this remark came out, everyone had different expressions, some were scared, some were nervous, some were serious, and some were excited. How come some people are still excited? Oh, it turned out to be the lunatic. Chiman. That's all right. Samuel tapped the table with his fingers, attracting everyone's attention, and comforted, don't panic too much. I have already sent a letter to High Court, and I believe the Duke of Metz will send reinforcements over soon. Hearing this, everyone's expressions improved a lot. Only Todd Buddha frowned. He is not those savages, or Gavin from the lower class. Of course, knowing this situation, the Duke of Metz may not necessarily send reinforcements. After all, the castle has not yet been built. From a legal point of view, Yingzui Island is not considered the territory of the River Bend, but a disputed place. In this case, the Duke of Metz may not be willing to send troops. As for Mrs. Olena, if Samuel had accepted the old lady's arrangement from the beginning, then she would definitely persuade the Duke to send troops, but now, it's hard to say. Moreover, even if the Duke does send troops, it must be that Yingzui Island can hold out until the reinforcements arrive. Of course, no matter what he thinks in his heart, Todd will definitely not be so stupid as to say these words in public, otherwise, wouldn't it ruin the Lord's plan to appease people? At this time, Samuel has already started deploying preparation tasks. He first asked Gavin to evacuate the staff, and transferred all the old, weak, women and children in the orphanage to the villages outside the valley for temporary resettlement, leaving only soldiers and young adults in Yingzui Island to assist in the battle. Then, he ordered Vito to organize artisans and laborers to urgently build defense facilities. He plans to set up 2 lines of defense. The outer line of defense is composed of ditches and fences, including the small half of Yingzui Island, including the existing important buildings in the valley entrance. As for the second line of defense, it is not yet completed. The castle is gone. Although the construction has not yet been completed, the city wall is nearly 10 feet high and has a fairly good defense. In fact, Samuel really doesn't want to use this second line of defense, because it will not only mean that his hard work in the past 6 months will be trampled by the enemy, but also lead to the loss of the only land passage in and out of Yingzui Island, into the hands of the enemy. In this case, even if the Duke of Metz did send reinforcements, he might be easily blocked by the enemy army from entering the valley. So unless it is absolutely necessary, he will not give up the first line of defense. Subsequently, Samuel ordered Todd Flowers to urgently recruit 300 soldiers immediately. Half were selected from the wildlings, and half were selected from the River Bend refugees. In this way, the strength of Yingzui Island will be close to 600. Of course, the first 200 soldiers who can really rely on it are the first 200 soldiers. In addition, there are 100 soldiers who have received 2 or 3 months of training. It can be used. As for the 300 people that Todd has urgently recruited, it is obvious that there is not much hope. As for weapons and food, Yingzui Island has no shortage for the time being. Because Samuel had already replaced all the golden dragons he got from the Lannister family with weapons and equipment, as well as food and supplies, in case of emergencies. Now he is very grateful that he didn't spend all these golden dragons on improving his strength attribute. No matter how strong he is alone, it is impossible to defeat 100 with 1. What's more, he actually has a huge weakness: the agility attribute is too low. Until now, Samuel has not found any food or ore that can improve agility. So although his strength has far surpassed that of ordinary people, his weakness is still obvious. Moreover, no matter how strong he is not invulnerable. If he is cut to the body by a sword, he will still be injured and bleed. So, he has to find another way. After explaining the task of preparing for the battle, Samuel asked everyone to split up and prepare immediately. However, he left Bachelor Coben alone. Kyburn, can you make wildfire? When watching the TV series, Samuel was shocked by the terrifying power of this magical alchemy product. It is an extremely flammable liquid. Once ignited by wildfire, it cannot be extinguished until the objects contaminated by it are completely burned. Even wildfire can burn on water. In the famous battle of the Blackwater River that happened later, the Little Devil, Tyrion, it was the Lannisters who destroyed Stannis' naval fleet with wildfire. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Cobain nodded and said, "My lord, those tricks of the alchemist certainly won't trouble me. However, if you plan to use them in the upcoming war, I'm afraid there will be some problems." Samuel was a little happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but then frowned again. What is the problem? First of all, building wildfires requires a lot of expensive materials, most of which are not available here and need to be shipped in from other places. I'm afraid it's too late. Yes, and even if there are materials, the manufacture of wildfires will take a long time. If the war breaks out in the near future, it will be too late. Sam Wilton was a little disappointed. Okay, I see. Before he could finish the conversation, Cobain said again, "Sir, if you need a flammable liquid, I can make it for you." Oh, Samuel immediately became energetic again, as the effect similar to wildfire. Qyburn shook his head. Of course it can't be compared with wildfire. It can't burn in water, and its power is much lower. However, it burns at one point, and it's not easy to extinguish. More importantly, you have the main materials here. What material? Brandy. Brandy. Samuel actually knew that the alcohol could indeed be ignited when it reached 40 to 50 degrees, but it was quite easy to extinguish it, and it might be difficult to meet his requirements. And the distiller in his hand couldn't produce a higher concentration of alcohol. Seems to see Samuel's suspicion. Cobain explained. Of course, it's not pure brandy. I'll add a little something to it. In this way, its flammability will be greatly improved, and it will not be easily extinguished. Samuel's eyes lit up, and said, "You make a copy now and show me." "We are happy to help." Chapter 71 Inches Madam Nora, do you have anything to do with me? Just finished lecturing the recruits, Samuel asked while drinking the wine handed by his attendants. Nora put her wind-blown hair behind her ears and asked softly, "Master Caesar, I heard that the Dane family of Starfall City is about to attack Yingzui Island." "Yes." Samuel nodded. "The Crow tribe is not my territory, so if you want to leave, I will not stop you." After speaking, he turned around and walked forward. Time is urgent. He really doesn't have the heart to deal with these people from the Yuya tribe. Anyway, they are not many in number, so they can't be regarded as a big help. Unexpectedly, Nora followed Samuel's footsteps and said, "My lord, you misunderstood. You have always taken good care of the Yuya tribe. We will never forget this kindness. If Yingzui Island is in trouble, we will not sit idly by." Samuel looked at the woman beside him in surprise, and his tone became solemn. "Thanks to the Raven Crow tribe for extending a helping hand in times of crisis, I will remember it in my heart. This is what we should do. However, the old and weak women and children of the tribe will be evacuated to the village outside the valley along with the orphanage. 185 warriors in the tribe and I will stay to help you guard the territory." "Okay." Samuel nodded, but saw that Nora seemed hesitant to speak. He waited patiently for a while, but Nora still didn't say anything after all, turned around and left. After bowing, Samuel stopped on the spot, stared at Nora's back for a while, and guessed in his heart what the other party was hesitating just now. But since Nora didn't speak in the end, Samuel didn't intend to force her to ask. Because he knew very well that even if Nora revealed her true identity now, it would be impossible to stop this war. The illegitimate son of Starfall City will not give up his ambition for a woman who has been dead for more than 10 years. It is impossible for the soldiers of the Dane family to lay down their swords because of an unidentified Ashara Dane. Of course, this is not to say that Ashara's identity is useless. Just like Robert Baratheon was able to sit on the Iron Throne, certainly not because there was a trace of true dragon blood in his body, but because he won the War of the Snatchers. But you can't deny the usefulness of this blood of the real dragon, because it greatly reduces the will of the nobles loyal to the Targaryen royal family to resist, allowing them to deceive themselves that they didn't betray their oath. Robert is also a Targaryen, although strictly speaking it is only a quarter. Similarly, although the current Ashara Dane is useless, if Samuel wins this war, it will be different. The vassals and subjects of the Dane family would certainly not surrender easily to a Riverbend nobleman, but it would be different if it was Ashara. They will swear allegiance to her with peace of mind. As for whether there is a guy named Caesar standing behind her, most of them will choose to turn a blind eye, but the premise of everything is that he must win this war. Picking up his mood, Samuel continued on his way. Along the way, he met the leaders who were busy preparing for the battle and saluted him one after another. Samuel also nodded to them with a smile. While observing the state of mind of the citizens, he found that there was not much panic on their faces. It's right to think about it. These savages don't have much idea of the power of the Dane family, but are full of awe and confidence in their lord. Perhaps in their view, the invincible Lord Caesar will definitely lead them to victory again. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that their lord is not as calm as he appears in his heart. Because Samuel knew very well that the army of the Dane family was not the savages he had bullied before, and the weapons and equipment and the quality of the soldiers were completely different. What's more, the opponent still has an advantage in numbers. This kind of absolute headwind battle, in addition to praying that the gadgets of the Bachelor of Science and Technology will have the expected effect. Otherwise, if it is fought normally, with Yingzeyu's current strength, there is a high probability that it will not be able to defend. Of course, on the surface he still has to put on a confident look, otherwise people will be confused. All the way to Bachelor Coburn's hut, just as Samuel opened the door, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. "How's it going?" He tried to keep his tone calm. "It's better than I expected." Bachelor Kyburn had a confident smile on his lips. As he spoke, he threw a typical Dornay armor on the ground. The desert's hot climate and harsh sunlight allowed the Dornishmen to reduce the amount of metal they wore on their bodies as much as possible to avoid being scalded, so this armor is actually a pair of leather armor, with steel on only a few key points and hooks. Kyburn took out another bottle and poured the liquid inside on the leather armor. "Take a few steps back and throw the candle over." Boom. The leather armor was instantly covered in blue flames. Samuel's eyes lit up. He immediately took off his coat, stepped forward and slapped the burning leather armor continuously. The fire was much smaller than the naked eye, but it was not completely extinguished. And the coat in Samuel's hand was gradually covered with flames and started to burn, so he had to throw it away. After the beating stopped, the fire on the leather armor became vigorous again. Samuel nodded with satisfaction, and asked again, "What about the water?" Kybane did not speak, but picked up a basin of water prepared on the table, and poured it towards the leather armor. Puff Kai, sparks splattered, and the fire became smaller, but soon, it reappeared. Samuel piled up the sand again, and soon the fire really went out. Bachelor Coburn said on the side, "As long as it is covered with sand or immersed in water, the fire will be extinguished." This is indeed not as good as a real wildfire. In fact, Samuel is already very satisfied. The degree of brandy is only 40 to 50 degrees, so it is definitely no problem to ignite it, but it is not difficult to extinguish the fire. It is too difficult to use it on the battlefield to fight against the enemy. And, after Maester Coburn added some gadgets to it, although this thing is not as good as the real wildfire, it has already made Samuel overjoyed. This thing is not impossible to crack, but the Dornish people will definitely not know how to crack it for the first time, and even these soil turtles who have only seen low alcohol wine will not associate wine with fire at all. This gap in knowledge is enough to secure a victory. Very good, Bachelor Coburn, I need you to turn all the brandy in the territory into this kind of thing as quickly as possible. Cobain couldn't hide his surprise. He knows exactly how much brandy is currently in the territory. That was the production in the past 3 months, and it was originally intended to be delivered to Qingting Island, Old Town, and the first batch of brandy sold in High Court can be called priceless. Samuel gritted his teeth. Although he felt sorry for the drinks, he didn't dare to hold anything back in the face of a strong enemy. Otherwise, once he loses, he will have nothing. How long will it take you to finish? Cobain pondered for a moment. About 3 or 4 days. Okay, I need someone to tell me that your task is now the first priority. Yes, my lord. Walking out of the hut, Samuel let out a long breath. With the castrated version of wildfire, produced by Bachelor Coburn, he finally has confidence in the upcoming battle. Of course, he also knew that his battle plan had to be changed accordingly. Gavin, Samuel, walked a few steps quickly, calling out to the busy young housekeeper. Chapter 72. As soon as it was daylight, Uruk Shad boarded the ship. Looking back, various flags fluttered in the wind on the shore, and groups of soldiers trotted to board the hundreds of longships lined up on the pier. Even under such circumstances, the army still maintained basic order. Huddled together in a mess. The dark brown leather armor, the dark scimitar, and the dark yellow shield exude a chilling and bloodthirsty atmosphere. This is the elite army of the Dane family. Ulrich took a deep breath. His mouth and nose seemed to be filled with the smell of rust, which made him full of ambition. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was that Joion City did not send anyone to join the battle. And bewitched by that hateful, dark star, Jello Dane, many vassal knights of the Dane family also rejected his call. Of course, this is expected. As the most powerful branch of the Dane family, those guys in Joion City naturally cannot have the same heart as him. Perhaps they are still eager to see themselves fail, so that Dane of Joion City will have a chance to enter the Starfall City. But how could he fail? Ulrich smiled dismissively. Although this battle is very hasty, it is definitely not a decision he made on a whim and in a feverish mind. He is deliberate. He had inquired about the situation on Yingzui Island a long time ago. There were no more than 200 soldiers who were truly worthy of a battle, but on his side, he had summoned nearly 2,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, the opponent's castle has not yet been built, and it is the weakest time. If you don't take this opportunity to defeat it and wait for the opponent to gain a firm foothold, then Starfall City will have a headache and have nothing to do. My lord, the soldiers have boarded the ship. Okay. Ulrich nodded, turned to face the direction of Yingzui Island, waved his hand vigorously, and said loudly, "Let's go." Yes. With an order, hundreds of white sails were unfolded one after another, like a crescent moon under the blowing of the sea breeze. The sharp blade-like bows split the waves and headed towards Yingzui Island. This movement startled countless seabirds, circling and singing over the fleet. No one noticed that among these seabirds, a huge falcon with a pure white tail also swooped past the fleet. There seemed to be a touch of human emotion in its sharp eagle eyes. The next moment, the falcon flapped its wings violently, and shot straight into the sky like a sharp arrow, never to be seen again. In a blink of an eye, the falcon came to Yingzui Island and circled over the Lord's cabin. This scene quickly attracted the attention of many citizens. At this moment, the wooden door of the hut opened, Samuel came out, and the falcon swooped down immediately, and finally landed on his shoulder. My people, the enemy is coming. Are you ready to fight? Willing to kill the enemy for Lord Caesar? Master Caesar is invincible. Ellipsis. Amidst the cheers, Nora stared at Samuel and the falcon on his shoulder. Her eyes were a little straight. Mother. Natalie leaned into her ear. Master Caesar, has he also been favored by the old gods? Nara is still staring at Samuel. Yes. Natalie tilted her head in doubt. But, isn't he a knight of the 7 gods? I don't know. Nora shook her head lightly. Her tone was a little erratic, but since God arranged it like this, there must be his reasons. Just after noon, it is the time when the sun is at its most vicious. Ulrich stood at the bow of the boat and could already see the outline of Yingzui Island from a distance. As the ship continued to move forward, the situation on the shore became more and more clear, but his brows were slightly frowned. Lord Ulrich, the people of Huon seem to know that we are coming. The attendants behind him obviously also saw the situation on Yingzui Island clearly. Ulrich snorted softly, and said, "It seems that there are still a lot of River Bend spies in Starfall City who slipped through the net. But it doesn't matter, so what if we let them prepare in advance? After so few days, don't they can you repair a castle?" These words immediately made everyone behind him burst into laughter. Obviously, none of them took Yingzui Island's resistance seriously. After laughing for a while, Ulrich's face gradually became serious. Seeing that he was getting closer to the beach, he ordered in a deep voice, "Blow the horn and prepare to land." Yes. Woo. Kill. Amidst the low-pitched horns and loud shouts of killing, one after another of the long ships rushed to the beach headed by the wind and waves. Before the boat stopped, the soldiers of Dornay jumped out and rushed towards the shore stepping on knee-high seawater. But after rushing for a while, they were stunned. Because the expected enemy did not appear at all. There is no one on the shore. Of course, it's not really that there are no people at all, but they are all hiding far behind the fortifications composed of ditches and wooden fences. What to do? Do you want to keep going? The Dorn fighters were all at a loss. After all, the Shangguan's order was only to let them land on the beach, and did not let them continue to charge the enemy's position. At this time, Uruk also discovered the abnormality on the shore. Don't these Huan people have the guts? He sneered. You must know that facing the enemy from the sea, it is the best choice for the defender to line up on the beach, because those soldiers who have endured the waves all the way are very tired, not to mention that there is no formation to speak of when they get off the ship, which is when the attacker is most vulnerable. Unexpectedly, the people in Huan would rather hide behind the fortifications than block them on the beach while they were not firmly established. What a bunch of cowards! Uruk suddenly felt a little uninterested, as if the victory came too easily, but it made him feel boring. He was on a large boat with a deep draft, unable to rush to the beach like those dexterous long boats, so he docked at the pier. That's right, the Riverbend people didn't even destroy the pier. This made Uruk feel that he was not here to fight, but to visit. My lord, do you want to continue to attack? As soon as he disembarked, a knight came to inquire. Uruk smiled faintly, and said, Don't worry yet. Let the soldiers go ashore to recuperate, eat something, and recover their strength. Yes. Thus, the opening of this battle kicked off in this slightly weird atmosphere. Both sides seemed to be in no hurry. One side hid behind the fortifications and could not come out, while the other side went ashore leisurely and ate dry food. If someone who didn't know the details saw it, they would think it was a well-discussed exercise. But obviously, this is not a drill. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, following Uruk's order, the Dornish people finally launched the first wave of attack on the position of the people of the Riverbend. With more than 300 vanguard warriors, armed with scimitars, wearing leather armor, and shouting loud slogans to charge, the ***** chapter of this war finally opened. Chapter 73 Kill. A Dornish soldier rushing in the front row had just slipped into the deep and wide trench when he saw the Riverbend man behind the wooden fence throw a wooden barrel at him. The Dornay soldier was stunned for a moment, then turned sideways, and deftly avoided the barrel. But this wooden barrel was very weak, and it was smashed to the ground, and the liquid inside splashed him all over. He panicked for a moment, thinking it was some kind of poison. But after waiting for a while, he didn't find any physical discomfort. Instead, there was a strong aroma of wine. At the same time, he also noticed that not only him, but others also received the same treatment, barrel attack. But what damage can it do? The weird scene made the Dornish people a little dazed. Of course, they quickly came to their senses and attacked the crude fortification in front of them while avoiding the barrel that was thrown at them. The trench is slightly deeper than the height of a normal person, and the inclination of the **** is not large. Since it is urgently repaired, protruding rocks can be seen everywhere on the slope, so it is not difficult to climb. Just be careful to avoid the barrels, it's really not a big deal to get hit. Soon, Dornish warriors climbed out of the trench. But at this time, they encountered strong resistance. Behind the wooden fence, stood a row of soldiers holding long guns. Among them were Huan people and dark-skinned savages, but amidst the sound of unified orders, they stabbed out their long guns one after another. For a moment, it was as if a forest of iron and steel rushed towards us. The Dornish fighters who reacted quickly either rolled to avoid, or raised their shields to block, but there were also those who reacted slowly, or those who did not believe in evil and wanted to fight recklessly with their knives. Basically, there were a few blood holes on their bodies. The Dornishmen were not intimidated by the dense array of guns. They were not savages, and their combat literacy was much higher. After a few rounds of gun stabbing, few Dornishmen who were familiar with the tricks of the people of the Riverbend were stabbed. On the contrary, several Dornishmen jumped over the wooden fence and entered the gun formation of the people of the Riverbend. Of course, the sporadic Dornishmen couldn't cause damage to the formation of the people from the Riverbend at all. However, the Dornishmen did not give up. They are still launching attacks. As more and more Dornishmen climb over the wooden fence, the formation of the people in the Riverbend is already showing signs of instability. But at this moment, the people of Huan actually chose to retreat, giving up the first line of defense extremely decisively. A Dornish knight wearing a dark yellow cloak climbed over the fence and chopped down a Riverbend soldier, but seeing the Riverbend people retreating in an orderly manner, he still didn't take the risk of catching up. Behind him, more and more Dornish fighters jumped over the wooden fence to completely occupy this line of defense. My lord, do we want to chase? The knight looked at the two similar fences in front of him, as well as the innermost half built castle, shook his head, and said, "Stay where you are, go and tell Lord Uruk about the situation here." Yes. Uruk in the rear was a little confused when he heard the report from the front line. This is probably the weirdest battle he has ever fought in his military career. It's weird from the start. He didn't know whether it was the Sir Caesar who didn't understand military affairs and messed up, or the enemy had some conspiracy. Uruk felt that the latter possibility was the most likely. After all, that Sir Caesar was able to gain a firm foothold in a place like the Crimson Mountains, and he could make tens of thousands of wildlings surrender, so he didn't look like a fool. Where's the wooden barrel they threw? Show me one. Uruk decided to be more cautious. Yes. Soon, the soldier ran back with a wooden barrel. This is the riverbend man abandoned behind the first line of defense, and he hasn't had time to throw it out yet, so it's intact. Uruk took a closer look and found that it was an ordinary oak barrel, but the iron hoops around the barrel were deliberately damaged, so the whole barrel would fall apart whenever it was bumped. He carefully opened the cork of the wooden barrel again, and then he smelled the rich aroma of wine. Is brandy. Of course Uruk was very impressed with this wine. Originally, he planned to cooperate with that Sir Caesar to sell this wine. But why did the other party throw all the wine out? This thing can't kill people. Limited to technical reasons, the nobles of Westeros know very little about high concentration spirits, let alone that alcohol can be ignited when the concentration is high. Therefore, Uruk couldn't associate wine with fire. Is it poisonous? This is the only possibility Uruk can think of. He was startled, put down the barrel quickly, and said to the soldiers, "Tell the soldiers not to touch these drinks, keep their mouths and noses closed, and don't let the drinks enter their bodies." Yes. Afterwards, Uruk let the vanguard rest at the first line of defense, and replaced it with a second batch of 300 soldiers to attack the second line of defense of the people in the river bay. The offensive and defensive battle of the second line of defense was lackluster, almost a replica of the offensive and defensive battle of the first line of defense. Inexplicable wooden barrels, trenches dug out in a hurry, the only threats are the wooden fence and the gun array behind, but because the defense line is too long, and there are not enough people in the river bend, it is easy for the Dornishmen to find a gap and turn over. However, it was the same this time. More and more Dornishmen climbed over the fence in front of them. The Dornishmen did not rush to pursue, but methodically occupied the second line of defense, and then continued to attack the third line. Still the same script. However, with previous experience, the Dornishmen occupied the third line of defense without even paying many casualties this time. At this time, in front of them, there is only the last line of defense, that unfinished castle. At this time, even the most cautious Dornish warriors could not help feeling complacent. Haha, when did the people of Huon become so timid? They dare not even confront each other head on. Yes. However, the line is quite neat. It's especially neat when retreating. Ha ha ha. There was a cheerful atmosphere on the battlefield, and the Dornish soldiers talked and laughed relaxedly, as if they were on an outing. Uruk still frowned. He personally came to the last line of defense and looked at the half-finished castle. Compared with the previous 3 shoddy wooden fences, the walls of this castle are decent. The outer wall is very smooth, with almost no footholds, and it is difficult to climb without tools. There are 2 layers inside and outside, and there are no large siege equipment. If it is impossible to forcibly destroy it. But unfortunately, the city wall has not yet been built, and it is only a dozen feet high. So it is not difficult to attack it by force. If the people in the riverbend were still as cowardly as before, Uruk even thought he could have dinner in this unfinished castle. So, he decided to try it out first. Knight Aris, bring 300 people and take this so-called castle for me. Yes, my lord. Chapter 74 Inches Kill. The sound of shouting and killing sounded again. Facing the last line of defense of Yingzui Island, the Dornishmen attacked again, but this time, the difficulty is not comparable to the previous 3 times. The smooth outer wall has nowhere to stay, and it must be climbed with the help of siege equipment such as hooks and bamboo ladders. Moreover, the resistance of The people in Huan was obviously more tenacious than before. Countless sharp spears were thrown down and fell on the siege team like a torrential rain, splashing bright red blood flowers. On the top of the city, the river bend warriors brandished their swords, cut off the bamboo ladders and ropes, and at the same time smashed down stones and rolling logs to prevent the Dornishmen from climbing. But until this time, the riverbend people did not forget to smash those wooden barrels full of wine into the Dornish team. It seems that this is also an essential link. The amber wine quickly soaked the surface of the city wall and the ground, mixed with the dark red blood, forming a terrifying and dazzling color. Uruk watched all this indifferently, and his heart was calm. A battle of this intensity really met his expectations. The behavior of the people in Huan was so abnormal before, which made him suspicious, but now, seeing that the casualties of the Dornish soldiers under him began to surge, he felt relieved. This level of casualties is nothing at all. What is needed most in siege warfare is patience and a ruthless heart that is not afraid of casualties. The only thing that makes him doubtful now is the wooden barrels that keep falling from the top of the city. He really couldn't understand why the enemy did this. However, since the start of the war, the enemy's strange operations are not limited to this one. Uruk even thinks that Sir Caesar deliberately came up with some new tricks, so that he would be suspicious and dare not go all out. If this is the case, it can only be said that the other party made a wrong calculation. Uruk's determination in this battle is extremely firm, not only to win, but also to win a big victory. Only in this way can he win the favor of Prince Doran, and everyone can believe that he is qualified to inherit Starfall City. Seeing that the first wave of offensive slowed down, Uruk dispatched another batch of fresh troops, not giving the defenders any chance to breathe. The shouts of killing became fierce again, and the Dornishmen successfully climbed to the top of the city several times, but they were all stubbornly driven down by the defenders. The corpses around the bottom of the city wall piled up more and more, and the soil under the city became soft and muddy, exuding the smell of blood and strong wine. The sun is gradually sinking to the west, and the brilliant sunlight renders Yingzui Island at this moment like an oil painting. Uruk listened to his subordinates report the casualties with a blank face, and already knew that the castle might not be captured today. The soldier under Sir Caesar really had some tricks. But that's all. Several times just now, the Dornishmen were about to rush into the city. He believes that if there are a few more rounds of attacks tomorrow, the defenders of this castle will inevitably collapse. Uruk looked at the setting sun that was about to sink to the sea level, and gave the order to withdraw the troops. But at the moment when the horn sounded, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the top of the city. He carried a huge torch, no, not a torch, it was a two-handed warhammer, and a raging flame was burning on the huge hammer head. Uruk immediately recognized that the man was the lord of Eagle Mouth Island, Samuel Caesar. The next moment, a scene appeared that he, and all the Dornish people present, would never forget. The River Bend Knight swung his warhammer, drew a brilliant line of fire in the air, and smashed heavily on a Dornay warrior who rushed to the top of the wall. Boom! Amid the sound of bombardment resounding across the battlefield, the Dornish warrior exploded like a broken watermelon. Blood, broken bones, residual limbs, were also instantly ignited, blooming like fireworks, bringing brilliant colors to this extremely terrifying scene. The entire battlefield seemed to be paused. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the tall figure standing proudly above the city with a flaming hammer in hand, until the splashing sparks fell to the ground, on the outer walls, on the wine-soaked leather armor of the Dornishmen. Boom! Blossoming flames rose instantly, like flowers blooming. Before the Dornishmen could react, countless burning torches fell from the top of the city, instantly adding countless blooming flowers of flame to the battlefield. What happened? Uruk hadn't even recovered from the shock of the terrible knight smashing people to pieces with a single hammer. At this time, seeing the rapidly spreading flames, he was even more at a loss. However, the knights around him were equally confused, not knowing how to answer their commander's question. Quick! Bring them back quickly! Withdraw the troops! Order the withdrawal! Uruk grabbed the herald beside him and shouted in his ear. Yes, yes, my lord. However, it was too late to withdraw troops at this time. The fire spread faster than anyone expected. In the blink of an eye, the outer wall of the castle was completely covered in flames, and the Dornish Warriors climbing on it also turned into little firemen, screaming and rolling down. Below the city has become a sea of flames, as long as the ground soaked in wine touches a spark, raging fire will ignite, mercilessly devouring the Dornay warriors standing on it. The extremely tragic roar resounded across the battlefield. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Dornishmen rolled and fought, they couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. Even if they took off their burning leather armor, they couldn't escape from the sea of flames. Moreover, this sea of flames is still spreading outward at an extremely fast speed. The Dornish fighters in the rear were frightened out of their wits when they saw this, and ran out like crazy without waiting for the commander's order. But how can people run too far? In the previous battle, almost all the land within the 3 lines of defense was soaked with this special wine, and raging fires were ignited soon one after another. Desperate screams were heard endlessly, and the original rich aroma of wine was replaced by the smell of barbecue. My lord, run! Uruk was stunned by the purgatory-like scene in front of him, and even the servants yelling in his ear could not wake him up. Finally, 2 personal guards set him up and ran out. On the castle, Samuel held a burning sledgehammer and looked at everything in front of him expressionlessly. Behind him, there are countless soldiers who have fallen into madness. They roared excitedly, roared, and celebrated. All the voices finally converged into a name: Caesar. 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 Natalie couldn't help waving her petite fists, and cheered with everyone. Mother, mother. We won. We won. Lord Caesar is too powerful. Nara stared fixedly at Samuel's back, as if she had become a sculpture. The sea of flames outside the city and the fire hammer in the knight's hand complement each other. The rising smoke coils and gathers in front of him. Amidst the sound of the waves beating, the afterglow of the setting sun is reflected, all of which are solidified into a meaningful picture. The stars cry blood, the long night is coming. Nara spoke slowly, recalling the ancient prophecy passed down from Ashai: Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He will awaken the dragon in the stone, with a flaming sword in his hand, leading the world to defeat the demons in the dark, ushering in the never-ending long summer. Chapter 75 Inches I do not go. We haven't lost yet. The Dane family will never give up easily. Uruk stared at his blood-red eyes and roared hoarsely, but when he looked around, there was no one answering his call. There were about 200 Dornishmen who escaped from the sea of fire by chance. At this time, they were either sitting on the ground as if they were stupid, or they were crying with their heads in their arms as if they were unwilling to face the truth, or they were looking towards the sea as if they were ready to leave this horror. The place. No one has the courage to look into Uruk's eyes, and no one is willing to go crazy with this commander who is obviously mentally abnormal. My lord, we have already lost this battle, let's withdraw. Failure. Uruk grabbed the man who spoke by the collar and roared, you are also a knight of the 7 gods. How can you talk about failure so easily? What about your honor? What about your belief? Yours persevere. The Dornay knight was also angry, pushed Uruk away, and retorted, Uruk Shad, this battle is what you want to fight, and you are also in command. Open your eyes and see for yourself how many warriors of the Dane family have paid with their lives for your stupidity. You are also worthy. What honor do you give me? I will not let their sacrifice be in vain. Uruk pulled out his long sword violently and waved it wildly in the air, as if he had fallen into madness. We haven't lost yet. How could we lose? We are the descendants of the king of the rapid river. We are knights following in the footsteps of the stars. We are the inheritors of the sword of dawn. Hey! A figure stepped out of the gradually extinguished sea of flames and interrupted in a playful tone. I said, Don Excalibur, it's getting dark now, and you still plan to show me your sword skills. Uruk suddenly turned his head to look at the person who came, and used all his strength to spit out a name from between his teeth. Samuel Caesar. Uruk Shad. Samuel held the warhammer in one hand and hooked his finger at Uruk with the other. Come on, didn't you say you still have the courage to fight again? Come. As soon as the words fell, Uruk rushed out desperately. Full of fear and anger, as well as unwillingness, all turned into the driving force for this fearless charge. Fight. Samuel waited until the opponent rushed forward, and then calmly held the handle of the war hammer with both hands. The next moment, he exerted a sudden force, and the ground on which his left foot stepped exploded, countless fine stones and soil splashed backwards. Using this counter shock force, Samuel's body turned rightward suddenly, and pierced the air with a flaming hammer, drawing an extremely sharp arc. Facing the flaming hammer, Uruk, who fell into madness, made the most stupid choice, recklessly. The sharp knight sword slashed on the giant hammer, but Uruk felt as if he was slashing on a big mountain. Boom! The fine steel long sword instantly shattered into countless fragments, and blood spattered from Uruk's hands. Before he could scream, the flaming hammer hit his chest with unstoppable power. Puff Kai, the horror scene that happened at the top of the city before appeared again. Uruk's chest exploded completely, and his whole body was like a rag doll. He flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground. All this happened so quickly that Uruk's intact mind could even flash the last thought: I was too restless just now, I should avoid the sharp edge first, and then. Unfortunately, there is no chance to start over in life. The illegitimate son of Starfall City finally paid the price for his ambition. After Samuel knocked Uruk into the air, he turned around a little longer under the drive of inertia before stopping. Hey, the agility is not enough, the backswing is too long. He secretly complained. If Uruk hadn't lost his mind just now, he might not have dared to fight the opponent easily. Although his strength is superb, his weakness is also obvious. It seems that we must pay attention to those assassin opponents with high agility in the future. Just as Samuel was self-reflecting, strange howls suddenly erupted from the Dornishmen on the opposite side. Then a group of Dornish soldiers who were completely frightened rushed towards the longboat on the beach like crazy. It seems that he is determined to escape from this nightmarish and terrifying place. Of course, not all the Dornish people ran away. Still, nearly 100 Dornishmen stayed where they were. Some of them were too frightened to run away, but some were unwilling to abandon their companions. As for the brightly armored knights in the front row, they did not want to run away for the sake of honor. It wasn't until Samuel came up close that a Dornish youth who looked to be 16 or 17 stood up and said, "Sir Caesar, I am Hughes Dane, Lord Uruk Shad's squire, and I am willing to surrender to you on behalf of all the Dornish warriors here, and ask you to allow us to redeem our lives with money." Samuel looked at the young boy in front of him, and had several thoughts in his mind. This man's surname is Dane, but he is an attendant of Shad. It seems that his status in the Dane family may not be high, and he belongs to a remote branch with a distant blood relationship. However, the status of such a person is beneficial to him. Samuel put the warhammer on the ground, turned back and ordered Todd, "Go and catch the fleeing Dornishmen." Waiting for Todd to lead people to capture the Dornishmen who were trying to escape by boat, he looked back at Hughes and asked, "I can accept your surrender, but I have to ask a question first." "Excuse me, I have no grievances with the Dane family, and even sent Uruk Shad a profitable business, but why does he insist on coming against me? And you, why do you follow this illegitimate child, come against me?" Hughes sighed and said, "Lord Caesar, I'm afraid you don't know that Earl Edric, the Lord of Starfall City, unfortunately passed away half a month ago." Samuel was slightly taken aback, as if thinking of something. Hughes continued, "In addition, Miss Alilia is also dead. Uruk told us that their death was your conspiracy." Hearing this, Samuel suddenly realized. He finally understood the real reason why Uruk Shad insisted on making life difficult for him. "I also understand why an illegitimate child can mobilize the army of Starfall City to attack him." But the next moment, he smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Littlefinger. Samuel immediately identified the suspect as the Minister of Finance, Petter Baelish. It turned out that this was his real plan. Samuel had to lament that the biggest conspirator in Game of Thrones was really ruthless and sinister. This account, sooner or later he has to settle it with this guy. The deaths of Edric and Alilia have nothing to do with me. Samuel said frankly, "I swear in the name of the 7 gods." Hughes hesitated for a while, but asked, "My lord," Uruk said, "the last time you went to Starfall City, you showed a portrait of Miss Alilia. You have been deceived. That is not the portrait of Miss Alilia." Samuel thought that he could take this opportunity to bring Ashara back to Starfall City, and said, "That is the portrait of Miss Ashara Dane." Miss Ashara, but she didn't. Before Hughes finished speaking, Samuel found a woman wearing a veil from the crowd behind. Actually, when Samuel found Mrs. Nora, he prepared some speeches, but before he could speak, Nora, "Oh no, it should be Ashara," She nodded with a smile and said, Master Caesar, it turns out that you already know my true identity. So you didn't really lose your memory. Samuel smiled slightly. I don't want to be an enemy of Starfall City. You don't need to say more. Ashara bowed her knees and bowed. Starfall City will not be your enemy anymore. Chapter 76 Inches Mother. Where are you going? Watching her mother walk towards the Dornish people, Natalie panicked. The little girl doesn't know what happened yet, but she has a bad premonition. As if my mother suddenly became very strange, and even left me forever. Samuel pulled her back and comforted her. Don't worry, your mother just returned to where she came from. Where did you come from? What do you mean? Your mother is from Starfall City. She is the young lady of the Dane family. Samuel rubbed Natalie's soft hair, and, you too. Natalie's purple eyes widened, completely stunned by the news. Countless thoughts whirled in her mind, making her completely at a loss for what to say, and she just stood there for a while without moving. On the other side, Ashara had already walked up to the Dornishman, and asked an elderly knight, Sir Muta, do you still remember me? Miss Ashara, it's really you. The old knight couldn't believe his eyes, but haven't you already? Back then I did jump into the Sea of Summer and tried to commit suicide because of some things, but the gods obviously had arrangements for me and didn't let me die in the sea. Praise the 7 gods. The old knight excitedly drew a 7-pointed star on his chest. He immediately realized that Ashara's return also meant that the title of Starfall City would no longer be an unresolved problem, let alone attract the coveted eyes of ambitious people. Because Ashara Dane is the undisputed first heir to the Earl of Starfall City at this time, Ashara smiled slightly, then turned to look at the rest of the Dane family knights, called out their names one by one, and greeted them. Even some veterans of the Dane family, Ashara, can name them. This made everyone no longer doubt her identity, and at such a delicate time now, the appearance of Ashara seemed to be a ray of light, giving these Dornish people in the dark great hope. So, led by several knights, the Dornishman knelt down in front of Ashara, raised his sword above his head with both hands, and said loudly, Dear Miss Ashara Dane, we swear allegiance to you, from now on. But facing this scene, Ashara shook her head lightly, interrupting the allegiance of the Dornish people. Everyone became anxious immediately. Miss Ashara, why do you refuse to accept our allegiance? Do you know that the blood of the Dane family in Starfall City is withered, and you need to go back to inherit the title? No. When I jumped down from the White Stone Sword Tower, Ashara Dane was already dead. Now I am serving the old Nora and the Patriarch of the Raven tribe, so I cannot go back and inherit Starfall City. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the Dornishman to persuade, Ashara said again, However, my daughter can go back with you. Do you still have a daughter? The Dornish people only felt that the situation had changed, and hope was raised again. Yes. Ashara turned her head and waved to her daughter. Natalie trotted over quickly. Samuel watched this scene thoughtfully. Mother. Natalie hugged her mother's hand, standing behind her a little timidly. Ashara pushed her daughter in front of her, and said to Dorn, She is my daughter, Natalie Dane. I don't know Miss. Natalie's father is, of course it's my husband, the previous patriarch of the Roaring Crow tribe, Lowen. The Dornay knights frowned. Although Ashara emphasized the husband, she wanted to clearly tell everyone that Natalie was born out of wedlock and was Dane, not the lowly Shad, but it is undeniable that the blood of wildlings does flow in her body. In a sense, she may not be as noble as some illegitimate children in Starfall City. Facing the silence of the crowd, Natalie seemed a little flustered, and her petite body began to tremble. At this time, Samuel stepped forward and said to the young attendant just now, Hughes, your original master has died in battle. Now, the gods have given you a chance to choose again. You should take good care of it. Hughes came to his senses, and quickly knelt down in front of Natalie, saying loudly, Dear Miss Natalie Dane, I, Hughes Dane, hereby swear allegiance to you. From now on, my long sword will only be brandished for you. Natalie was a little overwhelmed, until Samuel pushed her. She woke up like a dream, said, I accept your allegiance. Hughes stood up, then turned to his companions behind him, and said loudly, What's the matter with you? Why don't you want to be loyal to the heir of Starfall City? Did you forget your previous oath? The Dornishmen looked at each other in blank dismay, but They finally knelt down one by one and swore allegiance to Natalie after seeing Samuel and a group of Riverbend soldiers staring at them. After all, the situation is stronger than others. If Natalie still clings to the flaws in Natalie's identity at this time, it is estimated that the war hammer of the Knight of Eagle Mouth Islet is about to hit. Actually, Samuel was a little surprised that Ashara rejected Starfall City and pushed her daughter out. However, this is a good thing for him. Because Ashara is mature and experienced after all, after inheriting Starfall City, although she will not be an enemy of Yingzui Island, Samuel will certainly not be able to take too much advantage, and she must discuss everything with her. But Natalie is different. Facing such an immature little girl, Samuel has a conscience not to empty out Starfall City. Moreover, Natalie has a flawed background after all, so she has to rely on external forces like Samuel to suppress those forces in Starfall City who do not accept her. In short, the current arrangement is actually more convenient for Samuel to secretly control Starfall City. He didn't know if Ashara had thought of this, or if she thought of it, but still chose to trust Samuel. Very good, Samuel applauded with a smile. Miss Natalie, now you are the owner of Starfall City, so we must talk about war compensation. Natalie froze for a moment, then looked at her mother as if asking for help, but her mother just smiled at her and said, "You will have to make up your own mind about this kind of thing in the future." Natalie had no choice but to turn her head to look at Hughes and the others behind her. But Samuel just coughed lightly, and the Dornishmen immediately lowered their heads, as if they suddenly became very interested in the rocks on the ground. Natalie pouted and said, "Okay, Lord Caesar. Sir Caesar, what kind of compensation do you want?" Samuel grinned, showing 8 white teeth, and said, "Don't worry, Natalie, I will not take advantage of you, I will only ask for reasonable compensation. You see, those soldiers under my command who were injured or even died in the war, you should compensate them." How much? Compensation: 10 copper coins for a minor injury, 5 silver stags for a serious injury, and 3 golden dragons for a death. Samuel quickly reported a series of numbers, and then immediately added without waiting for Natalie to think about it, "There is also a reason you must compensate for the houses destroyed by the war, right? And those brandies, you know how expensive they are, and now they are all ruined in this war, and my heart is bleeding. However, I won't raise the price with you, 20 silver stags a gallon, very reasonable bar. In my castle, as you can see, the entire outer wall is on fire, and now I don't know how much it will cost to repair it, especially since it has seriously delayed the construction period. I think Starfall City will not only have to lose money, but also send out craftsmen come to help me build. Isn't that too much to ask? There are also those old people and children in the orphanage. They have spent a lot of time migrating because of this war. They can't eat well, can't sleep well, and are frightened. Is it reasonable for me to ask for some mental damage for them? Natalie was dizzy from these incomprehensible terms, couldn't help rubbing her head, and said helplessly, "Okay. Okay, Sir Caesar, just give me the final number when the time comes. However, I don't know if I can afford it. Besides, is Starfall City really mine? Of course it belongs to you. You are now the #1 heir to the title of the Dane family." Samuel said with a smile, "As for whether you can afford it or not, you don't have to worry about it. I am a benevolent lord and I am willing to accept payment in installments." What is installment payment? It means that you owe me money, and you can't pay it back temporarily, but you can pay it back slowly in the future. Well, thank you so much, Sir Caesar. You're welcome, this is what a gentleman should do. Ashara watched all this from the sidelines, and suddenly began to suspect that it seemed that it was not a wise decision for her to push her daughter to the position of Lord of Starfall City. Chapter 77. The twilight of the morning sun shines on the garden full of golden roses, and the dewdrops on the petals are shining with crystal luster, like pure crystals, embellishing this elegant garden like a fairyland. Several beautiful larks walked among the treetops, flew over the vibrant flowers, and sang moving melodies. However, such a beautiful morning scene was broken by a rude voice. "Damn Samuel. He can't stop, he's causing me trouble. Governor of the Reach, Warden of the South, Duke of Highgarden. Mace Tyrell has a big belly, waving a letter with his thick arms, and his fat face is full of anger. Before I recruited hundreds of laborers from my dock without saying hello, I didn't bother with him. Last time he wanted the refugees from Gayotting, I didn't make things difficult for him for the sake of my precious daughter. This time, he actually provoked Starfall City. He still wants me to send troops to support him. He treats me as, "Father, drink tea." Marjorie Tyrell brought the silver teacup to Duke Mace's mouth, just enough to keep his remaining complaints in his stomach. The Duke of Metz took the teacup, and couldn't lose his temper when faced with his daughter's bright smiling face, so he had to be pulled by her to sit down on the chair. After taking a sip of tea, Duke Metz said to Mrs. Olenna in front of him again, "Mother, have you read the letter? Do you think this Samuel is a troublemaker?" Mrs. Olenna folded her hands in her sleeves, staring at the lark outside the pavilion, and said calmly, "Samuel is indeed a kid who can make a fuss. But this time, I really don't blame him." "Don't blame him?" The old lady nodded, and said, "A few days ago, I just received a message from Black Harbor City that Edric Dane and Alilia Dane were unfortunately killed in a hunting accident." The Duke of Metz was stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, "Mother, what does this have to do with that kid from Yingzui Island?" Marjorie said at the right time, "These are the last two heirs of the main branch of the Dane family, right? No wonder Starfall City went crazy." Duke Mace finally came to his senses and shouted, "It couldn't be Samuel who did it." Olenna rolled her eyes. She no longer wanted to talk to her stupid son. Marjorie poured a cup of tea for her father, and said softly, "Someone must have provoked it on purpose, right?" Mrs. Olenna smiled at her granddaughter, as if she had finally found some comfort. Then turned to her son, and said in a bad mood, "Master Inflatable Fish, your vassal has sent a letter asking for help. Do you think we should send troops to support?" The Duke of Mace didn't care about the ridicule in his mother's tone. Anyway, this is not the first time, but he was even more annoyed by Samuel, who made himself a fool, and said, "His castle hasn't been built yet, so according to the Lord's law, Yingzui Island is not an official River Bay territory. What reason do I have to start a war? Which vassal would be willing to fight for such a disputed land?" Dornish people desperately. Mrs. Olenna spat out a name, Rondo Tarley. Landau. Duke of Mace frowned. Although Samuel is his son, he was also the son who was deprived of his inheritance rights and kicked out of the house. "Do you think he will send troops for Yingzui Island?" "I don't know." Mrs. Olenna smiled slightly, and said leisurely, "But I really want to know." "Huh." Duke Mace was stunned again. Marjorie spoke again at the right time. "Father, grandmother has never believed that Earl Landau really gave up on his son Samuel, so I want to take this opportunity to test it out." "Oh." Duke Mace nodded. "Okay, then I'll write a letter to tell Landau about it. However, I won't give him any orders, he decides whether to send troops or not." After speaking, Duke Metz stepped forward and kissed the foreheads of his mother and daughter, and then left in a hurry. Although he loves them very much, Duke of Mace feels uncomfortable every time he is alone with them, especially his mother, Mrs. Olenna. In front of her, Duke of Mace feels like a fool. Margaret sent her father out of the garden, then returned to the gazebo, poured a cup of scented tea for Mrs. Olenna, and asked, "Grandmother, what if Earl Randall really doesn't send troops?" Madame Olenna took a sip of herbal tea and said lightly, "Then Samuel can only rely on himself." After finishing speaking, she put down the teacup, reached out and fiddled with the sapphire necklace on the chest of her granddaughter in front of her, and said with a smile, "What? Are you reluctant to part with your first knight?" "It's a little bit. Sam is actually a very capable pioneering knight." Marjorie pressed her clean face against the back of her grandmother's wrinkled hands, and gently stroked, "And we have invested so much in this period of time. Many Todd Flower Knight, 100 elite soldiers, and thousands of golden dragons. Now that Yingzui Island is about to become a real River Bay territory, and it can still produce brandy and silver, I just gave up." "What a pity." Mrs. Olenna gently caressed her granddaughter's cheek, but the words she said were extremely cold. "A rose in the garden is infected with insects, no matter how beautiful it is. And no matter how much time and energy you have spent on taking care of it before, when it is time to remove it, it must be removed, otherwise the insect disease will spread and destroy it. Your whole garden." Margaret was a little unwilling, then tried to cure it first. This is not a simple bug disease. Madame Olenna shook her head and sighed. You also know that the 2 heirs of the Dane family have died. And the timing of the death is so coincidental, it is obvious that someone has spotted as the plan in Yingzui Island is to provoke a war. Although we originally built the territory on Yingzui Island to deal with Dorne, the timing of the war must not be in the hands of others. Otherwise, we will only be passive everywhere, and even the flowers planted in other places will be affected. Eagle's Mouth Islet is already a rotten sore exposed to the vulture's eyes, so let's take this opportunity to let the Dornish people get out for us. Brandy can be brewed elsewhere. Silver, how can we be short of this money? Hearing what her grandmother said, Marjorie had no choice but to give up. She thought for a while, and then asked, Grandma, have you seen who is behind the scenes this time? There are a few suspicious targets. However, that person is very careful, so I'm not sure. Mrs. Olenna pressed her granddaughter's frown, as if trying to smooth it out, and comforted her with a smile. You also don't worry too much. The illegitimate son of Starfall City just wants to gain attention and honor, and won't offend us easily, so even if Samwell loses, he won't have to worry about his life. At that time, we will pay to redeem him, appease him, and use it elsewhere. Besides, it's time for that kid to suffer a bit. Otherwise, I feel that he is about to float into the sky. You don't know, Paxter once wanted him to marry Desmara, but the kid actually refused. Marjorie's eyes widened. He doesn't even like the eldest daughter of Chingting Island. Then who else does he want to marry? Who knows? Mrs. Olenna snorted lightly. Grandmother, what if Earl Randall really sent troops to support Yingzui Island and help Sam hold it? That means Lando Tully didn't really give up on this son. He might have other plans to kick him out of the house. Before we see his real purpose, we should stop rashly intervening. The mess of Eagle Mouth Island, just leave it to the Tully family, and don't give any more support to Samwell. Marjorie nodded, understanding what her grandmother meant, but then she thought of the last possible development of this matter. Samwell defended Eagle Mouth Island by himself without anyone's help. But this result is too unbelievable. The army of the Dane family is not comparable to the Wildlings. No matter how powerful Samwell is, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Margaret immediately put this absurd idea behind her, and secretly prayed to the 7 gods, asking them to protect her. Night from this war. Chapter 78 Inches. What? Uruk lost? Yes, it is so possible. How did you lose? Fire. They used fire. Fire. Everywhere. Our brothers. Woo. All burned. There's also a warhammer. A flaming warhammer. That Lord of the Bay wields a flaming warhammer, smashing people into countless sparks at once. It's horrible. They are demons from hell. It's horrible. In the castle hall of the Dane family, several soldiers who had escaped from Yingzui Island by chance recounted their defeat incoherently. The castle master Alf listened with a gloomy face, trying to restore the truth of the matter from the chaotic and exaggerated narratives of several deserters. But this truth made him really unbelievable. The battle that I thought was foolproof actually failed. The elite army of the Dane family lost to a pioneer knight who didn't even build a castle. Although Uruk did not mobilize all the troops of the Dane family due to insufficient prestige, even so, Alf never thought that they would be defeated in a place like Yingzui Island. Gods of the 7, this world is too crazy. The deserters were still gesticulating and yelling, telling about all the terrible experiences they had experienced in Yingzui Island. But Alf is no longer in the mood to listen. He only thinks about how to end it now. Uruk Shad died as soon as his son died, but Starfall City can no longer be leaderless like this. It is necessary to determine an heir to the title, otherwise the hearts of the people will be scattered, and it is very likely that the enemy will take advantage of it. Yes, Alf stood up suddenly, and he immediately ordered the guards on the side, immediately mobilize people to the pier to prevent the people from Huon from attacking. Before he finished speaking, he saw a servant trotting in and reported, Master Alf, Princess, your Royal Highness is coming. Princess. Alf froze for a moment. Which princess? Princess Ariane. How did she come to Starfall City? Alf didn't have time to think about it, so he ran out to greet him. When I came to the gate of the castle, I saw that the princess and her party had already entered the Iron Gate, drinking water and washing their faces under the service of the servants. Alf hurried forward to salute. His Royal Highness, welcome to Starfall City. Ariane was returning the silk scarf after wiping her face to the maid. When she heard this she smiled and said, I came in a hurry and didn't inform you in advance. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, Your Highness. The gate of Starfall City is always open for you. Where's Esser Ulrich? Alf's face suddenly changed slightly, and he looked unspeakable. Damon Shad frowned when he saw this. Could it be that he has already gone to attack Yingzui Island? Lord Ulrich has indeed gone. Alf felt extremely embarrassed. When did you go? Daimon asked unwillingly. I went there early yesterday morning. Then he may not have captured Yingzui Island. Damon said, anxiously, maybe we can rush there in time. Alf coughed twice, and finally decided to tell the truth. Your Royal Highness, Sir Damon, Lord Ulrich has been defeated. We won so quickly. Damon was halfway through speaking. Before suddenly reacting, he suddenly turned his head to look at Manager Alf. What did you say? Ulrich lost. Ariane also stared back at Alf, her obsidian eyes unblinking. Yes, Your Highness, how dare I deceive you? Soldiers have already escaped from Yingzui Island. They are in the hall, and you can interrogate them yourself. Ulrich is a disgrace to the Dornish people. Damon cursed viciously. Ariane's complexion remained unchanged. She took off the turban that protected her from the wind and sand, let her silky hair hang down naturally, and said calmly, I want to personally interrogate those deserters. Chief Alf, please lead the way. Your Highness, this way please. A group of people came to the castle hall, and Ariane interrogated the deserters who were already somewhat delirious. In the end, there was only one unbelievable fact: Ulrich really lost. And it was a big defeat. Does that Riverbend knight know fire magic? Damon felt that there was only one explanation. Moreover, in words, the illegitimate son of God's Grace City could hardly hide his fear. Ariane remained calm. She first asked Alf to take all the deserters away, and then said, the words of the deserters should not be trusted. In order to avoid punishment, or to make themselves appear less incompetent, they will always deliberately exaggerate the strength of the enemy. Damon nodded, but still reminded, Your Highness, but Ulrich should indeed be defeated. I know. Ariane took out a pomegranate from the plate on the table, peeled it, and said, Master Alf, how many soldiers did Ulrich bring to attack Yingzui Island? About 2,000 people. Alf replied respectfully. Where's the knight? 12 knights went out with the army. Ariane put a few pomegranate seeds into her mouth, and asked again, there are far more vassal knights in the Dane family, right? Alf glanced at the princess carefully, and said, yes, Your Highness. Including the branch of Joion City, there are 35 knights in the Dane family. Less than half. It seems that the illegitimate child's appeal is very limited. However, even if the Dane family didn't do their best, it still feels unbelievable to lose to a pioneer knight who didn't even build a castle. Ariane had some calculations in her heart, so she told the housekeeper, please send someone to notify all the knights of the Dane family who have not set out, tell them that I have arrived in Starfall City, and let them come to pay a visit immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Alf hesitated, and then asked, Your Highness, do you want to tell them the news of Ulrich's defeat? Tell them. Yes. After the steward left, Demon couldn't help asking, Your Highness, why are you summoning the knights of the Dane family? Are you planning to attack Yingzui Island again? Exactly. But are you scared? Ariane raised her eyebrows and interrupted. Facing the gaze cast by the beautiful Dorne princess, Demon immediately puffed up his chest and said loudly, of course not, there's really nothing to be afraid of. Samuel supported Natalie and jumped off the boat, and said with a smile, with me here, no one in Starfall City will dare to bully you. Yeah, Natalie nodded, but her little hand was holding Samuel's sleeve tightly and refused to let go. The Dornishmen on the pier looked at this group of riverbenders and savages who suddenly appeared with curious and vigilant eyes. Fortunately, there are familiar faces like Hughes Dane. Otherwise, even if there is no conflict on the pier, I am afraid that someone will go to Starfall City to report. Samuel waved for Hughes and ordered, take some people to Starfall City first, tell the Dane family that Miss Natalie has returned, and ask them to come to the pier to welcome them. Remember, if they don't want to, you should immediately control the gate of the castle and send someone back to notify me, understand? Yes, My lord. After Hughes left with his people, Samuel continued to stay on the pier, waiting for his soldiers to land one after another. Although Natalie is now the first heir of the Dane family, Samuel will not be so foolish as to think that he can conquer Starfall City with such a little girl. No matter when, strength is always the support of everything. If the Dane family refused to give in, he was ready to fight another battle. After the previous defeat, the Dane family must not be able to organize too many troops to resist stubbornly. What's more, in such a short time, they have no time to mobilize the army. After waiting for about half an hour, Hughes finally returned, but his face was a little weird. Lord Caesar, Miss Natalie, and Princess Ariane are in Starfall City right now. Who? Samuel froze for a moment. Princess Ariane Martel. Hughes took a careful look at Samuel and continued, His Royal Highness wants you and Miss Natalie to pay a visit. Chapter 79. Of course Samuel will not go to see some princess. He is in a very bad mood right now. He never thought that a Dornay princess would appear here. In this way, I am afraid that the original Starfall City will not be so easy to obtain. Ariane Martel would not allow the Dane family to be in the hands of a girl who was clearly inclined to the people of the River Bend, even if she was indeed the first heir to Starfall City. What's more, if Natalie's inheritance rights are to be true, there are indeed flaws. What to do? Storming Starfall City, Samuel felt that he was not crazy yet. Even though Starfall City's troops are indeed empty at this time, with Princess Dorn, the people inside will definitely not surrender easily. With just a few hundred people under him, if he wants to conquer the Dane family before the arrival of Dorn's reinforcements, a strong castle is just a dream come true. Retreat. Samuel was not reconciled. Although he won the previous battle, his territory was also destroyed, and his accumulation for more than half a year was burned. If he can't get compensation from Starfall City, he is really not reconciled. What's more, if he retreats this time, will Starfall City let it go? Especially the ambitious woman Ariane Martel is still here. She will most likely gather the army of the Dane family, or even the army of the nearby lords, and then attack Yingzui Island. When the time comes, how will he guard? So, instead of letting the flames of war spread to your own territory again, it is better to stick to this pier. It can not only block the way of the Dornish people's attack, but also take the opportunity to ask for help from High Court. The Tyrell family might not be willing to send troops to defend Eagle Mouth Island before, but now, he has gained a foothold in the west of Dornay, a pier that can continuously transport troops, and holds Natalie Dane in his hand. With the key that could open the west of Dornay, he didn't believe the Tyrells would be unmoved. Since he made up his mind to stick to it and wait for help, Samuel ordered his soldiers to take over the entire pier, drive out all the civilians on the pier, and began to build fortifications to prepare for battle. After observing the terrain of the pier, Samuel found that if he wanted to stick to this place, he couldn't just guard the pier. The terrain of the pier is too low, and there is not enough strategic depth. If you only defend the pier, you will easily be pushed into the sea by the Dornishmen to feed the fish. So, he decisively expanded the defense line to the outside by 2 or 3 miles. This section is full of rugged rocks, and there is only one road to enter and exit, but then turn east and turn over a ridge to a flat sandy plain. So it is relatively simple to fortify, just block the only road leading to the pier west of the ridge. After his men dug trenches on the main road, erected earth barriers, demolished the wooden houses on the pier, and built several fences on the ridge, Samuel asked Hughes to reply to Princess Ariane, "If you want to see him, yes, then come here by yourself." Hughes took the order to go, and soon came back, saying, "My lord, Her Royal Highness said that she has come and wants to see you." Samuel frowned, a little surprised at the courage of the Dornay princess. However, since the other party is really here, of course he wants to meet. If we can reach an agreement, then this battle can be avoided, and it is better not to fight. When he came to the first line of defense, Samuel saw a group of Dornishmen gathered on the opposite side from a distance. After he appeared, 2 figures on horseback came out of the Dornish people towards the ridge, and one of them should be a woman from the looks of her clothes. Seeing this, Samuel brought his attendant, Katu, and went up to meet him. The 2 sides met in the middle, separated by more than 10 steps. Princess Ariane, looked curiously at the Knight of the Reach, and found that he was completely different from what she had heard before. Of course, she had long felt that the rumors about Samuel Tarly she had heard before were all deliberately fabricated false news. How could a cowardly fat man abandoned by his father open up a territory in a place like the Crimson Mountains? Not to mention defeating the Dane family army led by Uruk Shad. The young man in front of her is exactly what she imagined, tall and handsome, exuding a high-spirited temperament. All over his body, his gray eyes shone with confidence. Of course, if he looked carefully, he could find a hint of cunning. This is a difficult man to deal with. Ariane made a judgment immediately. Samuel is also looking at Princess Dornay in front of him. She is indeed as beautiful as described in the book. Her graceful figure is looming under the translucent silk dress, her olive-colored smooth skin glistens with health and vitality, and the smile on her charming face is as hot as the sunshine of dawn, although it's not absolutely beautiful, but it has an inexplicable and strong attraction to men. Knight of the River Bend, do you know that you are standing on the land of the Dornish people? Ariane spoke with a lazy tone as if she was coquettish with her lover. This is a woman who is very good at using her charm to achieve her goals. Samuel was secretly vigilant, and said with a smile, if I remember correctly, you Dornishmen attacked my territory first. Your territory? Princess Ariane chuckled. How did I hear that you haven't even built the castle yet? Samuel also smiled. Your Royal Highness, we don't need to play this kind of jurisprudence game. Yingzui Island is the territory I developed, and it is full of my subjects and property. Now it is being ruined by Uruk Shad now. It's not too much for me to come to Starfall City to ask for some compensation, right? Princess Ariane stretched out her slender finger and pointed behind Samuel, saying, since you are here to ask for compensation, you have occupied the pier and built so many fortifications. What are you doing? Of course it's to guard against you. Samuel didn't bother to waste time with this person, and simply said bluntly, I have already negotiated with the Dane family on the matter of war compensation, but your appearance seems to have reignited the flames of war danger. How could I not be on guard? Have you negotiated war compensation? Who did you talk to from the Dane family? Of course it is Miss Natalie Dane, daughter of Ashara Dane, the first heir of the Dane family. Princess Ariane giggled when she heard the words, and her proud chest also surged. Sir Caesar, are you mistaken, Miss Ashara of the Dane family committed suicide by jumping into the sea more than 10 years ago. Samuel said in his heart that sure enough, the Martell family would not easily admit Natalie, but he still made the last effort. She did jump into the sea, but she didn't die, and she left behind a daughter. If you don't believe it, you can ask some old people from the Dane family to identify it. How about this? Princess Ariane suggested, with a smile. You ask that Miss Natalie to come back to Sunspear with me, and let my father confirm her identity. If it is true, then she can naturally inherit Starfall, and swear allegiance to my father. It seems that our differences are a bit big. Samuel shrugged. Of course, he couldn't hand Natalie over to the Martell family, and he also understood that the woman in front of him would not bow her head easily. In the original book, Ariane was so ambitious that she wanted to support a queen to sit on the Iron Throne, so her father had to send someone to arrest her to prevent her from causing trouble outside. Prince Doran had to resort to coercive means if he wanted her to be obedient. How could Samuel, a man from the River Bay, use words to impress this woman? So, Samuel didn't bother to talk nonsense, and said, directly, then speak with a sword. You are very confident, Sir Caesar. Ariane stared into Samuel's eyes with burning eyes. I hope you can always maintain it. Thank you for your blessing. Samuel saluted very gentlemanly. I also hope that you can always maintain your current beauty. You must know that swords have no eyes on the battlefield, and beautiful things are as fragile as porcelain bottles. Princess Ariane suddenly withdrew her smile, and her voice was no longer charming, it was as hard as gravel in the mountains. Then, take a good look. Is the one standing in front of you a porcelain vase that will shatter when you touch it, or martel who will never bend, destroy, or yield? After saying this, Ariane turned and left. Demon Sand. Princess Ariane ordered as soon as she returned, immediately. Send a letter to High Hidden City, Bremen City, Tianji City, Sandstone City, King's Tomb City, Hellgate Castle, to all the lords in the west of Dornay, telling them that the people of the Reach have set foot on our land. I, Lynn Martell, in the name of the Fiery Sun's halberd, demands that they immediately send troops to support Starfall City. Chapter 80 Inches Todd Flowers. On the other side, as soon as Samuel returned to the pier, he also started to shake people. You immediately wrote to Madame Olenna, telling her that I have defeated the Dane family army and occupied Starfall City, but was. Ahem. Todd couldn't hold back when he heard this. Samuel glared at the other party, and said, confidently, what are you doing? The pier is not considered Starfall City. And don't tell me you don't know what we are about to face this time. Although it is extremely dangerous, it is also a good opportunity to become famous all over the world. Todd booed a flower. If you want to get rid of the surname of the illegitimate child, just do as I tell you. Sure enough, there was a flash of struggle in Todd's eyes. After a while, the illegitimate child of Qingting Island sighed, nodded and said, I will tell Mrs. Olenna as you said. Very good. Samuel patted the other person on the shoulder heavily. Don't forget to write down Natalie Dane's life experience as well. Believe me, Mrs. Olenna will definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Good. Watching Todd's leaving back, Samuel sighed. He knew that a big war was inevitable. With the personality of that Princess Ariane Martel, she will never stop until they are driven into the sea. Even if he withdrew to Yingzui Island, the ambitious Dornay princess would lead his troops to chase after him. On the river bend, Mrs. Olenna should not miss this excellent opportunity to control the western part of Dornay, and there is a high probability that she will send troops to support it. So, this is no longer just a grievance between Yingzui Island and Starfall City, but an upcoming war between Huan and Dornay. The situation has inevitably slipped out of control. Samuel suddenly realized that this was probably what Littlefinger, Petter Baelish really wanted to see. Chaos is the latter. From then on, after the man personally visited Yingzui Island for a silver mine, things began to escape from Samuel's control. Pretended to be greedy for the benefits of silver mining, but in fact, concealed evil intentions to expose Yingzui Island to the sight of the Dornish people, and quietly assassinated the last blood of the main branch of the Dane family, completely provoking the conflict between Starfall City and Yingzui Island. There is also the arrival of Ariane. Samuel believes that Petter may have planned it secretly, otherwise there would be no chance of such a coincidence. Although he had long been on guard against this notorious conspirator in Game of Thrones, he never expected to fall into the trap he wove. Recalling that day at the Tower of Sky, he secretly laughed at Duke Renly as a marionette in the hands of Lady Olenna, but now, he himself cannot escape a similar fate. Even sadder, Samuel found himself with no choice. Unless he betrayed his position and interests, he could only start the war in the way Petter designed. Is this the strength of the top players in this Game of Thrones? The corners of Samuel's mouth turned up slightly. After realizing this, he wasn't too upset. Petter Baelish is not a **** after all, so it is impossible to count everything. The conspirator tried his best to plan this drama, but he couldn't control the direction of the plot after all. He can decide how to start the scene, but he cannot decide how to end the scene. Let alone know that a puppet controlled by him has found the figure hiding behind the scene along the silk thread. Petter Baelish. Samuel gritted his teeth and said, just wait, one day, I will repay your care. Horned Hill is located at the northern foot of the Crimson Mountains, and is the most important barrier in the south of Highgarden. Whether it is the savages in the Crimson Mountains or the more elite and powerful Dornishmen, if they want to invade the most fertile core area of the River Bend, they cannot bypass the war fortress of Horn Hill. Today, this terrifying war machine located on the border of the River Bend finally started to operate again. Flags of various colors are flying in the air, directing the soldiers to line up to enter the city. The knights in bright armor are ready to go, as if they can't wait to fight for honor. Father, what are you calling the army for? Is there going to be a war? Dickon Tarley ran to the top of the wall excitedly. At only 14 years old, he already has the height of an adult, with a strong physique and a handsome appearance. It is no wonder that Earl Randall was determined to support him as the heir of Horn Hill. Yes, Randall Tarley said words like gold. Who are you fighting with? Hearing that there was going to be a war, Dickon not only showed no fear on his face, but was more excited. The Tully family has always had martial blood, except for a certain disinherited eldest son. Dornay. Fight Dornay. It's great. I've long since disliked those guys. Covered in sand. Dickon blushed. Is it the war order issued by the Duke? Apart from us, there are still people in the River Bend which families participated in the war. The Duke didn't give the order. Earl Landau saw a vassal knight under the castle take off his helmet and salute to himself, so he also waved. We are the only ones in the River Bay to participate in the battle. Huh. Dickon was dumbfounded. Earl Randall took out a letter from his arms and handed it to his son. This is a letter from the Duke of Mace 3 days ago, read it yourself. Dickon scanned it quickly, and then exclaimed, it's my brother. The Dornishmen are going to attack his territory. It's disgusting. Father, please, let me go too. No. Earl Landau refused without hesitation. Dickon's face suddenly collapsed. Although he knew that his father's decision would not be changed, he still asked unwillingly, why can't I go? Because you have more important tasks. Earl Randall said, took out another unopened letter, handed it to Dickon, and said, take this letter to Brightwater City, and give it to Lord Lister. Dickon was a little displeased. To deliver a letter to my grandfather, do I need to go there myself? Can't I use a raven? Or let my mother go? She told me a few days ago that she missed a lake in her hometown, which just happened to let her go back and have a look. Earl Randall squinted his eyes and looked at his son, and said coldly, can the raven represent the Tully family? Or can your mother represent the Tully family? It was only then that Deacon realized that this letter might be of great importance, and when he thought about the military operation in Horn Hill, he suddenly realized, Father, you don't want Liangshui City to send troops to support brother, do you? That's right. Earl Randall's face softened a little. I wrote the reasons and conditions for sending troops in the letter, and you hand it to your grandfather, and tell him that the Tully family will not forget the Florent family. Help. Dickon hid the letter next to his body, and asked again, Father, the Duke's letter only said that people from Starfall City are going to attack my brother's territory. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? Earl Randall sighed quietly, and said, once the footsteps of war sound, it is up to certain people when to stop. Dickon scratched his head, half understanding. You mean the Dornish people will mobilize an army to attack Yingzui Island? Then why is the Duke of Metz ignoring it and only us in Brightwater City going to fight? Have you not seen it yet? Your brother has become an abandoned son. Earl Landau had a mocking smile on his lips, but he didn't know who it was aimed at. Huh. Dickon was taken aback. He wanted to say, Father, you were the first to abandon your brother. Of course, he would definitely not dare to say this in person. Sometimes, Dickon felt that he couldn't understand the world of adults, it was too complicated and confusing. He suppressed his messy thoughts and asked again, Father, if my grandfather agrees to send troops, can I go with the army? Earl Randall shook his head again. No. After delivering the letter, you have to go to Highgarden. The Duke of Mace's 50th name day banquet is coming soon, and you will attend on behalf of the Tully family. Oh. Dickon looked reluctant, but he had no choice but to agree. Okay. Go to your mother. If she also wants to go to Brightwater City, you can take her with you. Okay, Father. Chapter 81. The sun is hot and the heat is overwhelming. A long and winding army is gathering towards Starfall City. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like countless ants returning to their nests. The falcon hovered over the towering castle for a long time, and finally flapped its wings to the west, skimming over the barren sand plains and rugged mountains, and swooped down towards the seaside pier. In the wooden house, Samuel opened his eyes, rubbed his slightly sore brows, and walked out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Natalie staring curiously and timidly at the falcon parked on the roof. Hey, Samuel said, suddenly, causing Natalie to tremble in fright. She turned her head, stared wide-eyed, and said angrily, you scared me. Samuel asked, with a smile, what are you doing sneakily? Natalie glanced at the falcon on the roof again, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, so you also have a bird. Why does this sound so strange? Yes. Tell you a secret. Natalie took a few steps closer and said, mysteriously, I have one too. Samuel suppressed a smile. Really? You also have birds? Yes. Natalie nodded, but my bird is not as big as yours. PFF'd. Samuel finally couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Natalie was a little puzzled. Do you want to see my bird? Okay, okay. Samuel laughed even more. Natalie pouted, seemed a little unhappy, and turned her head. HMPH. I won't show it to you. Samuel put away his smile, stepped forward to ruffle the little girl's hair, and ran away decisively before she got angry. There are several supply ships docking at the pier. Ucha. Samuel beckoned to the young savage who had just disembarked. Come here. Ucha quickly trotted over and saluted. Lord Caesar, what orders do you have? I haven't been back these days. How is Yingzui Islet doing now? Everything is fine. My brother-in-law is leading everyone to rebuild the wooden house. He said that it will take another month for the territory to return to its previous appearance. Where's the castle? The castle is being renovated by Lord Vito. I don't know the specific situation. Samuel nodded, but did not embarrass him, and asked instead, is there enough food and supplies? Enough. We have stored a lot before, and my brother-in-law has sent people to Yangwu City, and a batch of new supplies should be delivered soon. Have you received a letter or seen anyone in the territory recently? Not really. Okay, go get busy. Yes, my lord. Samuel looked at the back of Ucha leaving, and sighed secretly. The expected support has not been available, which inevitably makes him a little anxious. The Dornishmen on the opposite side are gathering more and more, and Samuel has already seen the banners of other families besides the Dane family. Obviously, Ariane can mobilize far more power than he imagined. Although the opponent has not yet launched an attack, Samuel feels that this day may not be far away. If Huon didn't send reinforcements, it would be impossible for him to hold the pier. Not only the pier, but Yingzui Island should not be defended either. Ariane Martel, an ambitious woman, will not give up easily. The previous fire attack tactics against Uruk Shad will definitely not work anymore, because all the brandy is exhausted. Moreover, this tactical weakness is very obvious. The effect was so good last time, mainly because the enemy was unprepared, and there will be no such good thing in the future, unless he can create a real wildfire. But according to Maester Coburn, the creation of a real wildfire is not only extremely time-consuming, but also expensive. No wonder only the royal family has the ability to mass-produce in the original book. Lord Caesar, Lord Caesar. A voice interrupted Samuel's contemplation. What's the matter? Samuel recognized that the other party was Todd's new servant, who seemed to be called Hal. Hal trotted to Samuel, took a breath, and said, Master Todd asked me to tell you that the vanguard of the Dornishmen has arrived and may attack at any time. Samuel was shocked, and hurriedly followed Hal to the front line. Coming to the ridge where the first line of defense was, Samuel looked down through the wooden fence. Sure enough, a group of Dornish soldiers gathered on the wasteland below, estimated to be 600 or 700. This should only be the vanguard. Samuel looked up and could vaguely see follow-up troops coming from the direction of Starfall City. It seems that the Dornish people are indeed preparing to attack on a large scale. Actually, with the help of Falcon's eyes, he had already seen a large number of troops gathering in Starfall City, so he was not surprised by this. Through Hawkeye, it is known that the number of Dorne troops in Starfall City is probably almost 15,000 to 6,000 at this time. After all, Dorne and Huon have a 1,000-year feud, and now he, a knight of the Riverbend, actually leads an army to the land of Dorne. It is no wonder that the Dornish people, who have always been xenophobic, are furious. Even so, Samuel was a little surprised by the charisma of the Princess of Dorne. Familiar with the plot, he certainly knew that Prince Doran did not actually intend to pass on the position to Ariane, but had other arrangements for her. But the lords of Dorne were of course unaware of this. In their eyes, Ariane was still the first heir to Prince Doran, the future queen of Dorne. But nearly 20,000 people, just to seize a peer is too exaggerated. Obviously, the Dorne princess's ambition is far more than just a peer. This crazy woman is probably trying to take this opportunity to invade the River Bay. Samuel has more headaches seeing that Dorne's army is gathering more and more, and his side has a total of 600 troops, and most of them are recruits. Fortunately, he had decisively occupied the dominant terrain and built fortifications, otherwise Samuel would have already escaped by boat. But even if he occupies a favorable location, the situation is not optimistic, and his soldiers are not Spartans, so it is impossible to fight 100 with one. So, Samuel can only look forward to the Reinforcements in the river bend. If the reinforcements do not come for a long time, then no matter how unwilling he is, he can only run away. At that time, Huan probably would have no face to go back. If he went, he would have to obediently be a dog to the Tyrell family. If this is the case, Samuel felt that he might as well go to the other side of the narrow sea to join Longma. The Dornish did not launch an attack immediately, but waited patiently for the arrival of follow-up troops. As evening approached, nearly 20,000 Dornish troops had densely covered the wasteland, and they couldn't see the edge at a glance, which made one's scalp tingle. Princess Ariane seems to deliberately want to show her full strength to the enemy, so as to break the fighting spirit of the people in the river bay. However, the effect is not very obvious. After a series of miraculous victories before, the soldiers of Yingzui Island have already had a kind of blind trust and worship for Samuel. In their view, there is no enemy in the world that their lord cannot defeat. However, what they don't know is that the invincible Lord Caesar is also panicking now. But in order to stabilize the morale of the army, Samuel still put on a confident look. It's just a group of farmers who just put down their hoes. Samuel pointed to the Dornishmen at the foot of the mountain, and was about to taunt and boost morale, but was interrupted by a dull sound of a horn. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, they saw a small team of 400 to 500 people from the Dornish army formation, approaching the defense line of the Huan people. The Dornish soldiers in the front row are holding huge oaken shields, followed by spearmen and machetes, and the last row is archers. They all wore leather armor, uniformly, marching neatly and orderly, with high fighting spirit, like an elite soldier. So the word, farmer, that Samuel was about to ridicule, could only be held back in embarrassment. He took a deep breath, suppressed all distracting thoughts in his heart, and ordered in a calm tone, "Blow the horn. Meet the enemy." Chapter 82. The battle broke out suddenly. It was the Dornish people who attacked first, because there were archers among them, and the attack distance was far. On the other hand, the people of Huan, as the defender, have no archers. No way, the establishment of Yingzui Island's army is still too short, and high-end arms such as archers, which are expensive and have a long training period, are still vacant. Fortunately, the Huan people's position is on the ridge, and the Dornish arrows have lost most of their strength when they shoot up. Coupled with the barrier of the fence, the power is greatly reduced, and it is basically difficult to cause effective damage. However, it also played a suppressive effect, preventing the people in Huan from showing their heads easily. After the Dornishmen advanced a little further, the riverbend began to formally counterattack. The way to counterattack is to throw spears. Although the attack distance of the spear is not as good as that of the bow and arrow, its lethality is actually stronger. The scene of hundreds of spears falling on the Dornay army formation like a torrential rain is indeed awe-inspiring. Especially the riverbend. People are condescending, and their spears are extremely powerful with the help of gravity. Unless there is a shield to protect them, once they are attacked, they will either die or be injured. The leather armor on the Dornishmen is not very effective in protecting against such attacks. This round of spear throwing down immediately suppressed the arrow rain of the Dornishmen. Amidst the sound of war drums, the Dornishmen continued to move forward. But they soon encountered a bigger problem, the trench. The Reachmen dug a deep and wide trench in front of the fence, and the Dornishmen had to slide into it and climb up, but then the Reachmen's spears would come out from behind the fence and stab them. Blood soon stained the land red, and there were more and more Dornish corpses in the trenches. When attacking Yingzui Island before, the people of Huan put up similar fortifications, but the effect was mediocre at that time, because the area to be protected was too large and there were not enough soldiers in Huan, so it was easy for the Dornish people to find loopholes. But the situation is different now. The Dornish people are facing a rugged mountainous terrain, and this is the only mountain road that can be passed by large troops. The area that the Huan people need to defend is greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, the defenders have a natural suppression of the attackers. The battle continued until it was getting dark, and the first wave of the Dornishmen's attack finally came to an end. After dropping hundreds of corpses, they failed to shake the first line of defense of the Huan people, so they retreated in embarrassment. When the soldiers of Huan saw this, they immediately cheered and celebrated. However, Samuel was not too happy. The first wave of attack just now was obviously tentative, and the Dornish people just wanted to find out the situation. The real test will start tomorrow. Sure enough, after resting overnight, the Dornishmen launched an attack again. This time, they were obviously well prepared. Not only did they carry earth and rocks for filling the trenches, but they also prepared ladders for climbing the fences. Amidst the sound of the rumbling war drums, the Dornish people, densely packed like ants, charged towards the ridge again. Compared to yesterday's tentative attack, today's Dornish people are obviously much crazier. They launched an attack regardless of casualties, filled the trench with earth, rocks, and even the corpses of their companions, and then set up ladders on the wooden fence. However, even so, it is extremely difficult to cross this fence. Because it is impossible to raise the shield to climb the ladder, so the climbing Dornishmen will become a target for the spears of the soldiers of the Reach. Even if a lucky few make it through, jumping into the Riverbend army formation without the support of your companions is basically tantamount to suicide. But even so, the Dornishmen's attack did not stop. The siege battle is supposed to be filled with human lives, and the Dorn commander on the opposite side will certainly not be lenient. The line of defense on the ridge also turned into a meat grinder under the crazy impact of the Dornish people. Most of what was devoured was the flesh and blood of the Dornish people, but the casualties of the people in the river bay gradually began to increase. The corpses piled up in front of the fence, which not only filled the trench long ago, but also formed a corpse mound in front of the fence. In this way, the Dornishmen would not need to use wooden ladders to jump over the fence and rush into the position of the people of the Riverbend. Fortunately, Samwell was already behind the first line of defense, and set up a second line of defense based on another high slope. Seeing that the defense was about to fall, he took advantage of the gap between the Dornish attack and asked the soldiers to abandon the first line of defense and retreat behind the second line of defense. As soon as the people from the Riverbend withdrew, the Dornishmen occupied the first line of defense. They howled and vented like crazy, and then pushed down the fence. After a short rest, they continued to attack the second line of defense. The ***** battle continues. It was like this until the sun went down, and the Dornish people retreated to camp. The people of Huon can finally catch their breath. However, this offensive and defensive battle is far from over. Early on the third day, the Dornishmen made another comeback. Blood and death cannot stop the progress of the Dornish people, let alone shake their determination to regain their territory. Seeing that the situation was not good, Samwell had no choice but to join the battle with his warhammer in hand. But personal strength is really of little use in such a big battle. No matter how fierce and invincible he is, the enemies he can kill are limited, and his physical strength is not unlimited. After fighting for a while, he must rest. However, the addition of Samwell did slow down the progress of the Dornish people. It was not until the fourth day that they pulled down the second fence. However, on the mountain road from the ridge to the pier, the people of Huon erected a total of 8 lines of defense. After a short rest, the Dornishmen launched an attack again. At this time, both sides are already red-eyed. On this not-so-long mountain road, both sides paid countless blood and lives for every inch of land. But this is far from the end. The resilience and toughness of the Dornish people far exceeded Samwell's expectations. Seeing the line of defense receding and getting closer to the pier, he became more and more anxious. Fortunately, the 7 gods took care of him after all. When the ***** battle lasted to the 7th day, Samwell's long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. Looking at the very familiar flag of the Stride Hunter on the troop carrier sailing into the pier, even though he had no affection for the original owner's family, Samwell couldn't help but feel agitated at this moment. At critical times, my family is still reliable. Huon reinforcements are here. When the observation post on the hill on one side of the battlefield told Daemon Shad the news, he felt dizzy for a while. They have fought so far regardless of casualties. They have finally advanced so far and consumed so many Huon defenders, but they did not expect that the support of the Huon people actually arrived. He hurried to the command camp and told Princess Ariane the news. How many people are here? Princess Ariane was quite calm. It is estimated that there are 2,000 or 3,000 people. Princess Ariane glanced at the pale Daemon and asked, "What? Does this scare you?" "Of course not." Daemon immediately replied loudly, but then he Muttered, "Your Highness, I'm just worried that the morale of the army will be dampened because of this, and besides, some knights who came to support have already complained about the heavy casualties of their soldiers." Princess Ariane stood up, walked out of the tent, and looked at the river bend position in the distance. There are bursts of cheers erupting at the moment. On the other hand, on Don's side, the soldiers were a little downcast. Damon chased after him, just in time to hear the princess's voice as hard as iron. 300 years ago, Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror brought 3 giant dragons and failed to make Dorne succumb. Now that there are only a few thousand people in the river bend, will they make us retreat? No, I will not give in. Don will not give in either. We will fight until the last moment, until all the invaders are driven out of Dorne. She turned around abruptly, her dark eyes flashed with firm and even crazy light. Daimon, go and call the knights from every family to my camp. I want to see who is complaining. Chapter 83. In the not-so-spacious camp, Dorne knights in armor walked in one after another, making the place look a bit crowded. As dusk approached and the light was dim, Princess Ariane asked the soldiers to light candles, and other desert lizard oil smell permeated, and there were already hundreds of knights in the camp. Princess Ariane's eyes slowly swept over these people, recalling their surnames, forces they belonged to, and habits and preferences in her mind. This is a skill that superiors must master. Standing first on her left was a man with a huge hooked nose, silver and black hair, and lavender eyes. Ariane knew that this man was the Dark Star, Jello from High Hidden City. Dane of Jaoyan City is the most powerful branch of the Dane family in Starfall City. With the main bloodline withered, it is obvious that he has the ambition to become the main branch of Starfall City. Therefore, among the reinforcements conscripted this time, Jaoyan City had the largest number of troops, with 3,000 people, so it can be said that they came out in full force. It's just that Geraldine, the eldest son of Jaoyan City, doesn't seem to have a good reputation, and Ariane doesn't like the way this person looks at her. But she will not alienate him because of this. On the contrary, she thinks that Geraldine is indeed a suitable candidate to inherit Starfall City. At least better than that Natalie Dean who came out of nowhere. So, she met the other party's fiery gaze, and returned a charming smile. Sure enough, Geraldine's breathing quickened instantly, and his waist straightened even more. Sir Gerald, your surname is also Dane, and now the people of Huon are standing on the territory of the Dane family. What do you think should be done? Drive them into the sea. Jia Luo slapped his chest heavily and roared loudly. Very good, this is the real Dane, Ariane said meaningfully. Then, her gaze turned to another young knight beside him. On the armor on the chest of that person was a black vulture, holding a pink baby in its claws. This was the coat of arms of the Bremont family. Ariane recognized the young knight as Penrose Bremont, the eldest son of the Bremont family. She remembered that this person had once served as her uncle's attendant, and it was also his uncle who made him a knight. Seeing the princess's eyes, Penrose quickly bowed his head and saluted. This is a reliable knight. Ariane nodded secretly, and asked, Sir Penrose, what's your opinion? The Bremont family will always follow in the footsteps of the son's halberd. The young knight blushed slightly, as if he didn't dare to meet Ariane's gaze. Very good, the Bremont family is always as reliable as a mountain, Ariane praised, and continued to look down. Beside the team of the Bremont family, there stood 5 knights with a golden crown and skull coat of arms on their armor, but Ariane didn't know any of them, and could only tell from the coat of arms that these were the Manhwaedit family of King's Grave City. Knight King's Tomb City is located at the Prince's Pass, guarding the northern gate of Dorne. Its position is very important. The Martell family has been trying to win over them, but this time, none of their family's direct descendants came. Lien N's heart sank slightly. But she still said, the Manhwaedit family has always been at the forefront of fighting against the river bend. If I remember correctly, the golden crown on the coat of arms of your family was released after killing an ancient river bend king. Come on. Yes, your highness. A knight of the Manhwaedit family stepped forward and said, we have a deep hatred with the people of Huon, and we will never give in and compromise. Ariane nodded in satisfaction, and turned her gaze to the right, where a dozen or so knights with red and yellow flame emblems printed on their chests were particularly eye-catching. They all came from the Uller family of Hellgate Castle. The illegitimate daughter of Earl Harmon Uller is Uncle Ariane's lover, and she gave birth to 4 illegitimate daughters for him. These, sand snakes, were all Ariane's childhood playmates, so she looked at the knights of the Uller family very kindly. Earl Harmon Uller also responded positively to Princess Ariane's call. This time, he sent his younger brother Sir Ulrich Uller to lead an army of 2,000 families to support him. Before Ariane could speak, Sir Ulrich took the initiative to step forward and saluted. Your Highness, the long sword of the Wool family will always be brandishing for you. The loyalty of the Uller family will never be questioned. Ariane responded with a smile. Her eyes continued to turn, greeting every family that came to support. The Kogel family, in Sandstone City, the Fowler family in Tianji City, Yuranwood. Until she saw the last blue-eyed blonde knight standing at the door of the tent. Ariane's pupils shrank slightly. The badge on the man's chest was a black gate in the sand, the coat of arms of House Yuranwood. The Yuranwood family has many titles: Earl of Yuranwood City, Noble Blood, Guardian of the Bone Road, Lord of Green Hill. But they once had a more prominent title, High King of Dornay. As one of the most powerful families in Dornay, the Yuranwood family was once the biggest obstacle on the way for the Martel family to conquer the whole of Dornay. Although they have bowed their heads to the Sunspear now, the relationship between the two families, the room is always undercurrent. Ariane's uncle was suspected of poisoning an Earl of Yuranwood, and in order to appease the anger of the Yuranwood family, Prince Doran gave his eldest son, Quentin Martel, to the Yuranwood family as an adopted son. It is said to be an adopted son, but it is actually a proton. Ariane did not expect the Yuranwood family to send someone to call for reinforcements this time. After all, the relationship between the two families is not good, and Yuranwood City is located in the middle of Dornay, far from Starfall City. Send troops. But unexpectedly, the other party actually sent troops. But only 1 knight was sent, plus more than 30 cavalry. It is said to be support, but it is more like coming to watch the battle. But Ariane still treats this person equally. I am grateful that the city of Yuranwood has come to support from thousands of miles away. The blue-eyed and blonde knight bowed and said, Your Highness, you are welcome, this is our duty. Is my brother okay now? Ariane asked suddenly. His Royal Highness Quentin is fine. The Earl is planning to marry Miss Gwenise to him. Really? Thanks to the Yuranwood family for taking care of my brother. Ariane suppressed the churning thoughts in her heart, and asked in a deep voice, I wonder if you are still willing to follow Myrtel's footsteps. Of course. The Yuranwood family will always be the most loyal subordinates of the Martel family. Very good. Ariane smiled and clapped her hands. The curtain of the camp tent was lifted, and a camel was brought in. Ariane drew out her long sword, and walked up to the camel amidst everyone's doubtful eyes. Kai, the long sword thrust out suddenly, and went straight into the camel's front belly, leaving only the hilt outside. Blood spurted out, drenching Ariane all over. But she didn't dodge or dodge. After the camel fell to the ground, with a wail, she drew out her long sword, took a few steps back and stood still, watching everyone quietly. Damon Shad reacted first, drew out his long sword, and stabbed the fallen camel. When the rest of the knights saw this, they immediately understood and followed suit. After everyone's swords were stained with blood, Ariane showed a satisfied smile. I saw her holding the long sword high above her head, and her voice was as hard as iron. Before the invading enemy is completely wiped out, if anyone dares to disturb the morale of the army and retreat lightly, he will surely die under the swords like a camel. May the 7 gods bear witness for us. All the knights also raised their blood-stained swords and shouted, 7 gods witness. Chapter 84 inches, presumably that's the case. On the pier, Earl Randall Tarley quietly listened to Samwell's narration, and stood motionless under the setting sun for a long while. Although in the past 6 months, he has heard many rumors about this son who was abandoned by him, every time he will feel surprised and relieved. But this time, his mood could no longer be described as surprise. If it weren't for the fact that the fleet arrived at Yingzui Islet yesterday, saw the scorched earth there with his own eyes, and asked those who witnessed the battle, Earl Landau would have felt that his son was lying to him. However, it is true. My own son actually defeated the elite army of the Dane family, and even led the army to the land of Dornay. What an honor. This made Earl Randall even more convinced that he had made the right decision to expel the eldest son. If not, how could he stimulate the hunter blood hidden in him and force him to become a real Tully? Of course, his surname is no longer Tully. But it doesn't matter. In the eyes of Earl Landau, a Caesar who can expand his territory is far better than a cowardly and incompetent Tully. What's more, the Caesar family is, after all, a branch branched off from the Tully family. Even if this blood connection will become weaker in the future, it cannot be completely eliminated after all. You did very well. After a long time, Earl Landau finally spoke, with an extremely sad tone. Samuel was stunned. Upon hearing this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be hearing his father's praise for the first time. Searching through the memory of the original owner, he has never heard similar words. There has never been. I don't know if it was affected by the remaining emotions of the original owner, but Samuel was a little excited for a while. But soon, he calmed down and told himself not to forget the cold-blooded side of the cheap father in front of him. Of course, the grievances must be clear. Now Samuel has also seen that the Tyrell family may not support him. That Mrs. Olenna must have other plans, or she doesn't want to have a conflict with Dornay at this time, and she is probably ready to give up. Yingzui Island is gone. Without the support of the Tully family, he would definitely suffer heavy losses this time, and even return to the state of having nothing. Therefore, Earl Landau's kindness for coming to support, he will definitely repay in the future. While pondering, Earl Randall said again, there is also that Bachelor of Coburn, who is a capable person. I didn't expect the Hightower family to value you so much. Remember to make good use of him. Bachelor Coburn is indeed a capable person, Samuel explained with a smile. However, he was not sent by the Hightower family, but he just happened to be expelled from the Academy City, and I ran into him. Really? Earl Randall had a mocking smile on his lips. Is there such a coincidence? Samuel froze. He suddenly realized that the timing of the appearance of Bachelor Coburn was really too coincidental. Although in the original book, this person would indeed be expelled from the Academy City for conducting immoral experiments, how could he be expelled just when he needed a bachelor? He was still expelled when he went to the crazy girl, Moroya, to consult about silver mining, as if he was afraid that he would not meet this person. Leighton Hightower. Samuel was taken aback, and finally realized that this was probably the arrangement of the old Earl of the Towering Tower. He thought he was very careful, but he didn't expect to fall into the schemes of one big boss after another. Don't worry too much, Earl Landau comforted, the Hightower family may not have any malice towards you. I see, father. Samuel put away his thoughts and nodded. At the same time, he also put away some of the pride he had always had as a time traveler, not daring to despise any big boss in this world anymore. Well, the person in front of him is also a big boss, especially on the battlefield. Samuel realized that this is really a rare and good opportunity to learn from the famous River Bend general. The set of military theories he created by himself is fine for bullying savages, and sometimes a flash of inspiration can defeat a powerful enemy, but he also knows that he still lacks a lot, let alone commanding thousands or even tens of thousands of people have experience in large-scale combat. The one in front of him is the top military general in Huon, and even the entire Westeros continent. How should we fight next? What's your opinion? Earl Landau asked. After observing the battlefield, it seems that he wants to personally test this son who has undergone earth-shaking changes. Father, I've been thinking about ways to break the situation these days. Samuel tried hard to clear his mind, and wanted his father to point out whether his plan was feasible. Princess Ariane summoned nearly 20,000 troops to block us in this on the pier, although it was difficult for them to attack we could not fight out. The narrow mountain road ahead not only restricted the Dornish people, but also became a cage for us people of the Reach. Therefore, we must open up a new battlefield. Earl Randall's eyes flashed brightly, and he asked, how to open up a new battlefield. Through observation in the past few days, I found that among the Dornay army that came to support, Jaoyan City has the strongest troops. There are actually 3,000 people, and all of them are elite. Are you sure? Earl Landau seemed to have understood Samuel's intentions, and immediately asked. Sure. Samuel nodded seriously. Earl Randall stared into his son's eyes, as if he wanted to confirm the accuracy of the information in this way. and Samuel naturally looked at him without fear. This is what he saw. Through the eyes of the falcon, clearly and clearly. After a while, Earl Landau spoke again. You want to go upstream along the turbulent river to attack Jaoyan City? That's right. Samuel looked at Earl Randall in surprise. As expected of a famous general in Huon, the opponent immediately guessed his real purpose as soon as he started. Samuel can only be thankful that Earl Randall is on his side, otherwise, this kind of opponent who can always predict the enemy's opportunity is the most troublesome. This is indeed a good idea. Earl Randall nodded approvingly. The limit of the number of troops that can be mobilized in Jaoyan City is almost the same, so the city must be extremely empty now. Samuel smiled and said, the blood of the Dane family in Starfall City is withered. As a branch, Jaoyan City can't sit still. It must be mobilized to fight for success, so that we can inherit Starfall City in the future. Not bad. It seems that you have made great progress these days. Earl Randall looked at his son with softer eyes. Father, you are flattering me, Samuel said modestly, and then said, since you agree with this plan, shall we divide our troops to attack Jaoyan City tomorrow? Earl Randall shook his head. Slowly. No hurry. Wait a few more days. Samuel suddenly didn't understand. Why? When we set off, I had already sent your brother to Liangshui City for help. If the Florens family is willing to send troops, they should arrive in a few days. Samuel immediately beamed with joy when he heard the words. His mother is the daughter of Earl Alistair Florent. With this blood relationship, Brightwater City may indeed send troops to support him. It seems that my family is still reliable. Samuel made the same exclamation again. This also gave him a deeper understanding of why the nobles of this world value marriage so much. This kind of blood connection is indeed the best way to form an alliance. Think about the Tyrell family in Highgarden. Their strength does not actually occupy an absolute advantage in the Reach, but after marrying the Redwyn family and the Hightower family, the Duke of Mace, the inflatable fish lord, they can all sit firmly on the throne of the governor of the River Bend and the guardian of the southern border. Okay, let's wait a few more days. Father, you must be very tired after traveling all the way. Why don't you go to bed early tonight? No. Earl Randall shook his head again, raised his finger and pointed to the mountain road ahead. The ridge up to the front is your lost line of defense, right? Yes. Since I'm here, of course I have to take them back, otherwise this place is too crowded. Samuel was stunned for a moment, and then asked in doubt, then there is no need to be in a hurry. Besides, your soldiers must be tired after traveling all the way. The corners of Earl Randall's mouth turned up slightly. No need. We arrived at Yingzui Island yesterday and rested there for a day and a night. The soldiers have almost recovered. Moreover, the Dornish people certainly did not expect us to launch a counterattack at this time. Samuel finally understood. Now, it was almost dusk now, and the Dornish people were usually ready to withdraw their troops and return to camp by this time, which was the most relaxed time, and they really didn't expect that the reinforcements from the River Bend had just arrived, and they would launch a counterattack without taking any rest. The most important ability on the battlefield, Earl Landau taught his son earnestly, it is to discover and grasp the opportunity of battle. Camp Dorne. Princess Ariane has just appeased the hearts of the people, and is entertaining the knights with the meat of the poor camel. Laughing and laughing in the tent, the atmosphere is relaxed. The morale, which had been slightly lowered by the news of the arrival of the reinforcements at the River Bend, recovered again. After all, the Dornish army still has the upper hand in terms of numbers. While everyone was discussing how to attack tomorrow and how to suppress the arrogance of the Huon people, the messengers rushed in a panic. Princess Ariane frowned, and asked with some displeasure, "What's the matter, Your Highness? It's not good." The people of Huon suddenly launched a counterattack. What? Ariane jumped up, and the camel meat on the plate was knocked over. Chapter 85 Old Town. Under the light of the towering tower that never goes out day and night, a huge fleet sailed down the upper reaches of the Mead River and entered the harbor. The flag on the ship is uniformly embroidered with a dazzling red and gold fox, surrounded by a circle of lapis lazuli flowers. This is the coat of arms of the Florens family, the lords of Brightwater City. The fleet docked at the port to replenish supplies in fresh water, and then continued to sail to the summer sea. Master Alakan, supplies in fresh water have been replenished. It's just But what? Alacon Florent asked absent-mindedly, looking at the whispering bay ahead. As the eldest son of Earl Florens, Alacon led the army to support Yingzui Island under his father's order this time. Alacon actually supports his father's decision. After all, that child is his nephew, and Earl Randall still offered such a condition. However, the Dornishmen are not easy to deal with. And I heard that Princess Ariane has already arrived at the front line. On the other hand, on the river bend, the Tyrell family has been silent for a long time. Alacon was a little worried. Could he really win this war? With the troops from Hornhill and Liangshui City alone? With such anxiety, he was not in a good mood along the way. The attendant seemed to see that the master was in a bad mood, and whispered, "But there is a mercenary group who also wants to go with us. They want a free ride." "No, turn them down." "No, my lord, they said they are willing to fight for us, and the price is only 1 golden dragon." Alacon finally turned around and frowned. Which mercenary group are they? Oakshield Mercenary Group. Oakshield. Alacon was a little surprised. He originally thought it was a group of poor and hungry guys who came to find him, but he didn't expect it to be the well-known Oakshield Mercenary Group in this area. He knows that this mercenary group is quite strong, with nearly 700 members. Such a mercenary group, how could it be possible to hire them to work on the battlefield with only 1 golden dragon? Are you sure they only want 1 golden dragon? Yes. Do they know what we're up to? You should know. I tried it out, and their leader directly said that he would go with us to kill the Dornish people. Where is he? Take me there. Yes, my lord. Walking on the way, Alacon already had a guess in his mind. The mercenaries are a group of guys who only accept money. It is impossible for them to be willing to work for the Florens family for a golden dragon. The only possibility is that someone has already paid the money. As for the person who pays, I am afraid it is the owner of this place, the Hightower family, the lords of the old town. In fact, the Hightower family and the Florens family are also related by marriage. Earl Leyden Hightower married Alacon's sister Leia Florens. Yes, old couple and young wife, and this is the 4th wife that Earl Leyden married. The Hightower family has always been very keen on marriage. But even if they are in-laws, there is no need for the Hightower family to help the Florens family hire such a mercenary group. You know, this price is not a small amount. When he saw the people from the mercenary group, Alacon knew that his guess was right, because he saw a familiar figure. Little sister. Alacon quickened his pace, opened his arms and gave his sister a hug. HMPH, brother, you didn't even say hello to me when you came to Old Town. Leia complained to her brother angrily. I sincerely apologize to you, Mrs. Leia, Alacon said pretentiously, but after being thumped by his sister, he put away the joke and sighed. It's not that I don't want to see you, but that I want to see you. It's inconvenient to come to visit. Because of business. What's important? Before Alacon could answer, another man came over. Sir Baylor. Sir Alarcon. Balor Hightower said with a smile, I heard that the Florens family was about to go to the battlefield, so I took it upon myself to invite a group of helpers for you. The Hightower family is so kind, I really don't know how to thank them. Baylor smiled and waved his hands. Actually, you don't have to pay too much attention. Because this gift is not only for the Florens family, but also for Sir Caesar. Alacon frowned. I didn't expect the Hightower family to have such a good relationship with Sir Caesar. Of course, Sir Caesar is one of the best partners of the Hightower family. You should have heard about the new brandy we just launched recently. It is produced in Yingzui Island. Unfortunately, the war interrupted all this. So, in order to obtain a continuous supply of brandy, we, Hightower, are willing to provide you with some help within our capacity. Since this is the case, then I will accept this great gift. You're welcome. It is the consistent aim of the Hightower family to illuminate the way forward for you all. After finishing speaking, he stepped back a few steps to let the siblings catch up. Due to the urgency of the war, Alacon did not stay too long. After a brief chat with his sister, he waved goodbye. After the new companions joined, the fleet also set sail again and sailed to the distance, Highland City. Mark Mullendal strode into the study and said loudly, Father, are you looking for me? Viscount Martin was sitting behind the desk, holding a letterhead in his hand. His brows were furrowed. After seeing his son coming in, he put away his thoughts and ordered, you take 200 soldiers. And go to Yingzui Island. Eagle Island. Mark was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and said, I heard that Sir Caesar of Eagle Island is fighting with the Dornish people. You don't want me to support him, do you? Yes. Viscount Martin nodded, but his expression was a bit gritted. We lent more than 200 craftsmen to that kid, and we can't let these people be lost in the hands of the Dornish people. Moreover, he still owes us a large sum of money. Oh, Mark scratched his head, but was a little worried, but Father, isn't 200 soldiers a bit small? Viscount Martin rolled his eyes, and said angrily, you still want to take all the belongings of the Mullendal family to fight for that kid? I'm just worried that there will be fewer people and I won't be able to beat. Don't worry. Viscount Martin raised the letter in his hand and comforted him. Vito has sent a letter. He said that the reinforcements from the Tully family have arrived at Yingzui Island, and that it was Earl Landau himself. War shouldn't be much of a problem. Mark was also relieved when he heard the words. Rondo Tarley's name still holds a lot of weight in the Reach. Okay, Father, I'm going to gather soldiers and set off as soon as possible. Yeah, Viscount Martin nodded, and in the end he still worriedly warned, if the situation is really bad, don't rush forward. Foolishly, remember to protect our craftsmen and withdraw, understand? I see, Father. Chingting Island Wharf. A fleet of 10 warships slowly entered the Red Wine Strait and headed southeast. Hopper stood at the bow of the flagship, and couldn't help whispering to his brother, Horace, the Dornishmen don't have a strong navy. We don't need to bring so many warships. We should bring more soldiers. Horace shook his head and said, it was decided by my father. He told me that we are not going to work for Samwell, but to ensure that the brewing technology will not fall into the hands of the Dornish people. Therefore, once the war is unfavorable, we won't go ashore to fight the Dornish people on land. We just need to transfer all the winemakers from Eagle's Mouth Island to the ship and evacuate. Okay. Huobo nodded, and then he was relieved. After a while, he asked his brother again, Horace, do you think that boy Samwell can defeat the Dornish people? He wins a fart. Horace curled his lips in disdain. A guy who can't even poke his opponent in a joust, how can he win this war? Yangwu City. The same as the dock. Viscount Brandon Q patted his younger brother Sir Eamon on the shoulder, saying, I'll leave it to you this time. I understand. That kid still owes our family a lot of money, so we can't just let him be slaughtered by the Dornishmen. It's good that you understand. Viscount Blanton hesitated and sighed. Also, you can test that kid and tell him that if he is willing to marry my daughter Alice, I will send more people to help him. I see. If that kid still doesn't know what to do, so he loses the battle, then I will tie him back and make him my niece's husband. Viscount Brandon stared. That won't work. That kid is worthy of Alice without Yingzeu. I really thought my daughter wouldn't be able to get married. Chapter 86. The sun rose as usual, shining on the blue sea, between the dark yellow sandstones, and on the blood-stained mountain road. After a surprise counterattack last night, the riverbenders retook the ridge. On that not-so-spacious mountain road, wooden fences were erected and trenches dug overnight, just waiting for the Dornishmen to attack again. On the other hand, on Dornay's side, once the results of many days of hard work were lost, morale was inevitably severely hit. Coupled with the fact that the reinforcements from the river bend had arrived, many Dornish soldiers began to feel that the pier in front of them might have no hope of conquering it. Fortunately, Princess Ariane had just made the middle and high level of the army unified their understanding and made an oath, so no one dared to retreat lightly. But even so, she knew that if nothing was done, the morale of the army would continue to drop, and the pier in front of her might become a fortress that could never be conquered. And if it goes on like this, it's obviously not good for Dawn. After all, they are the offensive side, and the loss is greater. What's more, Huon is already richer than Dornay. If it really becomes a protracted war of attrition, Dornay will be dragged down sooner or later. Must be resolved quickly. Princess Ariane's eyes slowly swept across the faces of the knights in front of her, and finally settled on Geraldine of High Hidden City. Sir Gerald, please lead the attack today. Yes, Your Highness. Jia Luo responded loudly without hesitation. Sir Ulrich, please take charge of the second round of attack. Yes, Your Highness. Sir Penrose, you are in charge of the third round. Yes, Your Highness. After arranging the order of attack, all the knights were about to take orders to leave, but they didn't expect Princess Ariane to speak again, and the words were astonishing. Everyone, please take turns attacking in this order, non-stop day and night, until the Huan people are completely driven out of our territory. Non-stop day and night. Someone couldn't help exclaiming, Your Highness, do you want to continue attacking at night? That's right. Princess Ariane's tone was as hard as the gravel in Dornay. We can't give the people of the River Bend any chance to breathe. But this is my final decision. Princess Ariane interrupted forcefully, without waiting for the man to finish speaking. Could it be that you forgot your previous oaths so soon? At this time, Geraldine stepped forward and said loudly, I support His Highness's decision. Immediately, the knights of the Uller family echoed loudly, We support His Highness's decision. Then the knights of House Bremont, seeing that more and more knights are on the side of Princess Dornay, the remaining few who have opinions also shut their mouths and dare not say more. Very good. Princess Ariane yanked out her blood-stained sword and ordered like a queen, My knights, please prove your valor with the blood of your enemies. Please show your glory with a glorious victory. Glory, for His Royal Highness Ariane. Gerald Dane was the first to draw out his long sword, roaring at the top of his lungs. More people also responded one after another, For Your Highness Ariane. For Your Highness Ariane. Ellipsis. Drums of war sounded, and the Dornishmen attacked again. And this time, they were even more aggressive. However, since the people of Huan had reinforcements and the famous General Lando Tully was in command, they responded more calmly. The brutal fighting continued from day to dusk, but even after dark, the Dornishmen continued to attack with torches. Samuel stood behind the fence, watching the Dornish soldiers in the flames coming one after another, and couldn't help sighing, These Dornish people are really crazy. The beast before death is the craziest. Earl Landau dismissed this. Samuel is not as confident as his father. Night battles are always the most prone to accidents. In the first battle with the savages on Yingzui Island, the number 1 Hoya warrior almost killed him. The commander opposite is Ariane Martel. Earl Landau asked. Yes, I didn't expect that Doran Martel, who is so good at forbearance, would give birth to such a fiery daughter. Earl Randall pulled an inexplicable smile from the corner of his mouth. The gods always like to mock the world in this way. Samuel couldn't help but glanced at his father. He always felt that Earl Randall had something to say. If no one on the other side stops that girl, then Dornay has already lost this war. Earl Randall's tone revealed strong confidence. Father, the Dornishmen are pressing us to fight now. Samuel was not so confident. Even if there will be reinforcements from Brightwater City in the future, our strength is far inferior to the Dornishmen. When will more people win? Earl Landau curled his lips in disdain. Seeing his son still hesitating when he looked back, Earl Randall explained, She abandoned the most powerful tactics of the Dornish people, and instead fought in the way she was least good at. She really asked for her own death. After finishing speaking, Earl Randall turned around and left. Samuel pondered what his father said, and finally came to his senses. Indeed, frontal attack is really the combat method that Dornish people are least good at. The real strength of the Dornish people lies in harassing guerrillas. The conqueror, Aegon Targaryen, conquered the 6 kingdoms with the dragon, but he failed only in Dornay. The reason is that the Dornish people are really strong enough to resist the dragon. Of course not. Back then, the flames of the dragon almost reduced all the cities in Dornay to ashes, but the Dornish people never confronted the dragon head-on, but hid in the vast deserts, mountains, and forests, constantly attacking and harassing them. After 9 years of tenacious struggle, the Targaryen family finally had no choice but to withdraw their troops. This is what is really scary about the Dornish people. They are like poisonous snakes in the desert, stealthy and dangerous, always giving the enemy a fatal blow when they are most slack. But now, under the command of Princess Ariane, they charged like a pack of mad dogs. Thinking of this, Samuel completely relaxed, turned around and followed his father's footsteps, and decided to go back to rest. In the next few days, the Dornish people's non-stop attack was indeed fruitful. They successfully captured more than a dozen defense lines of the Reach people, and it seemed that they were one step closer to completely driving the Reach people out of the Summer Sea. And in the past few days, more reinforcements from the River Bay have also arrived one after another. The Florens family, the Redwin family, the Mullendal family, the Q family. Samuel was very excited when he saw the ships almost filling the port. This should be called more help by the Taoist. Sir Caesar thought triumphantly, pretending not to know that these are actually his creditors. With reinforcements, Samuel is ready to implement his plan of surprise attack on High Hidden City. This plan has also been unanimously approved by the leaders who came to support. Of course, these people mainly decided to follow the boss because Lando Tully also agreed with this plan. In the end, it was decided that Lando Tarly and Samuel Caesar would lead the most elite 4,000 troops to carry out the plan, and Alec Florent would command the remaining nearly 2,000 people to stay to defend the pier and attract the attention of the Dornish people. In order to conceal the division plan will be carried out in the middle of the night, and in order to prevent the Dornish people from becoming suspicious when they saw the sudden drop in the number of people at the dock, Samuel also specially transferred a group of wildling laborers from Yingzui Island to make up the number. Finally, after everything was ready, on a starry night, a troop transport fleet escorted by the Qingting Island fleet left the pier and went upstream along the turbulent river. Chapter 87 is the capital of the Seven Kingdoms. King's Landing is located on the east coast of Westeros, overlooking Blackwater Bay. 300 years ago, Aegon Targaryen landed here, took 3 giant dragons with him, and started the road of conquest. After the War of Conquest ended, Aegon was crowned in Aldtown as King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and defender of the realm. It is said that the Hightower family had humbly expressed their willingness to dedicate Old Town to the Targaryen family as the capital to rule the Seven Kingdoms, but Aegon finally rejected the proposal due to unknown considerations. He did not choose the most prosperous city in Westeros at that time as his capital, but built a new city, King's Landing, at the mouth of the Blackwater River. Where he landed means the place where the king comes. 300 years have passed. The once small fishing village at the mouth of the river has now become the largest city in Westeros with a population of 500,000. After the War of the Reavers, the Targaryen dynasty fell, but the Baratheon family still used King's Landing as the capital to rule the Seven Kingdoms. This not-so-old city is still prosperous, but it is also faltering under the pressure of population beyond the limit of the times. On the hill of Aegon in the southeast corner of the city, there is the royal castle, the Red Keep. This majestic castle made of light red rocks is like a sleeping dragon, quietly crawling among the rocks, watching everything silently. Petter, Littlefinger, Baelish, Chancellor of the Exchequer, rode through the tall bronze gates of the Red Keep, the mockingbird clasp of his cloak glinting in the sun. He seemed to be in a good mood today, smiling and nodding to every guard and servant he met along the way. Walking into the meeting hall, Petter found that Lord John Arryn, Hand of the King, had arrived. The Hand of the King, also known as the Prime Minister, is the King's chief advisor and order executor, responsible for managing the daily operations of the Seven Kingdoms. The 70-year-old King's Hand is showing his old age. His once dazzling blonde hair has now turned gray, and his broad and thick shoulders are gradually weakening in the process of handling various complicated government affairs. Only those blue eyes are still as sharp as before. After seeing Petter, Duke John nodded to the Minister of Finance, who had been picked up by himself, and then leaned over his desk again to look at the documents in his hand. Petter bowed and saluted, came to his seat and sat down. He knew that the old Duke didn't like to be disturbed when he was thinking about problems, so he sat quietly, his eyes wandering aimlessly in the hall. The furnishings of the conference hall are quite luxurious. The floor is covered with Myrish carpets with exquisite patterns, the walls are covered with exquisite paintings from all over the world, and on both sides of the door are a pair of Valyrian Sphinx statues. His piercing eyes seemed to be staring at the bored Chancellor of the Exchequer. While waiting, the rest of the cabinet ministers also entered the chamber one after another. Secretary of the Sea Stannis Baratheon, Head of Intelligence Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, Hand of the King. Duke John finally raised his head and asked, "Is everyone here?" The intelligence chief Varys, known as the Octospider, smiled softly and said, "Everyone is here except for Lord Renly, the Minister of Justice, who is away on vacation, and Lord Barristan, Captain of the Kingsguard, who accompanied His Majesty on the hunt." In fact, Varys has one less person to say, and that is King Robert Baratheon, but it is normal for His Majesty the King to be absent from the imperial meeting. If he really appears here, the sun will come out from the west. After winning the throne, this brave king is like a child who snatches a toy and loses interest in it in an instant. 2. His adoptive father, Lord John Arryn, Hand of the King. It seems that the old duke is not just the hand of the king, but also the head, eyes, and ears of the king, and the king himself only has a mouth for drinking and a ***** for playing with women. Okay, let's get started. Duke John tapped on the table lightly, and said, let's discuss the dispute between Reach Bend and Dornay first. You all know about this, right? Do you have any comments? After a moment of silence, Intelligence Chief, Octospider, Varys said in a sweet voice, didn't Lord Petter just come back from the Eagle's Mouth Isle, so he must be very clear about the reason for this matter. Littlefinger, Petter looked at the meaningful gaze cast by Varys, cursed the dead **** in his heart, then smiled slightly, and said, I just went to investigate the silver mine found in Yingzui Islet, and arranged for the casting of silver deer. I don't know anything about this dispute. Varys pretended to be surprised, and raised his hand to cover his mouth. I didn't expect that such a small silver mine would require Mr. Petter to go there in person. This is the duty of the Minister of Finance, and the kingdom's finances are indeed a little tight now. I finally found a new silver mine. Of course, I have to go and see it myself. Varys seemed to want to say something more, but Duke John coughed lightly and brought the topic back. Okay, Petter, then tell me what you think about the knight who pioneered Eagle Mouth Island. Petter nodded towards the old duke, and said, Sir, Caesar is an outstanding knight, but he is also a knight who refuses to suffer. Duke John nodded silently, as if he understood something. Afterwards, he looked at Chief Intelligence Officer Varys and asked, Master Varys, what's your opinion? Varys twisted his fat body, and said with a coquettish smile, My lord, I have inquired a lot of new news. This dispute is no longer limited to Yingzui Island and Starfall City. Almost all the lords in the west of Dornay have sent troops. As for the River Bend, the Tully family, the Florens family, the Redwyn family, the Mullendal family, and the Cooey family have also sent troops. Oh, the posture is not small. Duke John frowned suddenly. Have the Martell and Tyrell families issued a war order? That's not true. Varys shook his shiny bald head. However, Princess Arianne Martell is now in Starfall City, and she issued a call-up order to the nearby Dornay lord. As for the mention, the Lear family has remained silent. Hearing this, the Minister of the Sea, Duke of Dragonstone Stannis Baratheon, who had remained silent all this time, said, the Tyrell family hasn't moved. Then why are there so many River Bend lords participating in the battle? The eldest brother of the king is not tall, but his body is strong, and his skin is as hard as iron due to years of exposure to the sun. Although he is not yet 35 years old, his hair is about to fall out, leaving only a black circle thin hair, like the shadow of a crown. His tone was dry and hard, speaking to anyone as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Fortunately, Varys has long been used to Stannis' temper, knowing that he is not targeting himself, and said with a smile, the Tyrell family did not move. As for why the River Lords sent troops to support Yingzui Island, I don't know. Petter sneered. Didn't your little birds tell you why the lords of the River Bend sent troops? My little birds only have eyes, ears, and mouths. They will only tell me what they hear and see. As for the hidden things behind these, we need to analyze and speculate by ourselves. I didn't expect the little birds you trained to be so stupid. Enough. Duke John patted the table, interrupting Petter and Varys, bickering again. He sighed, turned his head to look at Grand Maester Pycelle sitting at the end of the long table, and asked, Master Pycelle, what's your opinion? Pycelle remained silent. Master Pycelle, Chapter 88. Duke John called out several times, and the Grand Maester Pycelle woke up like a dream. He raised his head blankly and looked at the faces of his colleagues for a long time before he seemed to remember where he was. Sorry, my lords. Pycelle looked old-fashioned. I'm old, I get tired easily, and I accidentally fell asleep. I'm really sorry. Duke John sighed, and it was not good to criticize the other party. After all, Pycelle is older than him. He has served the Iron Throne for nearly 50 years, and He has experienced 4 kings. This qualification is truly incomparable. However, Octospider, Varus pulled a mocking smile from the corner of his mouth. He learned from a little bird that this Grand Maester who now looks like he has half-stepped into the grave is lying on the bed. When checking up on the maids, they were very energetic. Master Pycelle, we are discussing the dispute between the Reach and Dornay. What's your opinion on this? Duke John asked patiently again. Huon and Dornay. Pycelle stroked his snow-white beard, pondered for a long time, and then said slowly, these 2 families have been fighting for thousands of years, and it hasn't stopped. It's really a headache. As subjects of the Iron Throne, what can't be discussed? They have to fight back and forth, so that innocent soldiers he and the farmer died in vain. When Aegon V was on the throne, he wanted to promote a marriage between the 2 families to ease the conflict, but unfortunately, the marriage failed. Later, Jaehaerys too. The old bachelor rambled on for a long time, but the result was all nonsense, and several people present showed impatient expressions. Hearing that Pycelle actually mentioned the former king, Duke Stannis finally couldn't help but interrupted. I think the Iron Throne should send an envoy south to end this dispute. Well, finally someone gave advice on how to deal with it. Pycelle closed his mouth resolutely, his eyes were sleepy, as if he had fallen asleep again. Duke John looked at the Duke of Dragonstone sitting on his right hand, who looked like a cold stone, and suddenly felt that although this person had a bad temper, compared with the other slippery guys, he seemed a very cute. I agree. Duke John agreed, not planning to waste too much time on this matter. I agree. Me too. The rest of the people also expressed their views. Okay. Duke John nodded in satisfaction, and asked again, who do you think is the most suitable candidate for the envoy? The chamber suddenly fell silent again. After a while, Littlefinger, Petter said, if you want Huon and Dornay to sit down and negotiate calmly, the person who goes there must have enough prestige. In fact, it's best for His Majesty to go there in person. The rest of the people shook their heads secretly when they heard this. That king didn't even bother to attend the imperial meeting, and he was expected to mediate the dispute between Riverbend and Dornay. Duke John coughed lightly, and said, Your Majesty is busy with affairs after all. Speaking of this, the old duke's face turned red, but he continued. Let's send someone else. Petter shrugged and suggested, if His Majesty cannot go in person, it is best to send a member of the royal family. Hearing this, Stannis Baratheon, Duke of Dragonstone Island, broke his mouth and said, I can go there. Duke John pondered for a moment, then smiled at Stannis. Lord Stannis is willing to go, I am sure I have no objection. However, the kingdom's maritime affairs still need you to preside over it, it might not be good to leave rashly. Hearing this, Duke Stannis jumped up suddenly, and said stiffly, in this case, then I will go to the maritime affairs. My lords, please continue to discuss. After speaking, he strode out of the meeting hall. Everyone looked at his back, not knowing what to say for a while. Duke John sighed, knowing that the reasons for his refusal were really far-fetched. But he can't help it. With regard to Stannis' bad temper, he still mediates disputes, so it would be good not to intensify the conflicts. Moreover, during the War of the Reavers, the Reach army besieged Storm's End for more than a year, almost starving Stannis to death in the city. If he was sent there, if the 2 sides turned up the old score, they might have to start a new one. Something. Ahem, do you have any other candidates? Duke John only felt his head start to hurt again, and he couldn't help raising his hand to press the center of his brows in need. Petter smiled slightly, and proposed again, why don't you send Duke Renly to go? He just happens to be on vacation by the Sunset Sea, which is not far from there. Duke John frowned again, and seemed to be even more displeased with the young and impetuous Renly, shaking his head and saying, Duke Renly is on vacation, so don't bother him. Petter was not discouraged, and proposed another person. What about Prince Joffrey? Duke John shook his head without thinking, Your Highness Joffrey is too young. Petter spread his hands together, then only Her Majesty the Queen is left. I agree with Your Majesty the Queen. Grand Maester Pycelle said as if he was lying. But unfortunately, his words did not arouse everyone's agreement. After hearing the Queen's name, Duke John felt his head swell even more. That careless woman has been messing around with the Red Castle all day long, and you still expect her to mediate the dispute. Gods of the Seven. The old man was a little sad to find that among the royal families that ruled the Seven Kingdoms, they couldn't find a reliable mediator. In fact, it is more than just the royal family. Who can reassure him of the several important ministers of the kingdom in the imperial meeting? Varys knows too much and does too little. Pycelle played dead all day long, and had close contacts with the Lannister family. Barristan Selmy was rigid and obstinate, oblivious to everything but his oath as a White Knight. As for Littlefinger, Petyr Baelish, it stands to reason that this person is his vassal and was promoted by himself, so he should be his confidant. But every time he gazed into the other person's gray-green eyes, for some reason, Duke John always felt that he could not fully trust this person. A deep sense of powerlessness haunted the old duke, making him even more exhausted, who had already been exhausted by the arduous affairs of the kingdom. Sometimes he couldn't help but want to leave everything behind and return to Eagle's Nest City with his wife and children to enjoy his old age. But every time he would immediately hate himself for being weak. As high as glory, as high as honor, this family language of the Iron family has long been engraved in his bones. When he rebelled with his two adopted sons, Robert Baratheon wanted to take away his wife, Ed Stark wanted to avenge his father and brother, but he, Jon Arryn, was more want a less crazy king for the Seven Kingdoms. Unfortunately, although the new King Robert Baratheon is not crazy, he is definitely not wise either. So, he had to make up for it. No matter how heavy this burden is, it is an honor that he must stick to. For this, he can give everything, including life. Okay, I'll go there myself. Duke John made the final decision. At this moment, he felt that his headache seemed to disappear. As the hand of the king, he should act on behalf of the king. After I leave, the affairs of King's Landing will need your lords to take more care of you. Everyone quickly bowed their heads and said yes. Littlefinger, Petyr Baelish bowed particularly low, as if he was afraid that others would see the expression on his face at the moment. After the imperial meeting ended, Petyr walked out of the meeting room, feeling that the sun outside was exceptionally bright. Lord Petyr, the soft voice of Varys the Octospider, came from behind. Petyr quickly put away the smile on his face, turned around and said, "What's wrong?" Lord Varys. Varys walked a few steps quickly, walked side by side with Petyr for a while, and suddenly said, "You seem to want Lord John to visit Dorne himself." "Why?" Petyr immediately denied. "Master John is old and not in good health, so it is really worrying to travel such a long distance. Besides, you and I both know that all the affairs of the kingdom depend on Lord John to preside over them. As soon as he leaves, the imperial meeting may be messed up. Hey, just thinking about it gives me a headache." Varys chuckled, but mercilessly exposed. "Don't think I can't see knees tricks. You deliberately put all the unsuitable candidates in front of Lord John one by one, obviously to force him to mediate in person." Petyr looked deeply wronged. "Master Varys, what you said really broke my heart. I really think about the stability of the country, but you always wrong me." Varys smiled, moved closer, and lowered his voice. "Lord Petyr, a little bird told me that he saw you in Bravos across the Narrow Sea 2 months ago. What are you doing there? Your little bird must have misunderstood the person. It seems that they are not only stupid, but also blind." Petyr sneered, and then he gave Varys a blank look, and said, "Speaking of the other side of the Narrow Sea, why do I hear that? You seem to have a close relationship with a governor named Illyrio." The two looked at each other, as if exchanging thousands of thoughts in an instant. The next moment, Varys covered his mouth with his hand, showing a sweet smile. "It seems that we are really doing our best for this country." "Yes." Petyr also showed a characteristic narrow smile. "There are really not many loyal subjects like us." "Ha ha ha, Master Petyr, your words are as beautiful as my mockingbird." "Master Varys, you smell as good as the women in the women's branch." Chapter 89. The turbulent river starts from the eastern foot of the Crimson Mountains, goes southwest, and finally flows into the Sea of Summer. As the name suggests, this river is famous for its fast water flow. However, near Jaoyan City, the river channel suddenly widened, and the water flow became relatively gentle. As the second largest city in the turbulent river basin after Starfall City, Jaoyan City is also the territory of the Dane family. The current lord is Viscount Palone Dane, but his blood relationship with the main line of Starfall City is already relatively distant. However, when he heard the news that the main line of the Dane family was cut off, he immediately sent his eldest son Juro Dane to Starfall City. Ambition is obvious. It was just dawn in the morning, and the guards of the castle had just changed their shift. The captain of the guard looked at the sparsely populated street in front of him, and thought to himself, could everyone be sleeping in late today? But at this moment, a convoy appeared in sight. Stop, what are you doing? Seeing the convoy heading straight for the castle, the guards hurried forward to stop it. My lord, we are delivering food. Food? The captain of the guards had doubts in his eyes, but when he saw the leader, he immediately recognized him. Isn't this Lord Urik's attendant, Sir Hughes Dane? Hughes lowered his head in shame. My lord, I'm not a knight yet, so you don't need to call me sir. Hee, Hughes, your master died in battle on Yingzui Island. How dare you come back? Hughes seemed even more ashamed. Master Zero sent me to deliver food. From the former city lord's attendant to the current grain transportation captain, this guy is really miserable, but he deserves it. If he was him, he should have died in Yingzui Island with his master. The captain of the guard sneered, but he didn't embarrass the young man. After all, the other party was also from the Dane family. He took someone to check the convoy carefully, and after finding nothing unusual, he waved his hand and said, okay, let's go in. Hughes thanked him and walked into the castle. But just as the convoy entered the doorway, there was a sudden click. What happened? My lord, the axle is broken. Fix it quickly, the captain of the guard urged impatiently. But as soon as he turned his head, the dozen or so people transporting the food suddenly dispersed in a rush, and ran out without even wanting. The ox cart. Hello, aren't you repairing cars? What are you running for? The guards were stunned and forgot to chase. Seeing that the group of people ran away and disappeared, the guards were feeling strange, but suddenly felt the ground tremble. He turned his head suddenly, and saw a black line suddenly appearing on the western horizon, spreading towards Joyoyan City as quickly as ink. Enemy, attack, enemy attack. The captain of the guard roared hoarsely, quickly enter the castle and close the iron gate. However, at this time, the guards were shocked to find that all the grain trucks left by those weird guys just now were blocked in the door opening. Now, they were in a hurry to move these grain trucks out. However, the enemy's cavalry has been swept by like a whirlwind, and they will not be given enough time at all. In desperation, the guards had no choice but to give up the grain truck, directly entered the castle, and began to release the gates. Boom! The heavy iron gate crashed down, but was stuck by the grain truck below, leaving a gap under the gate. It is said to be a gap, but it is enough for people to crawl in. Of course, riding a horse is definitely difficult. So, this team of cavalry stopped in front of the city gate, waiting patiently for the arrival of the follow-up troops. The guards in the castle looked at the large army rushing in from a distance, and the city gate that was not closed tightly by their own side. They were all frightened stupid. After a long time, someone finally came to his senses and stumbled to report to Viscount Palong. Enemy attack. Viscount Palong was also very frightened when he heard the news, because he knew that almost all the combatable soldiers that could be recruited in Joyoyan City were taken to Starfall City by his son Jialuo. Now there are only 30 or so guards left. How to fight this? Quick, close the iron gate. Master, the gate can't be closed. The guard explained with a sad face. Just now a grain transport team piled up all the grain transport vehicles in the door opening, and we didn't have time to move them away, so they got stuck. What? You idiots! Idiots! Viscount Palong turned blue with anger. In fact, if I can defend the city, I still hope that I can hold on until my son comes back to help me, but now, no. Even if the castle is destined to be breached, the news must be sent. Viscount Palong forced himself to calm down, got up and ran outside. Master, where are you going, master? The guards still shouted foolishly from behind. But Viscount Palong didn't even look back, he went straight to the bachelor and said anxiously, hurry up. The people of Huan are coming to attack Joyoyan City. Let your fastest bird fly and send this news to Starfall City. Yes, my lord. The bachelor hurriedly wrote the letter in the shortest language on paper, tied it to a raven's leg, and threw it out the window. The raven flapped its wings a few times and quickly flew high into the sky. But the next moment, a falcon, like a sharp arrow off the string, charged straight at the raven. 7 gods! Viscount Palong watched the raven being captured by the falcon, and suddenly his body limp and collapsed to the ground. The bachelor frowned when he saw this scene. Is this the will of the gods? However, he did not panic. After all, bachelors have no political affiliation. They serve the castle, not the lord. If Joyeon City changes its owner, he will renew his allegiance to the new owner. This is the rule of the school city. Thump thump, the sound of hurried footsteps became more and more clear, as if death was approaching. Finally, the murderous Huan soldiers found Viscount Palong. I surrender. Viscount Palong said simply, I request to meet your lord. The soldiers did not embarrass the lord of Joyeon City, and brought him to Samuel and others. Count Landau, so it's you. Viscount Palin obviously knew Landau Tarly, and then he showed a reasonable expression. However, to his surprise, Earl Randall just glanced at him expressionlessly and said nothing. Instead, a young man next to him with a somewhat similar face stepped forward and said, Viscount Palong, do you recognize this lady? You must be Sir Caesar, right? Viscount Palin asked Samuel instead of looking at the girl. That's right. Samuel nodded, and stretched out his hand to pull out Natalie, who was always shrinking behind him. Viscount Palong, it's time for you to answer my question. Viscount Palong then turned his gaze to Natalie, and he was taken aback. He immediately remembered the letter sent back by his son before, which said that Ashara Dane, who jumped into the sea and committed suicide, was not dead and gave birth to a daughter. At first, Viscount Palong scoffed at this, but now that he saw the girl who was almost exactly the same as the Miss Ashara in his memory, he finally believed that his son's words should be true. But believing does not mean admitting. Sorry, Sir Caesar, I don't know this lady. Really? Samuel smiled slightly, as if he had expected this. He winked at Hughes Dane behind Natalie. Hughes understood immediately, stepped forward and said, Viscount Palong, this is Miss Ashara Dane's daughter, Natalie Dane. Viscount Palong already knew what kind of tricks Samuel was playing, but he still stuck his neck and said angrily, Hughes Dane. You traitor, why do you say she is the daughter of Miss Ashara? Miss Shara is dead long ago. No, Miss Ashara is not dead. Hughes said seriously, I, as well as hundreds of fighters from Starfall City, saw her in Yingzui Island with my own eyes. Impossible. You are spreading. Ah. Samuel interrupted Viscount Palong with a slap, and then said, now that Viscount Palong is ill, you have Lao Hesdane as the acting lord of High Hidden City temporarily to manage this city. Miss Natalie will inherit the city in the future. The Earl of Starfall City, let's discuss the ownership of the title of Viscount of Joyeon City. Hearing this, Viscount Palong almost couldn't hold back his curse. But after seeing those soldiers who were staring at them, the Viscount wisely chose to endure, waiting for my son and my army to come back. Viscount Palong thought fiercely. Chapter 90. In a mountain forest, with sparse vegetation, a hare galloped in a panic, as if something terrible was chasing after it. Whoosh, a shadow flew past, nailing the poor rabbit to the ground. You actually used 3 arrows for a rabbit, tisk tisk. 2 riders came after them. The coat of arms of the Sand Gate was printed on the leather armor on their chests. As soon as one of them put down his bow and arrow, he heard the mocking voice of his companion. The wild rabbits in the mountains are too cunning. The rider with the bow defended himself. Hee, then, look at me later. Another person took out the bow behind his back and gave his companion a provocative look. Okay, I see how many arrows you need to use. The 2 continued to move forward, but they did not meet the hare again. Bored, one person said, did the princess not like our Euronwood family, so she let us come here to watch? What do you know? The army is outside, and the sentry is the most important thing. This is His Highness's trust in us. Bullshit trust. The people of Huan are all blocked on the pier. How could they appear here? I think the princess thinks we are an eyesore. That's because we were rude first. The Earl actually only sent so few people to support this time, and they were all cavalry. How do you ask His Highness to arrange it? It's already very considerate of us not to attack the Huan people's position. The face of the Euronwood family. Why do you always speak for her? It can't be because of shish, there's movement. What? Why didn't I hear it? Idiot, look up, it's in the sky. The man looked up, and sure enough, he saw a falcon with pure white tail wings hovering above their heads. Watch me shoot it down with one arrow. If you can shoot down this eagle with one arrow, I will feed you a horse for a month. Make a deal. The rider stopped the horse in place, then took the arrow and drew the bow. Holding his breath, whoosh, the sharp arrow shot out, but didn't even touch a hair. Okay, I made a mistake, it seems that I need 2 arrows. The rider shrugged helplessly, and was about to rebed with his companion. But when he turned around, he saw an arrow sticking out of his companion's neck. This horrifying scene caused his brain to shut down for a second. In just this second, another arrow shot out from the forest, hitting the man's forehead. Boom, boom, the two fell one after another, and the horse was frightened and wanted to run away. But a group of cavalry rushed out of the forest immediately, blocking the way of the ownerless war horse. Sam, is that your falcon? Earl Randall looked at the bird soaring in the sky, with rare envy in his eyes. Yes, father. Very good, Earl. Landau looked at his son. Train one for me after the war. Okay. Samuel nodded, and then began to secretly worry about how many gold dragons are needed to buy a well-trained falcon. However, this time Earl Randall brought all of Hornhill's family property to help him, so it is right for him to give back a falcon. Afterwards, he secretly possessed the falcon and continued to investigate forward. After a while, he opened his eyes and said to Earl Randall, "Father, this should be the last group of Dornish sentry in this direction." Okay. Earl Randall nodded. Speed up the march, otherwise there will be a long delay, and the Dornishmen will become suspicious when they see the sentry cavalry not returning. Yes, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Samwell and his party finally saw the outline of the Dornish army from a distance. At this time, they had quietly circled to the right rear side of the Dornish people, hiding behind the hill, watching the Dornish army on the wasteland below continue to charge towards the pier in batches. Earl Randall observed for a while, and then called a group of generals to discuss the strategy against the enemy. Of course, it was said to be a discussion, but in fact it was he who gave the order. Later, I will personally lead the infantry to attack from the back of the Dornish people. The Riverbend army on the pier will also take the opportunity to attack the Dornish people when they hear the signal. Wait for my soldiers to attack the Dornish people. Pull away, and the cavalry will rush down from here, pounce on the right flank of the Dornishmen, break up their formation, and split them in two. After finishing speaking, Earl Landau looked around and asked, "What do you think about this plan?" Everyone will naturally have no opinion. Actually, under such circumstances, there is no trickery to play, so it depends on the performance on the spot. Although the Dornish troops still have a clear advantage at this time, they have been attacking the docks day and night for the past few days, and they are already extremely exhausted. At this time, the people from Huon suddenly rushed out and caught them off guard. As long as they can break up the formation of the Dornishmen, no matter how many of them there are, it will be useless. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Earl Randall said again, "Okay, since there is no objection, then I will personally direct the infantry to go around, and another person is needed to lead the cavalry to charge." His stern gaze swept across the faces of the knights, and finally settled on Samwell. "Here are all cavalry from Hornhill and Brightwater City, and only the blood of the Tully and Florent families are qualified to lead them. Sam, are you willing to take on this important task?" Samwell was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Earl Landau to entrust him with such a critical task. As for the reason he said, it was more like an excuse to gag other people's mouths. However, this reason also has some truth. He is the only one who has the blood of the two families at the same time. This time, Jiaoling and Liangshui City were the absolute main forces. They dispatched a total of 68 knights, plus attendants and riders, totaling more than 700 cavalry. This is definitely a force that can make a final decision, and Earl Randall actually gave such a power to himself instead of other more experienced and prestigious knights. However, Earl Landau's arrangement did not arouse objections. After all, Samwell is no longer the cowardly fat man who was kicked out of the house by his father. His series of victories has gained enough prestige and respect, and the knights present are quite convinced of him. And he does have two bloodlines, and he is the most noble person here except Earl Randall. It was also because Alec Florent stayed at the pier to preside over the defense. Otherwise, if the eldest son of Liangshui City was here, perhaps the knights of the Florent family would express their disagreement. But now, they really can't recommend the right person to compete with Samuel. As for the Hornhill Knights, present, they have almost blind trust in Earl Landau, so how could they object to his opinion? When things come to an end, of course, Samuel will not back down. After all, this war was started because of him. At this moment, he only felt that the blood in his chest began to boil. Facing Earl Landau's eyes, he nodded heavily. Good. After deciding on the tactics, Earl Landau began to arrange the division of troops. Before he left, he found his son who was wearing the armor again, and asked, "Sam, remember how to lead the cavalry charge?" Samuel nodded while trying to recall the memory of the original owner. "I remember, you taught me." "Okay." Earl Randall nodded. "Forget about it now." Quote. Earl Randall stared into his son's eyes and said in a deep voice, "You just need to remember 2 words for me." "Which 2 words?" "Forward. Forward. That's right. Go forward." Earl Landau's tone seemed to be stained with blood on the sword. "Break down all obstacles in your way, and go forward until there are no enemies in front of you." Samuel nodded thoughtfully. "I see, father." Earl Randall glanced at the huge and hideous warhammer beside Samuel, and said, "Your weapon is too heavy for charging on horseback. Take my sword." As he spoke, he took off his saber and handed it to his son. Samuel took over the Tully family's inherited giant sword, Broken Heart, from his father, and was a little dazed for a while. Earl Randall said earnestly, "Now that you have Broken Heart, you are now a real Tully. Remember our clan language." "Remember." Samuel nodded heavily. "I am the pioneer." Chapter 92. The scorching sun is like fire, just like Samuel's heart at this time. He had already put on a full set of armor, held a lance, carried a huge sword, Broken Heart, and was riding a white horse standing at the front row of the queue. Behind him were more than 700 cavalry in full armor. They are like steel sculptures, standing on the ridge, waiting for the order to attack. The dry hot wind couldn't shake them a bit, it could only blow the flags fluttering. Under the scorching sun of Dornay, the iron armor quickly became hot. But the group of River Bend knights still did not show the slightest impatience and anxiety. Samuel couldn't help reaching out to touch the giant sword, Broken Heart, on his back. This Valyrian steel sword, which had been passed down by the Tarley family for 500 years, was exuding an icy chill, slightly relieving the scorching heat at the moment. About half a year ago, the Rose of Highgarden, Marjorie Tyrell, used this great sword to canonize him as a knight. The scene at that time is still vivid in my mind. Earl Randall once said that he was not even qualified to touch the hilt of Broken Heart, but now, he handed over the sword to Samuel himself, and asked him to wield the sword and lead the family knights to charge into battle. The world is wonderful and unpredictable. Woo! A low-pitched horn interrupted Samuel's thoughts. He followed the reputation, and saw that the army led by Earl Randall had already rushed out from the rear of the Dornish people. At the same time, the port defenders who received the signal also started a counterattack. Samuel's breathing gradually accelerated, but he pressed against the urge and told himself, "The time has not come yet." What happened? Why did the people from Huon come from behind us? It should have landed from the upper reaches of the turbulent river, and then killed it. Where are the sentry cavalry? The ***** of the Euronwood family didn't notice anything. There was a lot of confusion and commotion in the Dornay army. Among them, the most ugly faces are the knights of Jaoyan City. Of course they knew that there were not many shoals for landing on the upper reaches of the turbulent river, and the only place where such an army of thousands of people could be transported in a short period of time was the wharf of Jaoyan City. But if the people from Huon really landed from the pier of Jaoyan City, then Jaoyan City. Dark Star, Gerald Dane's face was ashen at this moment, wishing he could fly back to his hometown immediately. "Everyone be quiet." Princess Ariane loudly stopped the commotion of her subordinates. Her eyes quickly swept across the faces of the knights, and she said in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of? Since the people of Huon dared to come out from behind the fence, let's give them a good lesson. That's right, we still have an advantage in terms of military strength. The people in Huon don't have The protection of fences, so why should they beat us? Yes, fight them head on. We will never lose. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit was aroused again, Princess Ariane secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because the Huan people came too suddenly, it was too late for Dun to calmly change the formation, but she still dispatched the combat tasks as quickly as possible, and then said, Dorne. Warriors, today is the time for us to show our might to the 7 gods. I will personally beat the drums for you until the triumphant return. After speaking, the Dorne princess turned her head and ran towards Gao Po behind her. There is the Dorne snare drum. For her royal highness. For Dorne. For the glory. The war drum rumbled, as if hitting everyone's hearts heavily. Samuel watched the official handover of the 2 armies, like 2 distinct rivers colliding suddenly, rolling up blood-red waves. The time has come. He took a deep breath and lightly clamped the horse's belly. The horse moved forward slowly and began to trot. The 700 cavalry behind him followed closely. Crossing the ridge, the River Bay cavalry descended along the gentle slope, but the speed was not fast. Because the distance is still too far at this time, speeding up too early will only waste the stamina of the horse. Entering the relatively flat wasteland, the Dornish army formation is already clearly visible. The biting murderous aura is as real as it is, permeating and converging. Over the River Bay cavalry, Samuel put down his helmet visor, leveled his lance, and leaned forward slightly. The battle-tested war horse under him immediately understood his master's intentions, and began to speed up slowly. The 700 cavalry behind them also made the same movement in unison. The sound of horseshoes gradually sounded, until it exploded on the wasteland like thunder on the ground. The ground also began to tremble, like a small earthquake. The gravel is constantly beating, the weeds are trembling, and even the scorching sun in the sky seems to hide behind the clouds in surprise. Such a terrifying momentum finally attracted the attention of the Dornish people, but at this moment, it is too late. The River Bay cavalry has accelerated to the limit, and the distance of several 100 yards is reached in an instant. They are like a sharp arrow off the string, heading straight for the right wing of the Dorne army. Formation. Forward. Sam Wilmer recited his father's teachings and got rid of all distracting thoughts from his mind. Dorne's cavalry finally reacted and tried to protect the right wing of the army under the call of several knights. But they have already lost the opportunity. Not only did they not gather enough numbers, they also had no formation to speak of. More importantly, they did not have the time and space to accelerate, and speed is everything about cavalry. Boom! The first wave of collisions finally happened. It was a group of Dornish cavalry hastily assembled. They were brave and fearless, trying to block the River Bay cavalry who had completed their acceleration, so as to give the infantry behind more time to form. However, their ending is destined to be tragic. Samuel knocked and flew the Dorne knight in front of him. Hot blood splashed on the armor, as if covering him with a bright gauze. His speed hasn't slowed down at all. Forward. The 700 River Bay cavalry were like a group of fast-moving steel monsters, blowing a whirlwind of death across the wasteland, and swept towards the right wing of the Dorne army formation. Under the hoarse orders of the Dorne officers, a group of infantry soldiers assembled hastily held up oaken shields and spears, trying to block the terrifying River Bay cavalry. But their faces all showed despair and fear. Facing the charge of the armored cavalry, no one can remain calm and firm. Boom! The thunderous sound of horseshoes has become the only sound in this world. A loud bang hit every Dornish soldier's heart, making them frightened, making them tremble, and making them want to turn around and run away desperately. However, is it possible to escape? Samuel could already clearly see the panic on the enemy's face. He took a deep breath, and then held his breath, ready for the collision of iron and blood. Forward. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the Riverbend knights in the front row slammed into the shield wall erected hastily by the Dornishmen. In an instant, under the terrifying impact, countless Dornish soldiers seemed to have become light and fluffy puppets, spurting blood wildly and flying backwards. The defense line on the right flank of Dorne's army was as thin as a layer of paper in front of the impact of the River Bay cavalry, and a hideous gap was instantly torn open, and countless terrifying and ferocious steel monsters rushed in recklessly. Forward. Samuel's eyes were already blood red, and his nose was filled with a strong smell of rust. Even the lance had been broken. But he won't stop. Throwing away the broken lance, Samuel pulled out the broken heart from behind and waved it vigorously. This giant sword made of Valyrian steel is extremely sharp. Combined with the high-speed impact of the horse and Samuel's own terrifying power, it can easily tear apart any sword, armor, or shield. And of course flesh and bone. Forward. After breaking through the line of defense, the riverbed cavalry, led by Samuel, pierced deep into the heart of the Dornish army without hindrance, like a red-hot sharp blade piercing into butter, and kept going dive deeper. Anyone standing in front of the iron hoof will be completely crushed. Forward. Wherever they went, there was a bloodbath, leaving wreckage all over the place. Samuel's arms were numb, and the helmet visor was stained with too much blood, which blurred his vision. But he still kept his mission in mind. Forward. Chapter 93. The setting sun is like blood. Reflected on Princess Ariane, it seemed to have covered her with a layer of golden tulle, but her face was pale. The drumstick in his hand also forgot to continue beating. From the moment the Riverbend cavalry broke into the right flank of the Dorne army formation, she already knew that defeat was inevitable. The gap torn by the torrent of steel has become a fatal wound to the Dornish army. At this time, no one can prevent the rout from happening. The whole scene clearly explained what it means to be defeated like a mountain, although the direct damage caused by the River Bay cavalry is actually not much compared to the nearly 20,000 Dornish army. But the point is that this cavalry broke the Dornish formation and caused a terrible panic. Once this kind of emotion spreads, it will be an irreparable collapse. The sound of horseshoes, shouts of killing, screams, begging for mercy. The sonata of war has completely enveloped this wasteland, looking at the battlefield in front of her like a purgatory on earth. Princess Ariane felt chills all over her body. She knew that her dream was shattered. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to that distant night, when she inadvertently saw the letter her father wrote to her younger brother Quentin. One day, you will take my place in Rule Dorne. Princess Ariane will never forget how she felt when she saw those words. My father wants to deprive her of her inheritance. Endless darkness enveloped this noble and proud princess, and at that moment, she was determined to prove herself to her father. However, she still failed after all. Now father doesn't have to think about any excuses to deprive her of her inheritance right. Princess Ariane thought to herself. Forward. Samuel is still fighting. Physical strength is almost exhausted, and the horses under him are also exhausted, but fortunately, the enemy's resistance is already very weak. He didn't even need to swing the giant sword. The Dornishmen in front of him had already scattered and fled in all directions, and they didn't even have the courage to face this group of terrifying Reach riders. Finally, Samuel completely penetrated the Dorne army formation and rushed out from the left flank. Suddenly, the sea of summer under the setting sun is vast and endless, like a huge mirror laid out in front of him. At this moment, Samuel just wanted to scream to the sky. Knights of the River Bend, invincible. Unexpectedly, the knight behind him roared first. Samuel laughed and joined their team. Knights of the River Bend, invincible. There were less than 500 of the more than 700 cavalrymen left, and all of them were covered in blood. At a glance, they looked like a group of bright red steel monsters. They also paid a huge price in order to penetrate the Dorne army formation. But compared with the effect it produces, this price seems to be insignificant. It was they who dealt the Dornishmen the fatal blow. This honor is enough for them to remember for a lifetime. Samuel took off the helmet and let out a sigh of relief. Although he was extremely tired, his spirit was extremely high, which even gave him the illusion that he could go back and sprint for another round. Fortunately, he is still sober. No matter whether it is a horse or a knight, he is unable to carry out a new round of charge. However, they are no longer needed on the battlefield at this time. Their mission has been completed, and it is time for the infantry to finish. Earl Randall skillfully commanded his soldiers to divide and encircle the Dornish people, but he did not forget to deliberately leave a direction for them to escape. Samuel waited and watched for a while, and felt that he had gained a lot. When the Dornishmen laid down their weapons one by one and knelt down and surrendered, he stopped watching. This battle is over. Samuel looked around, just in time to catch a glimpse of the figure surrounded by River Bend soldiers on a hill. He turned his horse's head and walked slowly over. His Royal Highness Princess Ariane. Samuel shouted with a smile. The Dornish guards guarding Princess Ariane drew their swords to face each other, but no one dared to step forward, as if they were also frightened by the invincible posture of the Knight of the River Bend just now. Princess Ariane also turned her gaze, looking at Samwell speechless for a while. Samwell sat on the horse and joked. Remember what I told you before the war, swords have no eyes on the battlefield, and beautiful things are as fragile as porcelain vases. Am I right? While speaking, Samwell raised a blood-stained broken heart, pointing at the collapsed Dorne army. Princess Ariane trembled slightly, as if she had seen the terrifying scene of the terrifying Knight of the River going forward and tearing apart the Dorne army formation just now. But the next moment, she suddenly dropped the drumstick in her hand and came down the hill. The Dorne guards tried to stop, but Princess Ariane shook her head at them, saying, "The war is over, my warriors, it's time to put down the sword." Hearing this, the swords of the guards all dropped involuntarily. Princess Ariane continued to move forward and soon came to Samwell. At this moment, Samwell was covered in blood, and there were even stumps and pieces of flesh on his armor. He looked like a demon knight who had walked out of hell, but Princess Ariane did not show any fear. She raised her head and said, "Yes, you have won this battle, but we will not admit defeat. As I said before the battle, we are Martell who will never bend, never destroy, and never yield." Samwell shrugged indifferently and said, "Okay, let's keep fighting. We won this time, and we got Starfall City, oh yes, and Jaoyan City. Next time, it depends on which city you can lose. Maybe one day, even Sunspear City will surrender at my feet." Under the setting sun, the blood-soaked Knight of the River Bend spoke with extremely strong confidence. Even as an opponent, Princess Ariane couldn't help but be impressed. "You are very confident," Princess Ariane said quietly, "but I must remind you that in history, there was a river who tried to rule Dorne, but in the end, he died on a bed covered with red scorpions." Samwell knew that she was talking about Lord Lionel Tyrell. This person is the governor of Dorne appointed by Darenai after he conquered Dorne. Unfortunately, during his tenure, rebellions in various parts of Dorne continued one after another and never stopped. Hands of the rebels. Indeed, as Princess Ariane said, it is too difficult for outsiders to rule this land. I think I can try again. How could Samwell admit defeat? I like challenging things. Then I wish you good luck. Princess Ariane smiled brightly, her beauty beyond measure. Samwell also had to admit that this Dorne princess is indeed charming. And at this moment, Princess Ariane stretched out her right hand towards him. "What are you doing?" Samwell was stunned. Princess Ariane rolled her eyes and said angrily, "As a gentleman, you should catch a girl's hand when she reaches out to you, instead of asking, 'What are you doing?' impolitely." "Unfortunately, I am not a gentleman," Samwell said inexplicably, "I am a murderous knight." Princess Ariane gritted her teeth, and said angrily, "Then, murderous knight, do you still want to enter Starfall City earlier? You know, I still have a guard of more than 200 people in the city. If you want to attack by force, you will have to pay a high price. But if I follow you, the city gate will automatically open." Samwell thought about it and felt that it made sense, but instead of reaching out immediately, he scanned her body up and down. Princess Dorne was wearing a thin silk dress, which couldn't even hide the ups and downs of her body, let alone hide any weapons. So Samwell took her hand. Princess Ariane took advantage of her strength to leap, and sat down in front of Samwell in a vigorous figure. She didn't dislike the blood stains on the man's body. She directly retracted into his arms, and lazily ordered, "Go, my knight." Even through the armor, Samwell could feel the softness and warmth of the body in his arms. However, he didn't like the tone of the other party's order, so he patted her round thigh hard, and said coldly, "Sit down, my captive." Chapter 94 High Court. Walking in the garden full of golden roses, Dickon Tarley raised his hand for the 7th time to straighten his collar. The housekeeper who led the way saw the boy's nervousness, and comforted him with a smile. "Sir Dickon, don't be nervous. This is not a formal meeting. The Duke is not here. Only Lady Olenna and the Tyrell girls are having afternoon tea." Dickon seemed even more nervous when he heard the words. In fact, he would rather face the Duke of Metz than Madame Olenna, known as the Queen of Thorns. He always felt that there were thorns in the eyes of the other party. If only my father was here. The young man thought to himself. Walking through the garden, the two passed a martial arts training ground, and Dickon saw a dozen men training inside. He recognized Garland Tyrell at a glance. The second son of the Duke was holding a shield embroidered with golden roses to face the attack of the three alone. Dickon's blood boiled with enthusiasm, and he was eager to try, as if he also wanted to compete with the other party. But unfortunately, he is now representing Lord Randall Tarley. He must be dignified. The boy sighed, looked away, and continued to follow the butler. The two of them walked across a false bridge and came to a long and spacious pavilion, where a dozen or so ladies were chatting and drinking tea. Dickon tried his best to keep the smile on his face from being too rigid, and nodded to the oncoming gazes. Sir Dickon. Dickon saw the noble and beautiful daughter of the Duke, Miss Marjorie Tyrell, walking towards him with a smile. She was wearing a long green silk dress, with a rosette made of gold thread on her chest. Her brown eyes shone with a lively brilliance, which made him dare not look directly at her. Miss Marjorie. Dickon quickly lowered his head. She is so beautiful. He felt that his face must be very red now. No, I am representing Earl Randall, the Tully family. The teenager tried hard to calm himself down. Come on, Dickon, grandmother is waiting for you. We have great news for you. Extremely good news. Dickon was in awe, led by Marjorie to the old woman sitting at the head of the long table. Sit down, child. Mrs. Olenna showed a short smile to Dickon. Are you wondering why we women have afternoon tea and invite you to join? Dickon sat stiffly on the edge of the chair, and said, I think it's because of the good news that Miss Marjorie just said. That's right. There's news from Yingzui Island that Nee's father and elder brother defeated the Dornay army in Starfall City. Really? Dickon almost jumped up excitedly and waved his arms a few times. Yes. Margaret put a plate of cheese in front of Dickon, and personally bought him a cup of scented tea, and said at the same time, and it defeated the Dornay army of nearly 20,000. Such a big victory, already haven't seen it for many years. Dickon's breathing became more rapid. At this time, he really wished he could fly to Starfall City, and charge forward with his father and brother. Sometimes I really envy Randall Tarley. Mrs. Olenna sighed. There are two outstanding sons. Dickon quickly responded. Your children are also very good. Oh, Mrs. Olenna sneered and said, I don't know what virtue my son has. Sometimes I really want to hit him with a big wooden spoon, so that I can pour all kinds of wisdom and thoughts into that fat in the head. Dickon's smile became more and more stiff, and he didn't know how to respond. Grandmother. Luckily, Marjorie helped him out. Be careful with your words, otherwise Sir Dickon will think we are a bunch of weirdos. He will think we are a fun bunch. Mrs. Olenna looked at Dickon. Isn't it? Dickon nodded quickly, just about to say something to praise Duke Metz to ease the embarrassment, but before he could speak, Madame Olenna said again, and I'm right. My son is an idiot. Don't you all call him Master Inflatable Fish in private? I think it's quite appropriate. And he should have an inflatable fish as his personal coat of arms, plus put a crown on the fish's head, and perhaps he should be content. And his father is also an idiot. Yes, I'm talking about my husband. Although I love him, he's kind and he's not bad in bed, but he just has no brains. Dickon felt only dizzy. Mrs. Olenna's words made his face burn and his heart beat faster, and her speech was fast and urgent, rushing towards his face like a raging flood, making him unable to breathe, let alone think. Just when he was at a loss, Dickon suddenly heard Mrs. Olenna change the subject and asked abruptly, By the way, I heard a lot of people say that your brother was an idiot before. Is this true? Brother? He used to be very. Dickon was startled, and quickly shut his mouth. How could he speak ill of his brother in front of outsiders? Dickon was secretly ashamed. What was your brother before? Margaret asked. When she laughed, it was like a sea of flowers in midsummer, which made Dickon dizzy even more. Brother, he. Don't be afraid of the children. Mrs. Olenna patted Dickon with her withered hands. There is nothing you can't say here, and no one will spread it after you say it. You see, I even scold my husband. And son, don't hesitate, say what you have. There are few people in this world who are not idiots. There is nothing bad to say. Dickon had no choice but to say honestly, actually, my brother is not stupid. It's just that he didn't like to fight with people before, and he didn't want to accept. Night training. That's why he kept making father angry. Mrs. Olena's eyes flickered, she smiled slightly, and said again, "Are you here? From Brightwater City this time?" "Yes. Is Alistair Florent all right?" "Grandfather is in good health, thank you for your concern." "I guess so." Mrs. Olena turned on the poisonous tongue mode again. "You know, the more bad-tempered guys are, the healthier they are. Just like me, I just say what I don't like, and I never hold back. So is Alistair. He must have cursed the Tyrell family in front of you a lot, right?" Dickon shook his head hastily. Mrs. Olena sneered, obviously not believing. "No wonder. I don't know how many times I have heard him say that Florent's lineage can be traced back to the daughter of Green Hand, Gals, Fox, Flory. They are closer to the Gardener kings than House Tyrell, and they should have inherited Highgarden, not Tyrell." Dickon began to feel dizzy again. He found that the clothes on his back were soaked, and talking to the old lady was more tiring than fighting. Dizzy, he suddenly heard Mrs. Olena ask again abruptly, "What conditions did your father set for Florent this time before they agreed to send troops?" "Father promised to let my brother marry." Dickon, half-spoken, and quickly shut up, as if realizing that he had said something he didn't say. "Who will you marry?" Margaret asked with a smile. Dickon looked down, not daring to meet her eyes. "Ello Florent." Mrs. Olena smiled. Dickon hurriedly took the opportunity of drinking tea to cover his face with the teacup. "It's a pity that this young boy can't hide anything in front of the old and spicy Queen of Thorns." Ms. Olena's eyes were cold, and she said with deep meaning, "It seems that I guessed it right. Congratulations, your Tully family is going to marry the Florent family." Dickon didn't know how to respond, his face flushed like a ripe pomegranate. "Ma'am, I want to make it easier." Mrs. Olena looked at the poor child, smiled and said, "Okay, let's go." Dickon got up and saluted, then fled. Chapter 95. Duchess Ellie Hightower looked at the back of Dickon leaving in a hurry, and couldn't help saying, "Mother, you don't have to treat the Tully family like this, let alone he is just a child. What do I need you to teach?" Mrs. Olena glared at her daughter-in-law. "Also, don't call me Mother, I don't remember giving birth to you." Mrs. Ellery lowered her head and sighed, secretly scolding herself for why she had nothing to do to provoke the Queen of Thorns. She deserved it if she got stabbed. "Grandmother." Margaret hugged Mrs. Olena's arm, and said, coquettishly, "Let me take you for a walk in the garden." She is probably one of the few people who can turn Madame Olena's anger into joy at any time. "Okay, let's go out for a walk, so that no one will think that I, an old hen, is in the way here." Margaret helped the old lady out of the long pavilion and strolled in the garden full of fragrance of flowers. "Grandma, you seem very unhappy to see Sam and the others win the battle." "Why would I not be happy to see the Riverbend people win?" Mrs. Olena shook her head and sighed, "I'm just worried about the things behind this victory." "What?" Mrs. Olena didn't answer right away. She took her granddaughter and continued along the winding path. She didn't speak again until there was no one around. The Tyrell family was just the castle stewards of the King of the Reach. After the Battle of Blazing Fire, all members of the Gardener family were burned to death by dragon flames, and we were able to inherit Highgarden. This is not convinced, especially the Florens family in Brightwater City. Do you think what that old Alistair said was just a joke? The River Bend is the richest region in the Seven Kingdoms, but because of this, there are too many ancient and powerful families here. How difficult it is to make them all obedient. Why did I try so hard to facilitate intermarriage among Tyrell, Redwyn, and Hightower? It's not because as long as the three of us form an alliance, we can overwhelm any other Riverbend family. So a no-brainer like your father can secure the seat of Governor of the River Bend and Duke of Highgarden. However, we must also be wary of other families using the same method against us. Marjorie suddenly realized. No wonder you care so much about Sam's marriage to Miss Florens. Yes, Madame Olena didn't hide her worry in front of her granddaughter. I believe you have seen the combined power of the three families of Horn Hill, Liangshui City, and Yingzui Island. The Dornishmen were beaten so badly. And the night you handbooked, after this battle, I'm afraid it will soar into the sky. I'm afraid this alliance will include Starfall City and Jaoyan City in the future. This kind of strength is already enough to rival us. Margaret had a complicated expression when she heard this. They shouldn't be against us, right? Who knows? Madame Olena sneered. Rondo Tarly sent his heir to Highgarden this time, in fact, to reassure us, but this still cannot change Hornhill Brightwater City the fact that the Yingzui Island Alliance has been able to threaten us. When the sword in your hand is sharp enough, it is difficult for people to stay safe. Marjorie froze for a moment. She didn't expect that Dickon Tarley's visit to Highgarden had such a hidden meaning, and she also began to understand her grandmother's worries. I'll take care of the marriage, Madame Olena said again. Dornay should send someone to negotiate peace, and our Tyrell family can no longer remain silent. Tell your brother Garland to let him represent Gao. Take a trip to Starfall. Remember to have your father sign an order before you go, making Samwell Caesar the Baron of Eagle's Isle. Marjorie reminded. But Grandma, the castle on Yingzui Island hasn't been built yet. According to the Lord's law. Bullshit Lord rule. Madame Olena rolled her eyes. After this battle, that kid has actually controlled Starfall City and High Hidden City. Do you think he is not worthy of a small baron title? Margaret didn't say much more. After walking for a while, she suddenly said, Grandma, I also want to go to Starfall City. Mrs. Olena looked back at her granddaughter, and said with a smile, Go, good granddaughter, and use your charm to conquer Samwell Caesar. The noble lady just needs a loyal and heroic knight. Night falls. The banquet hall in High Court was brightly lit and bustling. To celebrate the Duke of Mace's 50th name day, all the Reach family sent important figures to attend. Dickon Tully was wearing a grey dress, sitting quietly in his seat and enjoying dinner. From time to time he sneaked glances at the members of the Tyrell family on the main seat, especially the Lady Olena. Until now, he still has lingering fears about the conversation in the afternoon. Fortunately, Mrs. Olena didn't pay more attention to him, and Dickon kept a low profile all the time, not wanting to cause any trouble. Unfortunately, sometimes the more you want to hide, the more trouble will come to you. Sir Colin, Lady Olena said suddenly. Colin Florent quickly got up and saluted, and said with a smile, Ma'am, are you calling me? Well, why didn't your brother Earl Alistair come? I haven't played chess with him for a long time, and I miss him. Colin explained with a smile. My brother really wants to come to celebrate the Duke, but his health is not very good. Ha, Madame Olena interrupted with a smile. In the afternoon, a young guy just told me that Alistair is in good health. Dickon's face froze. Immediately. If there is a hole in the ground at this time, he will immediately go into it. Dickon, isn't it? Lady Olena seemed unwilling to let the poor child go. Dickon could only bite the bullet and stand up. Grandfather, he. Fortunately, the veteran Colin Florent rescued him. It's such a lady. My brother was in good health when he was at home, but he couldn't stand the long-distance travel, so he sent me to replace him. Madame Olena chuckled and said, That's a reasonable excuse. Dickon, have you learned anything? Poor Dickon didn't know how to answer. Did he learn? Still haven't learned. Fortunately, Mrs. Olena did not continue to pester him, and turned to Colin Florent. I heard that Earl Alistair has a beautiful and sensible granddaughter named Elo Florent. Colin frowned, as if realizing something, couldn't help but glanced at Dickon, and said, Yes, ma'am. Didn't expect you to have heard her name. Not only heard, I also want to marry you. Now Dickon also came to his senses. He wished he could slap himself. Looking at the strange gaze cast by his uncle Colin Florent, the boy of the Tully family was full of grievances and had nothing to say. Colin coughed lightly, and was about to find a reason to refuse the call, but Mrs. Olena said again, Hey, it's my grandson Velas. Don't look at him with a broken leg, but he is very nice. And he is a rare Tyrell with a brain. He is qualified to marry your family's Ero Florent, right? Of course you are qualified. Colin immediately swallowed the words of refusal. Although he knew that his elder brother was planning to betroth the eldest granddaughter of the Florent family to Samwell Caesar, how could a pioneering knight compare with the heir of Highgarden? Madam, I will bring your wishes back to Brightwater City. Okay, I look forward to your reply. Mrs. Olena finally smiled. Colin Florent also sat down with satisfaction. Only Dickon was still standing there foolishly, his heart filled with remorse and self-blame. I seem to have accidentally lost my brother's wife. What to do? Chapter 96. Stars fall into the city. In the bright hall of knights, Natalie Dane in full costume stood on a high platform, and dozens of knights from the Dane family knelt down in front of her. In the name of the sword and the stars, I offer my unparalleled loyalty to Natalie Dane. From now on, our sword will only be wielded for you. May the 7 gods bear witness to our oath. The deep and solemn voice echoed in the hall, but it made Natalie feel stiff, as if a butterfly was flying around in her stomach. She secretly found Samuel's familiar face among the crowd watching the ceremony in front of him. It wasn't until he cast a staring gaze in the direction of her that the little girl seemed to have found support. I accept your allegiance, Natalie responded with a childish voice. A group of knights got up one after another, walked to the sides of the high platform and stood still. Samuel nodded in satisfaction. So far, Natalie is the patriarch of the Dane family, although she still needs to be recognized by Prince Dornay before she can officially become the Earl of Starfall City. Samuel believes that Prince Doran will definitely have no objection, unless he doesn't want his daughter anymore. Samuel stepped forward, bowed slightly to Natalie, and said, "Congratulations, Miss Natalie, I believe that the Dane family will grow stronger and stronger under your leadership." "Thank you, Sir Caesar." Natalie smiled sweetly. "You are a trustworthy partner, and Starfall City will remember your friendship." "It's my honor." Samuel grinned, but then changed the topic. However, due to the ambition of some people, it caused great harm to Yingzui Islet, and also caused the river bend, and thousands of people died in Dornay, for which we must reflect. Natalie had a look of guilt on her face. "I apologize for those warriors who died because of this. The Dane family will definitely compensate you for this. You are such a wise lord." Samuel laughed, and took out a roll of parchment from his arms, which was actually 3 feet long when unfolded. "This is a preliminary compensation list I have drawn up. Miss Natalie, you please take a look." Natalie walked down from the high platform holding her skirt and came to Samuel. It's just that when she saw the densely packed words on the paper, she couldn't help feeling dizzy. "Sir Caesar, I believe in you, just follow." Wait a moment. Finally, Alf, the head of the Dane family, couldn't stand it any longer, so he stood up and stopped his lord's prodigal behavior. Samuel squinted his eyes at the nearly 60-year-old manager, and said, "Your Excellency Alf, do you have any objections?" "Sir Caesar, I think it is still necessary to discuss this compensation list publicly." Samuel took a deep look at the loyal steward, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's discuss it. First of all, it is the compensation for the Redwin family." He raised his palm and pointed at the 2 brothers Horace and Hopper. "The Redwin family sent 10 warships and nearly 1,000 sailors this time, and it cost a lot of money. Therefore, they deserve a war indemnity of 8,000 gold dragons." Alf frowned, and retorted, "But my lord, as far as I know, the warships of the Redwin family didn't participate in the battle at all, and they didn't suffer any damage." "Why, Alf?" Hearing this, Horace Redwin stepped forward angrily, almost poking his finger in the face of the boss. "What do you think of the warships and sailors of our Redwin family? After traveling thousands of miles, they didn't even pay the 8,000 golden dragons. Believe it or not, I just set fire to the pier of Starfall City." "Sir Horace, it's not that I don't want to compensate the Redwin family, I just think this amount can be negotiated." Discussion. "Then tell me how much is appropriate." Horace stared at Alf, as if as long as the other party reported a number that was too low, he would punch him. Alf turned to look at the knights of the Dane family, hoping to get some support, but who knows, the group of knights who had just sworn allegiance stood there stupidly, as if they had become steel statues. These people have just been beaten up on the battlefield, so how dare they jump out again? Alf looked at Natalie again, but he could only see innocence and bewilderment from the girl's clear purple pupils. She probably doesn't even know what the 8,000 golden dragons mean. Boss Guan thought desperately. "Ahem, I think so." The kind-hearted Sir Caesar finally said, "The Redwin family also made some concessions, just 7,900 gold dragons." Horace shrugged. "Okay, then I will make a little concession." Samuel looked at Natalie with a smile. "Miss Natalie, what do you think?" "Oh, yes, then it's settled." Samuel didn't bother to pay attention to Alf, who seemed to want to say something, took out a quill, and began to correct it on the parchment. After correcting, he continued to read, Sir Aemon of Yangwu City led 300 elite soldiers to come here this time. 13 people were killed and 24 people were seriously injured. The resulting compensation and war cost a total of 9,000 gold dragons. After hearing this figure, Alf couldn't help but question again, "My lord, how did you calculate the pension? Why did you spend so much? What do you mean, Aemon?" Q jumped out immediately. "Do you think the lives of our Yangwu City soldiers are worthless?" "Of course I didn't mean that," Alf argued, feebly. Unfortunately, the knights of the Dane family seemed to be terrified on the battlefield. At this moment, none of them dared to fart. He sighed and finally lowered his head. Natalie felt sorry for the old man, so she comforted him. "Mr. Alf, the soldiers must be fully compensated, otherwise the gods will hate us." Alf didn't know what to say to this lady who didn't understand anything. "Okay, then it's settled." Samuel made another decision. Aemon Q grinned and stepped back in satisfaction. The following is the Mullendal family. This time, 200 troops were sent to Highland City, resulting in casualties, so the Dane family needs to pay a total of 7,000 golden dragons. With the previous comparison, Alf even felt that the compensation requested by the Mullendal family was very reasonable. Seeing that no one objected, Samuel continued to read. The Florens family in Liangshui City, they dispatched 3,200 elite soldiers this time, resulting in casualties, so a total of 85,000 golden dragons must be compensated. How much? Even though Alf's heart was ashamed, he still shouted after hearing the number. 85,000 golden dragons. Alakon Florent stepped forward, pressing the handle of the saber with his right hand. "Why? Do you think our soldiers in Liangshui City don't deserve so much?" Alf felt that as long as he dared to say no, the Sir Alakon in front of him would mobilize his troops to ransack Starfall City. In this way, the asking price of the other party is really reasonable, so he had to bow his head again. As for Natalie, she has no idea what the money is. The little girl is still dizzy now, and she can't believe that she has inherited a castle. Perhaps in her opinion, there should be a lot of gold in the castle. Enough to pay these compensations. Chapter 97 inches. The Hornhill Tully family demands compensation of 96,000 golden dragons. Alf is too lazy to resist. He has already seen that the other party is determined to evacuate the vault of Starfall City. No, not only Starfall City, but also the treasury of Jaoyan City. Finally, it's Yingzui Island. Samuel sighed and said, "I really suffered heavy losses in this war." Natalie comforted her intimately. "Don't worry, Sir Caesar, our Starfall City will definitely compensate you in full for your losses." Samuel pretended to be grateful, and then said, "First of all, due to Uruk Shad's invasion of Yingzui Island, my dock was completely destroyed. Therefore, I request the expropriation of Starfall City's dock as compensation for a period of 99 years. Alf rolled his eyes. What kind of broken pier is Yingzui Island, and the pier of Starfall City needs to be requisitioned for compensation? Still 99 years, why don't you grab it directly? But he also knew that his objection would have no effect, so he simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Secondly, my territory was burned in this war, so Starfall City must send 7,000 young men to Yingzui Island to help me rebuild my territory. In addition, my soldiers and citizens suffered heavy casualties in this war. In addition to the loss of property and materials, the Dane family must compensate 80,000 golden dragons. Wait a moment. Samuel thought that the old manager was going to question again, but when he looked up, he found that it was Horace Redwin who stood up. "Sir Horace, what is your opinion?" Horace snorted softly. "I have no problem with taking so much from the Florens family and the Tully family, but how many soldiers did you have in Yingzui Island in total? Do you need so much compensation?" Samuel knew that this guy was purely jealous. Hee, I'm afraid you don't know. I almost used up all the brandy reserves that I had brewed for 3 months in this war. Calculated at 10 silver coins per gallon, it is not a small amount. What's more, I mobilized the Eagles this time. Almost all the young and strong people in Zuiyu participated in the war, and the construction of the territory, the brewing of brandy, and the mining of silver mines all stagnated. You know how traumatic it is to see your home destroyed and burnt down. And, stop. Horace was dizzy from Samuel's continuous bombardment, and seeing that there was no one else to support him, he had to give Up. After all, the absolute main forces on the riverbend side of this war are the Florents and the Tullys. Now these two families are obviously supporting Samwell, and Horace knows that he can't get the right to speak. There are 8,000 golden dragons, and I can already explain to Earl Paxter when I go back. Looking around, seeing that no one objected, Samwell continued, finally, in order to prevent conflicts between the two places in the future, I think the best way is to strengthen cultural, commercial, and personnel exchanges. Therefore, Starfall City and High Hidden City must fully exempt goods from Yingzui Island. At the same time, Dane the family must not prevent its subjects from voluntarily going to work, live, or even settle in Yingzui Island. The conditions are very good. Natalie actually nodded in a serious manner. The wages at Yingzui Islet are quite high, and the food is also good. I believe the citizens of the Dane family will like it there. The manager, Alf, has already started to roll his eyes. Samwell patted the the shoulder with a smile. I have always been generous to those who work for me. It doesn't matter if they are people from the River Bend, Dornay or savages. After finishing speaking, he handed the quill and parchment to Natalie, saying, "Come on, Miss Natalie, if you have any objections to this list of war compensation, please sign it." Later. Oh. Natalie obediently signed her name on it. Alf wanted to grab the quill pen and tear up the compensation list several times. But in the end, he still didn't dare to take action. After all, my life is my own. As for the things of the Dane family, that lady doesn't even cherish it herself. Natalie's handwriting is not pretty. Although Ashara taught her to read and write, she doesn't have many opportunities to write. But in Samwell's eyes, this is probably the most wonderful thing in the world at the moment. In fact, it's not that he insists on bullying the little girl and tricking her into signing so many war indemnities, but that he must weaken the Dane family as much as possible, otherwise a powerful Starfall City will not be willing to be controlled by him. Natalie's position as the city lord is also unstable. After signing, the faces of the River Bend nobles present showed expressions of excitement, because it was finally the time to harvest. But just as everyone was about to go to the Dane family's vault and turn it upside down, a guard suddenly ran in outside the door and reported, "My lords, His Royal Highness Prince Abaron is coming to Starfall City, and he is outside the castle gate at this moment." The hall suddenly fell silent. After a while, Earl Randall, who had been silent before, said, "The Red Viper came quite quickly. How many soldiers and horses did he bring?" "Just him." Earl Randall froze for a moment, and said, "Please come in." "Yes." As soon as they heard the name of Prince Abaron, the smiles on the faces of everyone in the reach disappeared. After all, the shadow of the famous tree, the Red Viper, Prince Abaron should be the most dangerous man in the Martell family, and even in the entire Dornay. As the younger brother of Prince Doran, the ruler of Dornay. Although Prince Abaron was born noble, he has a violent and staunch personality. Thus, although most of the knights of the Seven Kingdoms despise this person, they are also extremely vigilant and even secretly afraid of him. And the Knights of the Reach especially hated this man, because he was the one who mutilated the Duke of Mace's eldest son, the heir of Highgarden, Velas Tyrell. Samwell put away the parchment and hid it close to his body. At this time, he was secretly glad that Natalie had signed the signature. Unless the Martell family broke their face and refused to recognize her inheritance, the Dane family had to pay these compensations. As for whether the Martell family will really tear their face apart, Samwell thinks the possibility is very low. After all, after this battle, Dawn will hardly be able to fight another big battle with Huon in the short term. What's more, that Prince Doran is known to be tolerant. If his hot-tempered daughter hadn't jumped out to make trouble this time, the war would never have expanded to this scale. While thinking, Samwell saw a tall figure appearing at the door. It was a middle-aged man wearing an orange, yellow, and red silk robe, with a high nose bridge, a narrow forehead, short black shiny hair, and very light eyebrows. Below him was a pair of dark eyes like eternal night, shining with dangerous light all the time. Like a poisonous snake. People from the River Bend. Prince Abaron walked into the hall alone, but he seemed to be carrying thousands of troops. His cold eyes swept across the faces of the nobles in the river bay one by one, and said in a questioning tone, "Where's my niece?" Chapter 98 Inches His Royal Highness. Samuel smiled and said, Princess Ariane is resting in her room. Don't worry, Her Royal Highness is enjoying the most honorable treatment here. I want to see her. Prince, a baron said in an unquestionable tone. Of course. Samuel summoned a guard and gave some instructions. Afterwards, Prince Abaron followed the guards and left without saying hello to the nobles of the riverbend present, as if these people were not worth his time. How rude, Horace Redwin swore. However, Samuel noticed that he purposely waited for Prince Abaron to walk out the door before making a sound. Okay, Samuel said with a smile, let the uncle and nephew have a good talk, let's continue. Yes, Mark Mullendal nodded quickly. Is it time for the Dane family to pay war reparations? This young knight from Highland City seemed eager to take the money and leave immediately. Natalie was taken aback when she saw everyone's eyes turned, and she nodded timidly after a long while. Of course, we'll go get the money now. Good. Ellipsis. Prince Abaron pushed open the door, and saw Princess Ariane sitting on a chaise longue by the window, holding a bottle of summer red wine in her hand, pouring it directly into her mouth without a glass. Hearing the movement, she turned her head, her eyes were full of confusion, and it took her a while to recognize who it was. Uncle, why are you here? Prince Abaron closed the door behind him, walked towards Ariane, and said, if I don't come, will the people of Huon let you go? If you don't let it go, you won't let it go. Princess Ariane said drunkenly, I just follow to the river bend, so I won't go back to Sunspear and annoy you. Prince Abaron stepped forward to the wine bottle from his niece, took a big gulp himself, and then smiled with a relaxed expression on his face. Why did you go to Huon? Do you really think you are a princess everywhere? Princess Ariane reached out to ask for a wine bottle, but unfortunately, her uncle refused to give it to her, so she drank it by herself. She turned over in anger, turned her back to her uncle, and said in a muffled voice, what kind of princess am I in Sunspear? Everyone treats me like a child. And my father, you are just a child. Prince Abaron drank the wine in the bottle in a few sips, and then threw it out of the window. What happened to your father? I'm not a child. Ariane sat up straight suddenly, sticking out her chest proudly. I'm already 21 years old. I've been an adult for 5 years. Yeah, you are so big in a blink of an eye. Prince Abaron restrained his smile, and his tone became serious. You can make thousands of Dornishmen die for you. Ariane was speechless. These days, she has been using alcohol to numb herself, but she just doesn't want to recall that nightmarish evening. But now, her uncle's words mercilessly opened up her scars. Prince Abaron took a step forward, squatted down beside the chair, and looked at his niece. You also know that you have been an adult for 5 years, so do you know what I did when I first became an adult? Without waiting for Ariane to answer, he continued, Lord Edgar Euronwood's lover, and then the old thing asked me for a duel, and I accepted it, and sent him to the 7 gods. Of course Ariane knew this story, and also knew that her uncle's nickname, Red Viper, was derived from it. Before the duel, the two had agreed to stop the blood immediately, because Earl Edgar believed that they were both noble, and there was no need to fight to the death for a lover. Unfortunately, Prince Abaron doesn't think so. He just wanted Earl Edgar to die, so he poisoned the sword, and the poor count festered and died. Look, said Prince Abaron, I'm good at killing people in the tournament field, so I've never been afraid of a duel. But I've never wanted to play chess with your father. Do you know why? You can't beat him, Princess Ariane said. She knew that the favorite thing for her father, Prince Doran, was to play Sivas against herself alone. Because no one had ever played him except himself. That's right. Prince Abaron stared into his niece's eyes, and his tone became serious. I like to fight, and your father likes to play chess. We are both good at the game we play, and we are both sure to win. What about you, Ariane? Do you know the game you play? Are you good at it? Are you sure you can beat your opponent? Randall Tarley, Alarcon Florent, and that Samuel Caesar, you participate in this. Have you thought about it before playing the game? Ariane's face gradually turned pale, and she finally realized how reckless and willful she was. Thinking of those Dornish warriors who died tragically for this, she bowed her head in shame. But Prince Abaron pinched his niece's chin, raised her head, and forced her to look at him. You have to remember, we are playing the game of thrones, not a drunkard throwing dice. Any negligence and carelessness will lead to extremely serious consequences. I see. Ariane's eyes sparkled. I was wrong. Prince Oberon let go of her chin, and took out a silk scarf from his bosom for her. Princess Ariane took the silk scarf and wiped away her tears, but she couldn't help but said, "But uncle, don't you think father is too weak? If I don't do something, I'm afraid everyone will think that the Martell family is easy to bully." "Do you really think your father is weak? Isn't it?" Ariane said angrily. "Uncle, you killed Earl Edgar in a duel, and the Euronwood family almost started a civil war in Dornay, but how did father deal with it? The anger of the Euronwood family exiled you to the other side of the narrow sea, and gave you your son as an adopted son. Isn't this weakness? Then if you were the ruler of Dornay, what would you do? Summon the vassals and the Euronwood family for a Dornay civil war? That's at least better than what my father did." Ariane vented all the resentment she had accumulated for a long time. "What he did has shamed the Martell family. This time I issued a call-up order. You know how many people did the Euronwood family send? 30. 30 people. They are still willing to listen to the call of the blazing sun halberd. It's not their fault. Euronwood City is too far away from Starfall City, and it's impossible to fully support this war." Seeing that his niece was not convinced, Prince Oberon said again, "And Earl Anders Euronwood, you are already considered an honest man. I am afraid you don't know how arrogant his grandfather Earl Edgar was. He was so arrogant that even your father can no longer tolerate him." Hearing this, Ariane froze for a moment. Although she was reckless, she was not stupid, and immediately heard what her uncle meant. "Uncle, did you?" "That's right." Prince Oberon showed a cold smile. "How do you think the duel between me and Earl Edgar happened? His lover was more than 20 years older than me, and the space between his legs was as dry as the desert of Dornay. Why should I seduce her when I have nothing to do?" "So you deliberately seduced her to anger Earl Edgar and let him fight?" Yes, Prince Oberon admitted frankly, "and if you think about your father's subsequent handling methods, is it really weak? The heirs of the Martell family have always needed to travel across the narrow sea when they grow up, right? My exile was nothing more than to follow the trend. As for your brother, what happened to him being an adopted son of the Euronwood family? You see, he has become Earl Anders' attendant now, and he will be canonized as a knight by him in the future. This is the way a nobleman should grow up, and the Euronwood family will be closer to us because of this. In fact, our Martell family has lost nothing, but we have eliminated a great enemy." Princess Ariane fell into deep thought, and only then did she realize that her father was not as weak as she thought, but he hid his edge very well. "And the Euronwoods aren't our worst enemies. Not even the people of the Reach. Then who is our greatest enemy?" Ariane asked, subconsciously. Afterwards, she saw jumping flames from her uncle's eyes. "It's Clegane, it's Lannister, it's Baratheon." Prince Oberon nearly gritted his teeth. "It's the Snatchers who killed your aunt, and her children them." Chapter 99 Inches Not enough money. Natalie was surprised. Perhaps in her opinion, such a big castle should be full of gold. Why is there not even enough war reparations to pay? The manager Alf said weakly. "Yes, miss, there is still a gap of nearly 70,000 golden dragons." Natalie blinked her eyes, and looked at Samuel. Again as if asking for help. Samuel coughed lightly, and said solemnly, "In this case, I owe my share first, and you pay all the war indemnities of the rest of the companies first." "Thank you very much, Sir Caesar." "You're welcome." Samuel patted the girl's shoulder lightly. "I promised your mother that I would treat you like my own sister, so what a small favor." Natalie didn't know what to think. A blush appeared on her face. Immediately, she asked again, "Then, how should I repay the money I owe you?" "Don't worry about this." Samuel took out another roll of parchment from his arms, and said, "I have already drawn up a repayment contract for a period of 30 years, and the interest rate is not high, only 9%, you can pay back slowly." Natalie didn't know what the interest rate was, but she nodded happily when she heard that it could be repaid slowly. "Yes, Sir Caesar, you are really thoughtful." Alf on the side started rolling his eyes again. "Come on, sign it if you have no objection." Samuel took out the quill pen he had prepared earlier and handed it to Natalie. "Sign here." "Oh, by the way, the arrears need mortgage of course, you can rest assured that as long as Starfall City repays the loan on time, the collateral will be returned to you, and only if you can't exchange the money, the collateral will belong to me to make up for my loss. Oh, Natalie thought this was reasonable, and asked, then what kind of collateral do you want? Samuel smiled. Don. Natalie was confused. Alf on the side jumped up. No, miss, Don is the sword that has been passed down for thousands of years in Starfall City. It is the highest honor guarded by the Dane family for generations. How can it be handed over to outsiders? Don is a sword. Natalie finally understood. Seeing the girl's disapproving look, Alf was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but before he explained to Natalie the meaning and great value of the Don sword, he found that his shoulder was being held by a big hand. Living. It was so powerful that it almost crushed his bones. Mr. Alf, you are making too much of a fuss, Samuel said with a smile. I don't really want to take Don, I just keep it as collateral. Temporarily. When Starfall City pays off the money in the future, this sword it will naturally return to its original owner. Yes, Natalie kept nodding. It's just a sword, Sir Caesar, if you think it's appropriate, you can take it as collateral. Just a sword, Alf screamed in his heart. This is the sword on the coat of arms of the Dane family. But he didn't dare to make a sound at this time, otherwise, the big hand on his shoulder might really crush his bones directly. After Natalie finished signing the contract, Samuel released Alf with a smile and said, okay, then you settle the war indemnities of several other companies here first, and I will go to Seat Liming. I'll go with you too. Natalie followed curiously. Passing by Alarcon Florent, he quietly gave his nephew a thumbs up. Samuel smiled back, thinking that his uncle must have been moved by his humility and kindness. Leaving the warehouse, Samuel headed to the west corner of the castle under the leadership of a servant. Natalie followed all the way, chattering non-stop, as if she had said all the things she had been holding back before. While looking at the scenery in the castle, Samuel casually comforted the panicked and excited girl. Not long after, they came to a cliff. Facing the sea, on the steep rock, a pure white tower stands abruptly. Master, miss, this is the white stone sword tower. Samuel nodded and led Natalie towards the sword tower. There were 4 guards guarding outside the sword tower. After seeing Samuel and Natalie, they all bowed and saluted. The tower has 7 floors and is made of white glazed rock, but in the eyes of Samuel, who has seen the towering tower, it can only be regarded as small and exquisite. After entering the sword tower, the two climbed up the stone steps. The first 6 floors are empty, nothing. Up to the top floor, Samuel saw the long-known giant sword, Don, at a glance. It was inserted into a huge rock, almost as tall as a person. The wide and thick sword body was like milky white glass, reflecting a strange luster. Under the sunlight, according to legend, this sword is forged from the stars and meteorites that fell here, and it is extremely sharp. Different from the inherited swords of other families, Don does not have to be passed on to the head of the family, but to the knights in the clan who are qualified, or have the ability to pull it out of the stone. For thousands of years, it has been wielded by many great knights of the Dane family, and these knights all have a unified title, Don Excalibur. The previous, Don Excalibur, was Ashara Dane's brother, Arthur Dane. In the War of the Snatchers, this is said to be the greatest knight in the history of Westeros and died in battle under the Tower of Joy. The giant sword Don also returned to the Dane family, waiting quietly for the next one. Don Excalibur came to wake it up. When reading the original work in the previous life, Samuel once had a suspicion. Is this giant sword Don, the Lightbringer, that belonged to the reincarnation of Azor Ahai in the prophecy of the gods? After all, the names of these 2 swords have similar meanings, and it is too easy to be linked together. Moreover, the battle where the ancient hero Azor Ahai led his army to repel the White Walkers happened to be called the War of Dawn. The Dane family has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and it is very likely that they participated in that ancient battle. Could it be that they brought the hero's sword, Lightbringer, back to Starfall City? As for the difference in names, it may be due to the evolution of the language, or it may be that the Dane family changed their names. However, the Lightbringer was a burning sword, but this Don has no flame. It's so beautiful. Natalie couldn't help muttering as she looked at the giant sword in front of her. Samuel also put away his thoughts and came to the giant rock. He took a deep breath and was about to draw his sword when he heard an old voice. Be careful, young man, not everyone is qualified to pull out dawn. Samuel turned his head, only to find that there was actually an old knight here. Their eyes were attracted by the sword just now, and they didn't notice this person. He smiled. How do you know I'm not qualified? The old knight also smiled. Do you know why the inherited swords of other families can be considered very long if they have a history of hundreds of years? Seeing that the old knight had a good attitude and did not force himself to stop himself, Samuel patiently chatted with him a few more words. After all, a sword is a weapon, and it is easy to be damaged and lost. It is really not easy to pass it on for a long time. That's right, the old knight nodded. Then do you know why dawn has been passed down in the Dane family for thousands of years, but has never been lost? Samuel seemed to realize something. Could it be that other than your Dane family, other people can't use it? That's right. The old knight looked at the huge sword, as if he was looking at the goddess in his heart. She is a living sword, and those who are not qualified to own her will find it extremely difficult to wield this sword, let alone be able to lift her from the stone pulled out from the middle. Countless knights who thought they were strong had tried it, but none of them could shake her. Samuel frowned. Hee, then I'll give it a try, maybe she likes me. The old knight chuckled, and stopped trying to dissuade him, as if he was waiting to see Samuel's joke. Samuel settled down again, took a deep breath, and held the hilt of the sword with both hands. Woo! The sea breeze suddenly became manic, shouting like a loud horn. Samuel really felt the resistance. The sword was resisting itself. She doesn't want to be pulled out by herself. But he insisted on pulling it out. Ah! Samuel let out a roar, his face flushed red. The enormous power caused the huge rock under the sword to shake, and even the entire sword tower began to tremble slightly. Woo! The sea breeze became more violent and the air became hotter. Natalie had already shrunk to the corner of the wall, trembling, but the old knight stared wide-eyed, because he was surprised to see that red and gold stripes appeared on the pale sword, like a spell from ancient times, exuding a chilling aura. Give it to me, Samuel roared again. Muscles all over his body began to twitch, as if they were about to be overwhelmed and rupture in the next second. His eyes became bloodshot, his face was extremely hideous, and his big mouth seemed to spew out fire. Almost reaching the limit, he hesitated to give up. But at this moment, the huge sword stuck in the crack of the stone shook. Kai! Before Samuel could be happy, he suddenly realized that the power in his body was rapidly draining. Flow to this giant sword. There are more and more red gold lines on the pale sword body, and the red light is constantly shining, as if something sleeping is waking up. Boom! Samuel pulled out the giant sword dawn abruptly, and the blade, which was as pale as glass, was now flushed red, like a burning flame. The old knight showed a ghost-like expression, and murmured indistinct words. Words such as, stars weep blood, and, burning red sword, can be vaguely heard. Samuel held up the giant sword, dawn, and violent and hot energy surrounded him. At this moment, he seemed to be fire, light, and the sun tearing apart all darkness. But the next moment, the sun seemed to burn out all its brilliance, and it turned dim in an instant. Samuel also slammed and fell on his back. Chapter 100 Inches Hiss. Pain, pain, pain. Samuel took a deep breath, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart, and there was no pain anywhere. And his original huge strength, which was far beyond ordinary people, disappeared without a trace at this moment. Scared, Samuel quickly checked his attribute panel, and was relieved when he found that the above values were still there. It seems to be just a loss of strength. Rest for a while to recover. But pulling a sword out of a stone can make yourself unstrung. Samuel felt that this was really unbelievable. Moreover, everything just now seemed extraordinarily magical. In a trance, he felt that what he was holding was not a sword, but a flame. Samuel struggled to prop up his body, and looked at the giant sword dawn lying quietly beside him. At this time, it has returned to its appearance when it was first seen. The sword body is as pale as jade. Under the sunlight, it seems that there is something flowing in it. As for the densely packed red gold lines covering the sword body just now, there is no trace of it at this moment. Lord Caesar, are you all right? Natalie leaned over cautiously and asked, her eyes fixed on the sword, as if she still had lingering fear. I'm fine. Samuel smiled. This sword is really heavy, it almost didn't kill me from exhaustion. She is resisting you. The old knight's voice came, with both doubts and shock in his tone, but at the same time, she is also welcoming you. Samuel was taken aback for a moment. Is this called rejection and welcome? Seeing the seriousness on the old knight's face and the piety in his eyes, Samuel wisely did not speak out about his complaints. Perhaps you are right, she really has life. Samuel tentatively said, I don't know when Sir Arthur Dane pulled out this sword, was it? No. The old knight shook his head slowly. I have witnessed Sir Arthur pull out Dawn before, and she didn't have such a violent reaction at that time. Not only him, but all the Dawn Excalibur recorded in the history of the Dane family. I'm afraid it's not like what happened to you just now. Samuel became proud. Look, I just said that this sword likes me. Yes, you are her master, the real master, the old knight said meaningfully. His expression changed for a while, and finally he knelt down in front of Samuel, offered the saber around his waist, and said, Honorable Lord Samuel Caesar, I, Lucas Dane, would like to swear allegiance to you, and will be your forerunner from now on, and may the long sword of the stars be my witness. You want to be loyal to me? Samuel was a little confused. Yes, I am the sword guard, and I am only loyal to the Master of Dawn no matter whether he is from the Dane family or not. Samuel touched his chin, nodded and said, Okay, I accept your allegiance. As soon as the voice fell, he found a new change in his attribute. Panel. Character. Samuel Caesar. Title. Pioneering Knight Territory. None Vassal. Lucas Dane. Knight. Strength. 4.44. Dexterity. 1.25 Spirit. 2.17 Charge into battle. 1/100th. He found that in addition to the fact that Lucas Dane's name was added to the column of vassals on the panel, there was an extra line at the bottom, leading into battle. What does it mean? And what does the latter 1/100th mean? There is no manual for this attribute panel, let alone a cute little explainer, so Samuel can only try to figure it out by himself. Based on his rich game experience in his previous life, Samuel felt that the charge should be a new skill. Judging from the meaning of the name, it may be that he will be more powerful when he leads his vassal knights into battle. And the 1/100th should be a reminder that he needs to gather 100 vassal knights in order to upgrade this skill to the full level. However, 100 vassal knights, this is a bit difficult. Forget it, collect it slowly in the future. Samuel looked at his attribute panel and suddenly thought, what would happen if his vassal had an extra baron? Will there be new skills? What about the viscount? Where is the earl? Even, what about the duke? Really looking forward to it. My lord, do you need me to help you up? Lucas looked at Samuel, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and couldn't help asking. Ahem, I can do it myself. Samuel had regained some strength and stood up by himself. At the same time, he also picked up the giant sword, Dawn. This time, there was no obstacle. Although the sword was quite heavy, it was already the weight of a normal weapon. Unlike just now, it was actually heavier than Samuel's war hammer, Thunder. Of course, the sword didn't have the miraculous power it had just now. However, Samuel could feel that the sword seemed to have a vague connection with him. As if he could wake her up and reproduce the scene just now if he needed it. But in that case, Samuel might also collapse quickly. He felt that maybe he could last longer after his strength attribute continued to improve. It may also be because it is now at the trough of the magic power tide, and all things related to magic are suppressed. When the red comet comes in the future, the magic power tide will strengthen again, and perhaps this sword will be able to exert its true power. Samuel played with this giant sword, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Does this sword have a scabbard? Have. Lucas came to the corner, opened a wooden box stacked there, and took out a scabbard from it. This scabbard should be tailor-made for Leon, the size is just right, and it also comes with a cowhide strap. Dawn was too long to be worn around the waist, so Samuel had to carry it behind his back. The three of them went downstairs like this. The guards outside the tower were shocked when they saw the sword behind Samuel. Sir Lucas, you said that you are only loyal to the Master of Dawn, so have you ever followed Sir Arthur Dane? You can call me Lucas. Lucas nodded. Yes, my lord, I did follow Sir Arthur. Back then, however, when he joined the Kingsguard, I left. Samuel nodded, but he could understand the reason. After all, as the king's personal bodyguard, the Kingsguard has special duties, so how could it be possible to bring a follower? Unless this follower can also don the white robes and become a member of the Kingsguard. But obviously, Lucas may not be qualified to become a white knight. Perhaps this is a kind of luck for Lucas, otherwise he might also die under the Tower of Bliss with Arthur Dane. On the way back, the three of them, no matter the servants, guards, or knights of the Dane family, stared blankly at the giant sword behind Samuel. Samuel was quite at ease with such gazes, and he also noticed that there was obviously more respect and awe in everyone's gazes, even more than when he led the army to conquer Starfall City before. Is this the influence of the giant sword, Dawn, in Starfall City? Passing through a courtyard, Samuel happened to bump into two familiar figures, Prince Abaron and Princess Ariane. Princess Ariane smiled slightly when she saw Samuel, and was about to say hello when she heard the uncle beside her scream, "You pulled out Dawn."